stand behind me and they know you're coming.
Yeah.
Somebody's walk on the other side.
Just move on down, keep moving down.
Oh, wow. Number one.
And here we go. All right. Oh, good.
April.
April.
She's in. Okay.
So good afternoon, everybody. We're not starting yet. We're working our way through the technical pieces of it. We do have our first person sitting. As soon as we're ready, we're going to have you speak, but hold on.
Okay.
Everybody else should be sitting down. Just so you know, there's a couple things that we would appreciate you do. So I know you all want to cheer and clap for your respective people, but we ask that you do it like this, which is kind of keeps us moving along. And it gets us to honor the deaf community. So it gives us, it's a twofer kind of there. And this way we don't have it impacting the next speaker. We have 304 people that are speaking tonight. 304 people is 15.3 hours. So that you can all do the math. That is 3 hours after 12 hours puts us at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. So that puts us at, if everybody speaks for 3 minutes, that puts us at 7 tomorrow morning. I don't think that that's how long this is going to take, but that's what's going on here. So we want you all to respect the next person so that we can move this along in some sort of rhythmic fashion that will get us going along. So, yes, young lady, are you ready yet? What? And you'll notice there'll be some of us online. Well, very few people will be in the room, so we'll have people online that are listening in. Last night I listened in until about 1-ish, 1:30, 12:30. I'm not certain how late we're here. How late were we here last? Okay, you're all set. We're being taped right now. Are you recording? Okay, great. Okay, so good afternoon. We're going to open up the public hearing for the health subcommittee, which deals with the agencies associated with the health subcommittee, which we talked to today. So first up is Deanna Hagan. Deanna, the floor is yours. You got
It's
3
Diana.
minutes.
Diana Hagan. Yes, good evening, Senator Ostin and esteemed members of the remote committee. My name is Diana Hagan, and I'm a social worker and the delegated speaker for the members of Common Ground that are standing here that have all written testimony here in East Hartford. I'm here to testify regarding the importance of supporting integrated community health and behavioral health agencies, and to ask our legislators to help mental health parity get passed so it gets some teeth, back housing programs as prioritized by the Partnership for Strong Communities, and promote cost-saving peer respites because they're out there, but people don't know about them. I love what I do, and I wish that that everybody could see what I see. I get to witness the positive changes that occur in people's lives every day at Intercommunity. I've seen homeless people get housing and get back to work. I've seen people who were once broken get diplomas and degrees, lose 100 pounds, get married, and really start to live again. Integrative healthcare centers like Intercommunity strive every day to serve our communities with care while actively challenging health inequities and providing services that people need to thrive, not just live. We assist people with their treatment compliance. Wraparound services are the safety nets to keep people from falling through the cracks of the depressive rabbit hole of illness, isolation, and fear. Providers that can communicate with one another proactively benefit thousands of people to maintain stability in their lives. If symptoms of mental or physical unwellness go unnoticed and untreated, then patient noncompliance will make matters worse every time. It leads to more serious and costly inpatient hospitalizations. Integrative health care keeps people safe, stable, supported, and health conscious, which is also great for our communities and the state's bottom line. Now is a critical time to make the needs and health of our communities at the top of our priorities in Connecticut. We need to address the elephant in the room that Medicaid is uncertain. We need to address the fact that increased funding cannot be put off for years as it has in the past, for the lives of the people in Connecticut depend on their ability to receive health care services. Nonprofits do so much with so much less, but we cannot function well with austerity budgets within this economy. Let us not forget so easily that when hospitals were overwhelmed during the pandemic, it was integrative health centers that kept people out of the hospitals while providing COVID testing and vaccine distribution. We made it through that pandemic with these services. The other thing is peer respite expansion is a proactive measure to decrease the costly episodes of inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations. They need to be built and promoted to our communities so that the people who need them know that they're there as an alternative to hospitalization and can overcome their episodes in a safe and natural environment amongst peers. I ask that this legislature ensure that the state can increase the monetary sustenance required for integrated health centers, enforce parity in health insurance, prevent hospitalizations by providing peer respites, and back policies to improve and sustain affordable and safe housing in Connecticut. We can be better than the rest of the country. Thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Up next is Peggy Ann Roman, and Peggy is online. Peggy, the floor is yours.
My name is Peggy Woman. I live
I live in Stratford.
Chicago, and I have a mom, and we need money.
The
Kidney Center, the program, and
drop-in center.
They need more help and group drop-in, and the staff are
The staff at Project Journey.
And let the staff work hard, pay them more money. We need more rent. So my friend come to come. They need that.
Thank you.
So- Hi, I'm Valerie Williams. I'm Peggy Ann's sister. And what she was saying is that we need a new van so my friends can come because they need rides to get there. And she goes to the drop-in center, which is also part of the Kennedy Center. And friends want to go, but they don't have enough staff there, so her friends can't go. So she would like to see more money for the Kennedy Center and their staff. And just to add that as Peggy's family, we see how hard it is on Peggy Ann when the staff leave for other jobs. We understand that they don't get paid well, and that's why they leave. And Peggy, we have a big family. We all work. We all live in Connecticut. We all pay taxes in Connecticut.
And I pay taxes too.
We pay taxes and we vote. And we want our tax dollars going to help the most needy of our citizens. We want the staff that work in nonprofits taking care of people to get a livable wage.
And please.
Thank you. You guys have a nice night. Up
Thank you.
next, bye-bye. Up next, Neha Shanavas. Neha, the floor is yours.
Hey, mommy, that's what I did.
Good afternoon, respected members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Neha Shanavas, and I'm a freshman at the University of Connecticut in the BSMD program and a resident of Bloomfield. I'm here to talk to you about my journey in substance misuse prevention. My involvement began at the Sport and Medical Science Academy in Hartford after a tragedy shook my community. A fellow student, Ethan, passed away at just 13 years old, losing his life to a fentanyl overdose inside our school. A place that was supposed to be about learning and improving our lives became a place where one's ended. This loss ignited my passion for prevention. I joined the Governor's Prevention Partnership Youth Advisory Board, which is funded by the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, advocating for change and working on initiatives like the Prevention Starts With You campaign. We distributed almost 60,000 Deterra drug deactivation pouches, preventing the misuse of over 2.6 million pills. I testified here at the state capitol pushing for policy changes last session, including the bill that provides free Deterra drug disposal pouches with prescriptions. Seeing those pouches in my local CVS was proof that our voices matter. We can create real change together. Beyond that, it showed me that youth voices matter. The loss I experienced was tragic, but it was not unique. Substance misuse, addiction, and overdoses are everywhere in our world, and we need to work together to prevent them. A key part of my journey has been the invaluable mentorship I've received from the Governor's Prevention Partnership. At GPP, I was fortunate to have mentors who believed in my voice and guided me through complex policy discussions and community advocacy. The guidance I received gave me the confidence to step up, take initiative, and lead projects that made a tangible difference. It reminded me that while prevention starts with awareness, mentorship is what sustains the process. Earlier this month, I was honored to receive CADCA's 2025 Outstanding Youth Leader of the Year award for my work with GPP. As a leading international drug prevention organization based in Washington, D.C., CADCA recognized not just my efforts, but the groundbreaking work that's happening in Connecticut, initiatives unlike any other in the world. Prevention must be woven into our systems, not just as a response to tragedy, but as a proactive effort to save lives. It is with the highest financial and emotional support that prevention can change lives. I stand here testifying to speak for those who we have lost, including Ethan. Their memory fuels my commitment to prevention, and I hope you let it fuel yours as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me today. I hope together we can make a difference.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Joseph, Cynthia. Joseph, floor is yours.
Nice to be here again. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Joseph J. Cynthia, and I'm a registered voter from Waterbury and a client of the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I've had mental health issues since I was 17 with several suicide attempts. I'm here to address the budget and ask for additional funds for mental health services. Hopefully $300 million more for nonprofit agencies over the next 2 years, if you could. That would be nice. I also receive services at Mental Health Connecticut through their Wellness Center, the Independent Center. Like most nonprofits, they've been trying to get by with less funding than is required to provide all the services of the poor and needy they serve. The Independent Center provides a safe place for people to go that is drug and alcohol free. They provide food and meals, groups about mental health, and training opportunities. They receive the bulk of their budgets through DEMAS, with other additional funds coming from charities like the United Way and grants from donors. I understand that the state of Connecticut is running record budget surpluses, and it seems to be going to some sort of rainy day fund. Well, I think this is a rainy day. I mean, what do you consider to be a rainy day? I would consider it right now. We have economic factors putting a squeeze on residents, and especially the poor and needy need you to provide them with some sort of relief. I ask you to suspend the fiscal guardrails temporarily until inflation gets under control, energy costs are more affordable, and more housing becomes available. There's no point in having a rainy day fund if you don't use it for times like these. Residents, especially the poor and needy, require you to do the right thing and assist them during these hard times. Please remove the fiscal guardrails to deal with these urgent needs. I don't think that you or Governor want to generate surpluses on the back of the poor and needy. All the residents of Connecticut have been hit hard by inflation, sky-high energy prices, and lack of affordable housing. We need you, our representatives, to provide us with relief from these problems. Please don't let the budget pass without providing us relief from these hard times. We need you to do the right thing for us as our representatives. As a client of mental health, I've seen many people with serious needs. They're marginalized by our society, have few family and friends, and require help of the most basic sorts. There are much higher mortality rates in this subclass of residents. Many have slipped through the cracks of our social safety net due to lack of funds. The Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services needs more money to allocate to this vulnerable population. Nonprofits especially require more money. Perhaps $300 million for the next 2 years. I don't think that's too much to ask. If you don't increase the money substantially, you will be cutting many programs that residents depend on to meet basic needs.
Thank
For
you.
letting me to testify And nice seeing you again.
Nice seeing you.
President Walker.
Tiana Peoples,
Have a good evening.
Tiana Peoples.
Good afternoon. When she called Tiana Peoples, everybody started getting up. I was like, who's Tiana?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tawana Peoples, and I'm here to represent the branch of New Haven. I'm a volunteer, and basically I'm here just to represent for my mental health as far as,
Come closer to the microphone.
excuse me, my mental health as far as my recovery. I started my journey back in 2005. I relapsed a couple of times, but for my purpose, CCAR has been a home, a family. And with cutting the budget and closing any of the centers will be devastating, not only for me, but for thousands of people who suffer with mental health, who suffer with addiction. And I'm just asking that you consider not just my words, but the words that are behind me, the words that were before me. You know, this is a center that helps people from who were being incarcerated, which I also suffered with. We just need our centers to continue to stay open. It's devastating that we have to be here today to share with you, but in hopes that, you know, we can, excuse me, I'm a little nervous. But I pray that, you know, you hear our words, not just mine, but you hear our words. You know, I was born addicted to drugs, and without having CCAR, I don't know where I will be today. And I just ask you to, you know, to continue to help our doors stay open with that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Erin Conley online. Erin Conley. Go ahead. You're muted. You've got to unmute yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, Senator Olson, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Erin Keneally. I'm a physical therapist, a resident of West Hartford, Connecticut, and a proud employee of the Department of Developmental Services. I've had the pleasure of working for DDS since 2012. I'm here today to talk about both as a public citizen and a physical therapist working in the field since the mid-1990s. Prior to working for the state of Connecticut, I worked in many different settings, long-term, short-term, home care settings, hospital settings. And in each setting, I could see individuals with intellectual disabilities not always getting the equal quality of care that they deserve. Many of my barriers came from reimbursement rates, whether it was Medicare or regular insurance. This made my time to spend with individuals that have intellectual disabilities harder. Most of my time, I had to double up, triple up patients. Individuals with intellectual disabilities really do not function well in a setting where you have limited time, because you need to provide extra communication and extra resources for them. Fast forward, I now, for the past 3 years, have been able to work with families in DDS living in the community. It's been a very worthwhile experience to see how much families put into their individuals and how much care they provide with very limited resources. I'm here to advocate for increased funding and continued funding to provide clinical services, whether it be physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, behavioral, and psychology services. These services are not available in the community to the extent that they need to be. Many staff don't have the ability to spend the time with the individuals or have the experience to work directly with them with issues of autism and intellectual disabilities. It is far too often that we limit what we provide to our individuals that have intellectual disabilities and severe medical issues. Provision of disabilities and age alone is working against them. And many of the caregivers are aging in place. We need to provide services to allow families to maintain their individuals at home and provide the highest quality of care. And when they can't provide the services at home, we need to provide those services in community group homes that would allow them to live out the rest of their lives as best as possible. What I'm going to say is cutting any vital services that are supported regarding therapy is going to result in a domino effect of increased hospitalizations and increased care in long-term care centers. In essence, funding now and being proactive will prevent excessive funding in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Taylor?
Taylor, you have something that you need to ask?
I sure do. Thank you. We have someone in the attendees, Sky Devices, SkyPad 8 Pro. And I'm fairly certain we don't have anyone in our list of speakers by that name. So I am going to give you permission to speak. If you could just identify who you are so we can identify you on our speakers list. You have permission. I've asked you to unmute. If you could unmute and just let us know who you are. Sky Devices, SkyPad 8 Pro.
Well, we
Going
gave them
once?
time to talk.
Going twice sold.
So
Thank-
we're going on. Cynthia Williams? Cynthia Williams? Okay, thank you. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Williams, and I'm here to ask for money for the budget for the mental health. I came to the mental health center in '99, but I left and I came back in 2010 when I was sliced and almost murdered, not knowing what was going to happen to me. But I became more independent. I made friends. I became an advocate, a motivational speaker. I've done so many things that I never thought I could do. I was on drugs for a long time. I have a wall of fame of all the certificates and all the stuff that I've done. I even did art. I did art. I even made a picture with Lieutenant Governor Bisowitz. I've got pictures with Senator Hartley. I've done so many things at the Independence Center. So we need the money because as y'all keep giving us this little bit, the staff is leaving, the activities are not like they used to be. As I became an advocate for the Independence Center and the mental health, I've learned that as I get well, I help others get well. And with this money being dwindled, people are not getting the help they need. And it's sad because I came from nothing. And I was on drugs for a long time and I never knew who or what I could do or be. And I went to this place after being sliced and robbed, thinking that nothing was gonna happen for me. And there I changed my whole life. Now I'm doing things I never thought I could ever do. So I'm asking you to continue pushing for the mental health and people and I'm in an electric wheelchair. And it took forever to get an electric wheelchair. It took forever to get a battery. I went to Jersey City and taught art in the wellness center. And I had to leave because I couldn't get a battery for my wheelchair. I couldn't get a prosthetic leg, a good one for me to walk around and be independent. I value my independence. And I thank you for listening. And I hope that you will know that what you've done unto the least of them, you've done it unto God, because you have the power to help the less of them. And we are the less of them because we're on fixed incomes. We can't make it from sometime day to day. And a girl came to me today just seeing that I'm striving to stay clean and sober, helps her want to stay clean and sober. And it's a good feeling when you can help somebody else change their life for the better. You know, not having family and friends and people that let me know that who I could be and what I could be. If God allowed me to see 65 next month, I thank him because I've literally leaned on him and he has changed my whole life around. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Emily Brown online. Emily?
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Emily Brown. I am a lifelong resident of Connecticut from Putnam. I am a supervising developmental service worker with the Department of Developmental Services at Raven Lawn Group Home in Danielson. I'm here today to urge you to properly fund our department and our facilities so we can provide the best services possible for the individuals we serve and support. I've been with DDS for 16 years, and the individuals we serve, their access to their services and programs they need continues to be negatively impacted by underfunding. I'm often frustrated because we have limited options for day programs, clinical supports, etc. Most of the day programs that would be helpful for our individuals are very inaccessible, with very few located in Eastern Connecticut, and driving them for hours away to get to such services is really not reasonable. They're losing key services such as access to speech language pathology, which in my previous tenure, earlier in my service with Connecticut, was offered weekly or at least several times a month. And now it's, we're lucky if individuals get to see them once every 3 to 4 months. And given the complex medical needs of the individuals, that's way too little. The reason is the state cut practically all of the specialists who would service group homes like ours, and there's just now a few covering the entire state. Not enough at all to handle the demand. Additionally, I find myself regularly mandated to work overtime shifts at times, sometimes multiple times in a week. We don't have enough staff in multiple sectors of the agency to provide the care necessary, and it results in myself and many of our staff working longer hours. This past Thanksgiving was the first Thanksgiving I've been able to enjoy with my family in over 5 years. I've been mandated for doubles and even triple shifts the last 5 years, other than this year, this first time. Sometimes, we have to do it because there's no one else to work, and we do it because we care. We want the individuals we take care of to have the right care and service to be healthy and happy themselves. At one point in my location, we were down to 5 staff members plus myself when we should have had 15, including myself. We were working with a third of the recommended staffing, and we powered through, but it really was mainly because we had a few folks who were working insane hours, and the rest of us, were just getting mandated. It's important that you don't cut funding to critical programs that individuals like this depend on. And honestly, it needs to be increased, not cut. They need to know that the services they depend on, the staff they depend on, and the programs they enjoy and depend on will continue to be there for them. And we request that you fully fund DDS in your upcoming budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Taylor?
Hello again. So we have a phone number in the attendees list, and we need to be able to identify you. So again, I will give you permission to talk. If you could just unmute yourself and let us know who you are so we can get you in the queue. Phone number is 860-460-2968. Could you let us know who you are, please?
Okay,
All right.
next. Up next is Karen Niag. Karen?
Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Karen Niag. I live in Torrington 63rd District. My 27-year-old daughter Stephanie, who has a disability, resides in an Oak Hill group home in the 65th District. 27 years ago, Stephanie was born with the same potential as any other child. Her sweet disposition and perfect features were soon overshadowed by the label of disability, a label that has shaped every aspect of our life. Despite this, we have always been committed to providing her with the best care and education possible. She benefited from the protections offered by the educational law, but eventually we faced with the difficult reality that the level of her care she would require a lifetime, beyond my lifetime of care. In 2016, our family became part of the Oak Hill community. I've been the privilege of serving on the board member for the last 5 years. Like the famous John Lennon song, Imagine, which challenges us to envision a world without peace, I ask you today to imagine a world without Oak Hill. I, along with many other families, have worked tirelessly along with Oak Hill to ensure that individuals like Stephanie receive the care that they need. I see the firsthand extraordinary efforts that Oak Hill makes to design safe, healthy, stimulating environments for all the individuals they support across Connecticut. Oak Hill services are carried out by dedicated, compassionate staff who care tailored to each person's unique needs. But the care comes at a cost, not just in funding, but to ensure that the staff who provide the care are valued. These workers deserve a livable wage that reflects their hard work and dedication. This is why I'm here today to urge you to support increased funding for nonprofits like Oak Hill with a built-in cost of living adjustments to ensure their financial stability. Over the years, while there have been small increases in funding, there's not been enough to sustain the long-term needs of an organization like Oak Hill. The slow erosion of funding has led to a critical staffing crisis, which is directly tied to the state's budget decisions. It's incomprehensible to me that after years of advocacy and families speaking out, the scope and the impact on the staff has not been addressed. I'm here today to ask to support the $264 million request for the nonprofits in the state budget. This funding is crucial in maintaining the high level of care that Oak Hill and similar organizations provide. Without it, the future services of people like my daughter, this future is uncertain. Thank you for allowing me to share my family's experience with you today. I hope you will consider the importance of this work for the valid services. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Ivan Del Valle. Floor is yours, sir.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and esteemed virtual members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ivan Del Valle, and I'm a registered voter and a resident of the city of New Britain. I serve as Recovery Community Center Program Manager for CCAR, Connecticut's Community for Addiction Recovery. I'm here today to express my opposition to House Bill 06864, which impacts funding for vital services that support our recovery community, young people, and families. This bill threatens to close centers in cities most affected by the opioid and fentanyl crisis, where services are urgently needed. Recovery is not a one-time journey. It's a lifetime journey. The individuals that we serve require ongoing support to address addiction and underlying challenges that come with it. Unfortunately, this bill does not prioritize these essential services adequately. As someone in long-term recovery myself, I know firsthand the critical services like those provided by CCAR are very important. As of February 10th of this year, I've been abstinent from cocaine and alcohol use for a period of 13 years now, thanks to programs like CCARs and the services that we offer. Without these services, individuals face a much higher risk of reoccurrences and setbacks. CCAR services help people rebuild their lives, repair relationships, and re-enter society as productive members. Without continued funding, we risk undermining the very foundation of hope for those in recovery. Cutting these resources impact not just the individuals, but their families, our communities, and our broader healthcare system as well. Untreated addiction leads to increased hospitalization, increased crime, incarceration, and homelessness, which places a significant burden on our society. I urge you to reconsider this bill and prioritize recovery support services. CCAR's programs help individuals overcome addiction and prevent long-term public health and safety issues. By investing in services like those offered by CCAR, we are investing in a stronger and a healthier community. What do we say to the communities that we can no longer support? Recovery community centers, like those operated by CCAR, provide a safe and welcoming environment for individuals seeking recovery. These centers offer critical resources, peer support, and programs that empower people to rebuild their lives and become contributing members of society. For many of these services are the difference between a reoccurrence and recovery, between despair and hope. Recovery community centers like CCAR offer recovery coaching and peer support that is compassionate and effective. It provides free access and tools, resources, and education to support long-term recovery. It creates an inclusive space where individuals can find hope, healing, belonging, and feel safe. These services are essential to addressing Connecticut's addiction crisis. To continue these efforts, I urge this committee to allocate additional funding to DEMAS, specifically to support recovery community centers. This investment is not just compassionate, it's fiscally responsible. Recovery services reduce the strain on emergency services, our law enforcement, and criminal justice system while improving public health and strengthening our communities. In closing, I respectfully ask that you prioritize funding for the Recovery Community Centers, CCAR. By doing so, you will help countless of individuals and their families across our state find hope, healing through recovery. Thank you for your time and your commitment to this issue.
Thank you. Up next is Daniel Gaines. Is Daniel Gaines here?
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Gaines, and I'm a registered voter from Waterbury, Connecticut. I want to speak on the budget for mental health nonprofit agencies. I have experienced using the service system to take care of my mental health needs. I was diagnosed when I was 17. I have never been hospitalized because of the service system. Part of my treatment is socializing at a local mental health social center called Mental Health Association of Connecticut Independence Center. One of the major benefits of the center is the free meals and food bank they give out to their members. Both my roommate and I receive only $23 each from SNAP, so the food they provide is very much needed and appreciated. Part of my condition is affected by the interaction or lack of interaction with peers. I get depressed to the point of feeling like my life doesn't matter if I don't have the interaction with other people who understand what I'm going through. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Alberto Augusta. All right, the floor is yours, sir.
Good evening. My name is Alberto Augusto, known as Cowboy in the recovery community. And I'm proud resident of New London, Connecticut, and a volunteer recovery coach at CCAR. I am here today, a person in recovery, to express the strong support for increased funding from DEMAS. If you were to ask me what CCAR is to me in New London community, this is what I would tell you. CCAR is a safe zone for people that are hurt, people that are broken down. CCAR opens the door to the people with smiles, without any judgment. We help them to find who they are. There is nothing quite like seeing their faces when they realize what they have and what they have gone through, and make them who they are and make them stronger. They have a purpose here. They feel like they are part of a larger community. I'm here today to testify not only in my own journey and the profound impact CCAR has done on my life, but also the exercise of more than 860 individuals who are relying on our center for support and recovery. This organization has not only supported us in our recovery, but has given us the strength and purpose to stand up to fight for New London families. Although we should not have to be in this situation, CCAR is more than just a resource. This is a home, a safe space, a foundation for those seeking recovery connection. What makes CCAR truly special is the variety of people in our community. We come from different backgrounds, religion, race, and walk of life. Yet, here we are in one family with one voice. We lift each other up, we support one another to ensure that no one has to walk this path alone. And many times at CCAR, I have been lucky to have spent over 600 hours volunteering at the center. Though this, I have been able to give back to the community that has given me so much. This opportunity to empower me to help others with continuing to grow in our recovery. For me, CCAR is more than just a place. It's a family, a foundation, and a beacon of hope for all who seek it. I'm here forever grateful to be part of this incredible community and to contribute to the mission of recovery, support, and unity. I'm urging this committee to give additional funding to Demons, specifically to support the Recovery Community Center. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Up next is Kyle Connors. Is Kyle Connors here? Kyle,
Yes, I am here.
go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, and respective Appropriations Committee. My name is Kyle Connors. I've been going to CCAR since January 5th. Connecticut Community Center of Addiction Recovery in New Haven has enabled my self-growth, the development as a contributing member of society. The interactions I've experienced and continue to experience in the CCAR community have fostered my communication skills on a personal and a professional level. As a person in the recovery community, CCAR has and continues to play a major role in my recovery process, which in return has positive effect on the community I interact with. CCAR has directly fostered the development of my workforce skills, dependability, responsibility, punctuality, accountability, and given me purpose. CCAR's volunteer roles that CCAR specifically offers lap over into career skills that will always be relevant and are in demand. Specific to YPFS and the extended hour operations have enabled many like myself to gain employment, yet continue to engage in an inclusive community of transformed people, transforming people. As a person re-entering society, CCAR has been largely foundational to my successfully reintegrating into society and rebuilding my life with balance and corrective action. These programs continue to be of monumental need, of which CCAR's culture, values, objectives, and missions fill. The practice recovery. That's it. I'm just here to support CCAR and the impact that it's had on my life. And this is so significant because I'm a person who was released on December 16th this past year. And CCAR has been monumental for my reintegration with their encouragement, support, and inclusivity. And I believe the need is there and it will continue to be there. And CCAR fills that need. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Holly Smith. Holly Smith, are you here? Holly Smith. Next is Noreen Knoll online. Noreen Knoll. Noreen. Noreen Knoll. I know I see her. Noreen? Noreen, you gotta unmute yourself.
Okay, I just did.
Okay, there you go. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm here on behalf of, House Bill 06864. My name is Noreen Knoll. I live in Fairfield and I'm the parent of two sons with special needs. Eric is a 58-year-old. He is autistic and has been receiving services through DDS and the nonprofit agency Kennedy Collective since 1987. My son Robert is 54 and he became blind in 1975 and has received services through DDS and the nonprofit agencies of Oak Hill for the past 50 years and Mark for over 10 years. Eric worked with a group from the Kennedy Center and now called Collective with a job coach at UniFirst in Stratford for 16 years. He loved to work hard and took pride in what he did. That ended when COVID hit and they weren't called back. He hasn't worked since. They provided programs for him and has currently been involved with a retirement program, which includes going to the senior center for exercise and other activities 3 days a week. And on the other 2 days, they do other activities. Over the past several months, there have been several staff changes. The two people that ran that program left about a week apart because they were expected to do, some managerial things and with no increase in their $19 per hour wage, and that there was no increase in sight. Since that change occurred, one of the people that replaced them has also left. Robert, when he became blind, started receiving schooling and support in learning to adapt to his new life. They have helped him through various health situations, including many surgeries and stage 3 colon cancer. He is currently a 10-year cancer-free. Their care and support over the last 50 years has been phenomenal. Most recently, staffing has become an issue for various reasons, but most importantly is the lack of adequate funding for many years in the Connecticut budget. It looks like it's happening again. The state is basically putting our loved ones' programs in jeopardy. If nonprofits are forced to cut back on services, or worse, some to close, who will provide what these special people need? Some do not have families to care for them. Most of them do, but they may not be able to safely care for them because of aging and other changes in their physical abilities. Please substantially increase funding to DDS and the nonprofits so these people can thrive in their environment safely under the care of compassionate people who are trying to earn a decent living to support their own families. How long can you survive without even a cost of living increase over the last 5 years? Please increase the budget for DDS and nonprofits. Would you do it if it was for your family?
Thank you. Up next is Dan Reynolds. Is Dan Reynolds here? Dan Reynolds?
He will be coming on later, Madam Chair.
Okay. Lorna Sedor? Lorna Sedor?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lorna Sedor, and I'm on the Board of Directors for Oak Hill, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6864, the governor's budget. Oak Hill is the largest provider of disability services in Connecticut, and we contract with almost all of the state human service agencies and are a recognized DDS provider. And when fully staffed, we employ about 1,600 people in almost 150 programs, serving 3,500 individuals and their families across Connecticut, including in 65 group homes. I want to start by saying that we very much appreciate the one-time increases the legislature has provided this past year, but the reality is that Oak Hill and other nonprofits continue to be hit by crippling increases in all costs, which you know a lot about already. But tonight, I want to focus on the critical staff shortage that we continue to face year after year that has put us and other nonprofits in what I would call a very dire situation. And it's a direct result of continued underfunding to the point we are simply no longer competitive in the job market. Oak Hill employs over 800 direct support professionals, including nurses, OTs, PTs, teachers, paraprofessionals, social workers, and managers. And the state sets our rate and the pay for our staff. But I'd like you to consider this scenario. A direct care staff person at Oak Hill has a starting wage of $17.25 an hour based on current state funding levels. Yet that very same individual, when starting off the same career at a state direct care position, will begin at $26 an hour and can count on a cost of living increase in the years ahead. This imbalance has yet to be acknowledged and rectified, and we're respectfully asking you to do that this session. And this is not just a labor issue. This imbalance has resulted in a crisis of care, and it is preventable. We're facing nearly 400 job vacancies. We've been forced to close 20 programs over the last 10 years in group homes and day programs. Beds in our group homes sit empty. Classrooms remain underutilized because we can't staff them. We can't take new referrals from the DDS waiting list, and those in desperate need of services are stuck at home on wait lists and unnecessarily using emergency services. We're simply asking for a fair shake. Despite the staffing shortage, underfunding, and lack of cost of living increases, our staff's dedication, commitment, and compassion remain steadfast and undeniable, but we cannot continue to take them for granted. We all agree that the people we care for and serve need to eat, have the lights on, and be safe and warm, but so do our staff. It is not acceptable that year after year, these stagnant rates perpetuate the crisis. Connecticut has the money to pay for livable wages for direct care staff. Please help us achieve staffing stability and address rising costs and preserve the critical services that Oak Hill and other community nonprofits provide. And you can do that by increasing funding for nonprofit programs by $264 million in fiscal year 26, which would include a 6% increase for staff. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next is Lisa McNeil.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa McNeil, and I'm a voter of the town of Seymour, Connecticut, and I'm a vice president at Easter Seals of Greater Waterbury. I have the privilege of overseeing dedicated teams who provide essential services to approximately 190 individuals within the DDS system. These services include employment support, community integration such as volunteerism and fostering meaningful relationships, and habilitative services that allow individuals to live safely and successfully in their own homes or in independent settings. Our staff are deeply committed professionals who work tirelessly to empower individuals to achieve their personal goals. They advocate for those who may not have a voice, and they provide the critical support that allows individuals with disabilities to live fulfilling, self-directed lives. The recent increases in the past couple of years in funding have had a direct and positive impact at Easter Seals on our ability to hire and retain skilled employees. However, as we all recognize, the cost of living continues to rise. If wages for our workforce do not keep pace with these economic realities, we risk losing the very employees who make these life-changing services possible. The challenge is particularly severe for individuals requiring one-to-one supports. These roles involve complex care, including personal care and behavioral support. Yet employees can earn comparable wages or even more in positions that do not require such demanding responsibilities. Despite our best efforts, we still struggle to fill vacancies. In our community-based in-home services program alone, we have individuals and families who are currently on a wait list simply because we do not have enough staff to meet the demand. Without these critical supports, many families will be left with no choice but to seek residential placement for their loved ones, disrupting their lives and placing an even greater strain on our state resources. At Easter Seals, we are eager to do more. We want to expand our programs to serve undersupported populations, including individuals with high medical needs and those living in areas with limited service options. Too many individuals and families have little to no choice in the services they receive simply because programs do not exist in their communities. However, without the ability to recruit and retain skilled staff, these much needed expansions will not be possible. The workforce shortage is not limiting just our current services, it is preventing us from reaching those who need the support the most. While the governor's proposed budget includes a modest increase in the second year, it also projects a funding cut at the start of the next biennium. I urge you to prioritize continued investment in these services, the individuals we support, their families, and the workforce who make this all possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Up next is we're going back to Dan Reynolds, and there'll be 5 people on this. Dan Reynolds, Doris Reed, David Duval, Dawn Andrade, and Rob Burrell. Ready. Okay, guys, go ahead. And just say your names, please, as you speak.
No, go ahead. All right. Good evening, Representative Walker.
Turn on your microphone, please.
Good evening, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and all the members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Rob Burrell, President of SEIU 1199, which represents, as you well know, 25,000 healthcare workers in Connecticut. I'm here tonight with a number of our members in group home agencies that are private sector but funded through DDS. My comments will be specific to the group home agencies, but you could say the exact same thing for our DCF and DMIS funded private sector members. I've been an organizer for 35 years at this point in my life. And what I'm here to say briefly before I turn it over to our members who will talk firsthand is that conditions for workers in these industries are more desperate than any time in the 35 years that I've been talking to workers. In terms of client care, what we are seeing is that education sites and recreational activities have dried up due to program closures and lack of funding that goes back to at least 2008 and the Great Recession, and that conditions for workers are as dire as any I have seen. We have members of our union who are in, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 worth of credit card debt. People are only able to maintain housing in certain, and that's just, to live, okay? Nothing extravagant, just to live. People are doubling up with family members, adult children who are working to be able to maintain housing for themselves. We have members who are living in their cars. We have members who work, 2 full-time jobs and need to work, 100 hours a week just to be able to maintain, their basic standard of living. And generally what we're seeing is that workers in these agencies are at their breaking point, that it has impacted client care because it is so difficult to recruit staff at the wages that currently exist. Right now, most group home workers make about $37,000 a year. That in a state where for a single parent to take care of one child, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology says that one needs to make about $100,000 a year. So, workers in our union are telling us that, they don't want to go on strike, but they are more than willing to do it because it is the only way that they see their economic circumstances improving. I'm going to turn the rest of my time over to our members.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, all those assembled, and thanks to the testimonies of everyone that's gone before me. My name is Dan Reynolds. I work as a residential instructor at Alternative Services, Inc., currently operating at one of our group homes in Noank. I come before you today to testify in support of increased funding for health services in the DDS. I've been a support services professional for 4 years now, firstly as an in-home staff for our supported living consumers, and currently in a communal living arrangement where I support up to 4 residents at a time. These folks depend on myself and my other coworkers daily to provide a level of care and autonomy for them that they, for various reasons, are unable to achieve for themselves. We supply healthy meals, monitor their medical needs, and help them make appropriate choices in many areas of daily living, such as recreation, education, and employment programs. In short, we are there to assist in allowing for the best possible lives for those individuals and the populations that we serve. And we like our jobs. There is an indescribable and unique satisfaction when you know that what you do makes a difference in the lives of other human beings. We aren't manufacturing car parts or slinging boxes at some warehouse. What we're doing is enabling a vulnerable and disadvantaged population to realize the highest possible goals for themselves and to achieve a level of purpose and satisfaction in this life that all of us have an inalienable right to enjoy. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, there exists a lot of disparity in this field. Good men and women that give themselves day in and day out, sometimes at great personal expense, still struggle to put food on their own tables. Electrical bills, car payments, rent or mortgage payments, childcare expenses, medical bills, these and more stretch those hard-earned dollars thin to the point that many families are forced to make some pretty difficult decisions. This, of course, is only one facet of the problem. Employee pocketbooks aside, a lack of competitive wages ensures that DDS service agencies across the board almost universally suffer from understaffing, which in turn impacts the quality of life that our consumers depend on us for. Without adequate coverage, how then should we be able to implement exercise and recreational programs, special events, or day trips? I, for one, am tired of apologizing to my people after explaining to them yet again that we can't go shopping or to the park or to the movies simply because we don't have the resources necessary to support them adequately. Understaffing puts more of a burden on all of us to do more with less, leading to exhausted or burned out employees, unsafe working conditions, disgruntled consumers, exacerbated or even violent behaviors, and potential increases in instances of abuse or neglect. This is why we're here today, to implore you, the good men and women of leadership. You have the power to fix this. Lift our direct care workers out of poverty, fund the DDS appropriately so that we may provide the proper care to those we support. Provide the communities we serve with adequate resources, not just to survive, but to thrive. We workers are counting on you. Our consumers are counting on you. The families of both are counting on you. We know you won't let us down. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. We're all still at it. I've been here a long, long time. Anyway, my name is David Duval, and I live in Mansfield. I work as a residential program worker for Oak Hill School in Bolton. I've been employed with Oak Hill for 33 years, and for all those years, I've been coming to this building with the same message in my heart, pleading for improved funding for the Department of Developmental Services in our program. My testimony has been chopped, so I'll make sense out of it. I'll do my best. Okay, so sadly, for the better part of those 33 years, we are always told the money just isn't there. We've seen some small increases, but not enough to make any big impact, and that's been nothing. And then it's been nothing. We were even expected to survive a 12-year stretch of flat funding, 12 years. Add inflation, and the money isn't doing what money is supposed to do. Okay, and I guess our jobs can be dangerous. We drive vans, administer medication, take residents to appointments or the emergency room. And all these tasks demand a fresh and alert body and not an exhausted carcass. You know, the state will tell us what to do by state statute, but not give us the money to do it. And I was wondering if you can feel the frustrating disconnect here. It's do the job, and we'll tell you how to do it, but we won't pay enough to do it. And I know our services cost money, but the state has accepted responsibility for what we do. Group homes and day programs that once gave so much joy, a sense of accomplishment, and a promise of hope to individuals with developmental disabilities are now shuttered and have simply gone away as though they were never there. Folks who might have enjoyed a better life will no longer have that opportunity. Our industry is slipping backwards. A lack of funding has produced a reduction in services and therefore a lack of the best opportunities and best care our residents deserve and are entitled to. I'm looking at retirement in a few years, and it really does make me sad to see opportunity lost for the folks who could have received our services and will not when the money is there. Back in school, I read a quote. It was a Pulitzer Prize winning play back in my college days, and I bet it's a play many of you read as well. Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman. There's a scene in the play where the mother, Linda Lohman, chastises her sons for the lack of care and attention they show towards their father, Willie. And I think that what she said to them has to be said to you. Attention has to be paid. Attention finally has to be paid. The money is there, and it's critically important that you appropriate the funding to DDS that is necessary to provide the programs our residents deserve. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Doris Reed. I'm going to go off my track a little bit. I was a mother of 4 on the state welfare in 1987 through programs through the state that access Oak Hill to help us mothers get off the state. I became a healthcare worker. I've been a healthcare worker from 1988 until the present time. Just that I'm going off. The access for the programs of our members' needs is being impacted frequently because we do not have enough staff in our homes. It's simply when someone is sick or has a behavior to occur, the present residents will have to remain home from their scheduled programs, outings or whatever. Sometimes they often is looking forward to now is the opportunity is not anymore because we don't have another staff, and this and that can stay behind with the person that is unable to go. A lack of staff having also leaves me working up to 70 hours a week, and then management questioning me, why am I working so many hours? Is only explanation I can give them, they constantly need to care. There's no one to care for them. We need people that are going to care for them. So if you could, please end the cycle. We urge you, please, to help us get through and give us what we need to care for these peoples that really depends on every step that we make throughout the day. Thank you.
Go ahead, you have the floor now.
Good evening, Senator Olson, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Dawn Andrade. I worked in a group home setting years back and left to care for my family. Spent time at home caring for my mother, my grandmother, and lastly, my son, who I lost in 2011 due to renal failure. It was a long and hard road caring for 3 people I loved so much. However, when my purpose of caring for them was fulfilled, I knew I had more to give in return to the group home care. It keep me close to them, and truly, it is my purpose on this earth to care for my individuals. You can't keep cutting corners, cutting costs, and expecting staff to stay. We're tired, we are stressed, and I just got off work. And we are worn out. You need to hear our cries today. Provide DDS with funding that's necessary to fill our positions, hire the staff we need to care for our individuals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Haley Collins. Is Haley Collins here? Haley Collins?
I think,
Okay, there
did
you
we
go.
skip number 18, Madam Chair?
No.
Number 18 already spoke.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Good evening, co-chairs, respected members, and representatives of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Haley. I'm a woman in recovery, and I'm also the Recovery Community Center Coordinator for the Torrington CCAR Community Center, which is affected by this budget and would be scheduled to close if the budget is not increased. I previously worked in a clinical treatment center where I noticed there was a constant revolving door of the same people, a lot of the unsheltered population facing challenges, and many, many emergency room visits, overdoses, and death. It was clear that this system wasn't working for everyone, or there was something missing, or at least in the county that I am in, Litchfield County. Now my pathway to my personal recovery is a little different than most, as it wasn't necessarily through a residential treatment program or a 12-step fellowship. I was more so called to holistic healing modalities and spirituality, where there was no support or resources. I started researching down the rabbit hole for something that supported this alternative pathway to recovery and healing the root cause, and I was left to find absolutely nothing. And nothing financially feasible either to support me in this. And this is also something insurance doesn't cover. And like I said, a huge lack of resources in Torrington, other than clinical programs or 1 or 2 AA or NA meetings, which are just once or twice a week for about an hour. This left me isolated, alone, disconnected from myself still, as I had no one to walk alongside me, disconnected from the community, outside of those clinical groups or rare and few meetings. I was also experiencing other peers getting out of treatment and then being hit with reality in the real world when they start facing their triggers and processing trauma head on, but also needing to apply everything that they learned in treatment, but alone. There was no in between. There was no in between to support them in this transition more or walking alongside them through this integration into community. As we all tend to say, you know, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is connection, and connection is the cure. And being disconnected and alone is a dangerous place to be. It could be life or death for some. I believe this reference to be connection not just to other people, but also connection back to our authentic self, connection to passions, activities, and hobbies to fill you up, and also connection to, you know, the world and a higher power. Connection to coping skills and practices to support you, and there was no resources or support in place for figuring this all out, and no one should have to go through those situations alone, especially a dragon as large as addiction. I knew that there had to be others that experienced this. Because I had to start off on my own, I started immersing myself in tons of alternative modalities, training, certifications to fill this gap and create a daily practice for myself for support with things like yoga, acupuncture, sound healing, meditation, connecting to nature, going on hikes, et cetera, and other practices. Now, a handful of years ago, my partner passed away from a fentanyl overdose. I knew I needed to do something to honor his light, also mine too, and my recovery, and I needed that fulfillment. I decided to take the Recovery Support Specialist program and began working at a treatment center with the personal mission of being the bridge for individuals to access modalities, sober supports, integrate into their community, and cultivate connections, explore recovery pathways, find hobbies, and what fills in that void within we once filled with substances. All the while connecting with others and
Haley, you're gonna
reconnecting.
have to wrap up.
Okay. So these CCAR centers, with them being 100% free and having multiple pathways, creates this space to break down the barriers and make these supports to bridge the gaps where the system lacks extremely important. Please increase funding to keep these centers open and operating. It is keeping people in recovery well, making support resources and therapeutic activities and groups accessible to everyone, while transformation, growth, healing, connection, and unity is cultivated in our spaces, which then ripples out into the general community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Vanessa McGee. Vanessa McGee. Go right ahead.
Vanessa C. McGee, testimony. Greeting to the members of the Appropriation Committee. I am here to talk about HB number 6864, an act concerning the state budget for biennium ending June 13th, 2027, and making appropriation therefore. Hello, my name is Vanessa C. McGee. I am a registered voter from Waterbury, Connecticut. I was homeless for 5 years, 2021 through 2025, the years. Someone stole my identity with my social security number and bought a car, set up insurance in my name, and ran up a $3,000 Eversource bill. I thank God for my representative, Geraldo Reyes. He heard my cry. He helped get me an apartment application, and I am now in an apartment after 5 years. I have asthma. I spent 5 years in the bitter cold of New England winters. I am 68 years old and attend the Independence Center often. They are a nonprofit enrichment center in Waterbury, Connecticut. I want you to give me more money to the nonprofit through Demons so that people like me can be helped off the street. Please help us. We need your funding to get by and live well. Okay? I take my psychotropic medications. I take my high blood pressure medications. I take antibiotic. I take asthma inhaler. I take Tylenol. I take high blood pressure pills.
That's a lot.
I take vitamin D. I had all my teeth extracted. I have 4 teeth left in my mouth. But it's bad when you got to get 3 and 4 pulled at a time when your gums collapse. You can't get them all at one time. You have to go for 3 and wait about a month and go get 3 more pulled. And that's bad when you have to go. They take you through a lot. But Independence Center was right there. They was right there the whole time. And Debbie will call me. But when I was homeless, they always worried about me. But they always look for me.
Ms. McGee, I'm going to let Geraldo Reyes know that you came here and praised him today.
Oh, yes, he got me an application. He made sure I get that apartment because I had asthma and I was living in the street and I had COVID-19. And Independence Center in groups, the psychotropic club, they Independence Center, they always teach her in groups. When the authorities come and take you to the hospital, go get checked out. Don't fight. Go peacefully with the authorities.
Thank you.
And let them take you and get yourself checked out. But I didn't want to go because I had COVID. I didn't know I had COVID. Okay. I thought it was asthma. I'm living in the cold weather. Okay. And what happened was I didn't want to go, so they had to get a court order. They put me in the hospital because I had COVID-19. I was sleeping in the street.
Thank you, Ms. McGee.
Asthma.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing my story and have a good evening.
Next is Jennifer Sage. Online. Good afternoon.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. I am here speaking on behalf of CCAR, Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. I'm here to urge you to properly fund our community centers, where I'm a volunteer recovery coach. This is more than just a funding issue. It's a crisis that will have a devastating impact on countless lives of young people and their families in our community. For years, CCAR, the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery Centers, have provided life-changing support recovery services, and guidance to those in need. Shutting down these centers and eliminating young people and family services, as well as our extended hours, means eliminating critical resources that have helped people of all ages in recovery find stability, purpose, and hope. Families who rely on these services will have nowhere to turn. This program saves lives, and we're helping more and more youth every day with our Young People and Families program, which will be lost if the budget cuts are placed. We urge you to keep these people in mind and help prevent their hope of stability in recovery from being lost for good. I urge you to fully fund Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery Centers. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, Angela Benson. Angela Benson, yeah. Okay. Terrence Aiken.
Terrence will be joining us in a little bit.
Okay. Cole Mills. Cole Mills. There we go.
Hello, good evening, Senator Austin, if you're still there, Representative Walker, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Cole Mills. I live in West Hartford, and I'm a licensed behavior analyst and developmental specialist too with the Department of Developmental Services. I'm here today to testify in support of increasing funding for health services in DDS. I got into this particular line of work nearly 20 years ago because of my care for others and a commitment to empower and support those within my community with intellectual disabilities. In my 2.5 years at DDS, I've been able to live out this commitment, serving individuals in various parts of the North region, helping them and their families to address needs that significantly impact their quality of life. Our services are often sought when a person is struggling to manage challenges in a manner that is safe for them, for their family, for their community. And support often aims at reducing behaviors that pose a risk of harm by improving functional communication, teaching skills related to daily living, providing parent and staff training and coaching, and making adjustments to the environment to promote independence. Our team also works to connect families with their local resources like clinical psychologists, psychiatric providers, and therapists. Our goal is to keep people in their own homes when possible. So I, like Erin Keneally, who is a physical therapist who testified earlier, I'm going to speak just kind of specifically to behavioral clinical services, but we do work in collaboration with a number of other professionals. So our team additionally provides ongoing groups to support healthy social and emotional skills in an environment where people can connect with their peers. Our psychologists offer forensic services, conduct psychological testing for eligibility and for placements in situations where a person can no longer be safely supported at home. Our services are crucial to reducing risk of harm to people we support and their families and communities, while also reducing the reliance on hospital emergency department services and residential placement outside of the family home. With this said, our services are underfunded, a burden that falls both on clinicians like myself and the communities we serve. Because of low staffing, many of us have to drive hours away, sometimes 3 hours round trip to reach the people and families we serve. Additionally, understaffing pushes clinicians to manage more community resources than they would otherwise. But we have handled these challenges efficiently and professionally. However, there's no doubt that more staffing would allow clinicians to devote more of their time to service delivery and reduce travel costs incurred by the state. I've also talked to several clinicians who, like me, started in the private sector, but wanted to transition to DDS. They're excited about the work, like we all are, but cannot accept a position where the salary is not as competitive as in the private sector. And I'm, speaking specifically to clinical roles here. If we want to provide high quality services, we must also look at pay. We'll never address understaffing without proper funding for these services. My colleagues and I are committed to our mission, to our partnership with the individuals and families our department serves. And we firmly believe that everyone deserves to fully participate as valued members in their communities. We know the needs of our communities, the communities we serve, but we need your help. Please do the right thing and increase funding for DDS. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, Kelly Juleson. I just wanted to explain why we're being so rigid about the time. with the amount of people that we have signed up today, we will be here until 6 o'clock in the morning. So for us and for everybody here, we want to try and get as many people on, but that's why we really ask you, if you hear the bell, stop, please. Because the more you linger on, that just adds on to more hours. And I don't think, we want to have everybody who can show their faces to everybody out there that they are here testifying. Hi,
Hi.
go right ahead.
Good evening, Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and esteemed members of the committee. I'm Kelly Juleson. I am the co-president of the Governor's Prevention Partnership. We are a 36-year-old youth serving organization that's focused on preventing youth substance use. And I am here today to urge you to prioritize investments in substance use prevention programs at the highest possible level, specifically those within the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Substance use is not just a public health issue. Substance use prevention, is not just a public health issue. It is a smart and effective long-term financial investment for the state of Connecticut. For every dollar that's invested in prevention, it nets anywhere between $10 and $18 in future societal savings. So these investments now are so critically important. And we at the Governor's Prevention Partnership leverage the dollars that we get from the state from at a 1 to almost 2 ratio from other sources and have had a wide-reaching impact. You heard from Neha earlier about the distribution of the doTERRA pouches and taking pills out of circulation here in the state. We've also provided more than 300 hours of technical assistance to mentoring programs. We've worked in every one of your districts, I'm proud to say, in Plainville and West Hartford, New Haven, and out in Norwich with programs who are serving directly our youth. And we continue to do so much important work, and we couldn't do that without the support of DEMIS. Last year, when I came before you, I lauded DEMIS for the growth in the prevention unit. You heard earlier from the commissioner saying that we're down to about 1,000 overdose deaths per year here in Connecticut. That cannot be said that would not have happened without the growth of that agency and that unit, particularly within Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. And over the last year, I've had the very good fortune and honor of representing Connecticut and the Governor's Prevention Partnership at several national prevention conferences. And I say this without fail. Every time experts in the field learn that I am from Connecticut, they always are commending the work and the leadership that we have in the space of substance use prevention and mental health. And certainly that is a credit to you all for making the investment and a credit to the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services for looking for innovative and effective ways to bring substance use prevention to our state. Connecticut has historically recognized the value of prevention from a whole health perspective when we consider things like the health enhancement program that state employees have. But too often, substance use prevention is not treated in the same way. We know that the health enhancement program is so important because of the future savings that it's going to result for in the state. But why are we not treating substance use in the same way? Why are we instead making those tremendous investments in late-term interventions rather than the cost-effective and people-first approach of prevention? So I encourage you all today to please not just flat fund prevention, look to increase prevention services because we know that it matters. Prevention works. Our young people need it. Our future of our state needs it. And I appreciate you all taking time tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. Have a good evening. Next, Erica Soares, and after Erica Soares, Leonard Cipollone. Good evening.
Good evening, respected members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Erica Soares, and I am from Waterbury, Connecticut. I work with the Waterbury Police Activity League, and I'm here today to voice my strong support for continued and expanded funding for prevention in HB 6864. For me, prevention isn't just a policy discussion, it's personal. I grew up facing significant challenges, including periods of instability, exposure to violence, and the absence of consistent support systems. Without the support of prevention programs, my path could have been very different. Programs like mentorship initiatives, youth employment opportunities, and violence prevention efforts gave me stability, guidance, and access to positive role models that I would have not had otherwise. Programs that didn't just offer a temporary solution, but gave me tools, mentorship, and a sense of belonging. Through these programs, I found advice, I found purpose, and I found people who believed in me. Now I dedicate my life to ensuring other young people have those same opportunities and more. Through my work in youth development, I see firsthand how prevention efforts keep kids engaged in school, away from the criminal justice system, and on a path towards success. I work with young people who remind me of myself at their age. Smart, capable, and full of potential, but struggling with circumstances beyond their control. Without adequate funding, these programs cannot reach those who need them most. leaving youth vulnerable to
Could you get
preventable
closer
hardship.
to the mic for me, please? Go ahead.
Organizations like the Governor's Prevention Partnership, a DEMIS-funded organization, play a crucial role in ensuring these efforts remain available. Prevention funding isn't an expense, it's an investment in our youth, in our communities. Without it, we risk losing programs that provide structure, leadership, and pathways to success for thousands of young people across the state. If HB 6864 does not include funding for prevention, programs will face cuts, leaving more youth without the resources they need. Instead, we will find ourselves spending more on reactive measures, incarceration, emergency services, and crisis interventions. I stand before you today as living proof that prevention works. I urge you to continue and expand funding for these critical programs so that other young people can turn their struggles into success just as I did. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to investing in prevention.
Thank you and have a good evening. Leonard? And after Leonard, Susan Schnitzer? Susan? Is Susan here? Is Susan here? Nope. Okay.
Good evening, Senator Osteen and Representative Walker and the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Len Cipollone, and I'm the President and CEO of Easter Seals of Greater Waterbury. We provide early childhood education, outpatient medical rehabilitation, and audiological services, employing over 200 staff, serving more than 4,900 individuals across Greater Waterbury, Meriden, and Danbury. Through the Department of Developmental Services, we support over 190 individuals. Our group supported employment program not only provides an average annual income of $10,000, but also fosters independence, self-worth, and purpose. Employment allows individuals to develop skills, set goals, and contribute to their communities. For those not seeking employment, day support options keep individuals engaged through volunteer work and recreational activities, while transition services help those exploring their next steps gain skills for future employment. We also provide individualized home supports for individuals living with family or independently. Unlike group homes, IHS offers personalized supports helping with daily living, healthcare coordination, budgeting, and transportation, so individuals can remain active and independent. IHS is a cost-effective alternative that allows people to stay in their homes while receiving tailored supports. One of our biggest challenges in the growing wait list for individualized home supports is due to staffing shortages. It takes 4 to 6 weeks to find qualified employees for new cases, leaving individuals and families without essential services. I cannot stress this enough. This is not minimum wage work. Our staff provides critical care for some of the most vulnerable members of our community, yet due to wage compression, their pay is getting closer to minimum wage levels. Despite state-funded increases, wages have not kept pace with Connecticut's rising minimum wage. While our starting wages have increased by 17%, the minimum wage has surged by 62% over the same period. We're losing staff daily to employers offering 20 to 30% higher wages without the immense responsibility of ensuring the health, safety, and well-being of individuals with disabilities. At the same time, we're still recovering from more than a decade without cost of living adjustment. While a recent COLA was appreciated, it barely made a dent after years of flat funding, leaving us struggling to break even. Beyond wages, the cost of doing business has skyrocketed. Insurance, utilities, transportation, facility maintenance, and general inflation have all surged, stretching our already limited resources. With additional funding, we could reduce or eliminate wait lists for individualized home supports, offer competitive wages to attract and retain staff, expand programs that support independence and employment for individuals with disabilities. These investments are not just about sustaining service, they're about ensuring individuals with disabilities have access to opportunity, inclusion, and a better quality of life. I urge you to support a $264 million funding increase for community nonprofits in FY26, including a 6% increase and full annualization of the FY25 ARPA funding, as well as an 8% increase in FY27. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and your support of Connecticut's nonprofits.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Susan Schnitzer, Susan. Okay, moving right along. Edith Boyle. Edith, sorry. Okay. Edith Boyle, and then after Edith Boyle, Brandon. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good evening, Representative Walker and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Edith Boyle, and I'm the President and CEO of LifeBridge Community Services, a nonprofit community-based organization supporting children, adults, and families across Greater Bridgeport. Our organization provides essential outpatient psychiatric services, including counseling, prevention programs, medication management, and case management to over 4,000 individuals. I'm here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs like ours by $264 million in FY26, which includes a Medicaid rate increase for behavioral health and the full annualization of FY25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature. Through DEMIS, we provide services to adults facing serious mental illness or co-occurring psychiatric and substance use disorders. Additionally, LifeBridge collaborates with schools to predict, prevent, and treat the effects of violence. Over the past year, we saw a 32% increase in families seeking help. Of children and adolescents, 53% had experienced 6 or more traumatic events, many of which were related to violence. The mayor of Bridgeport has officially declared gun violence a mental health crisis. Through the Department of Public Health, we provide community violence intervention and prevention services to nearly 2,000 students in Bridgeport high schools. Violence encompasses not only physical injuries, but also emotional and psychological wounds that often go unseen. Accessing mental health services has become essential to combat unhealthy coping mechanisms. We support Governor Lamont's proposed budget to maintain the requested $3.9 million for gun violence prevention through DPH. Additionally, inadequate Medicaid reimbursement is worsening the workforce shortage in behavioral health, even as demand for services grows. After over 175 years of service, our organization has come close to closing, as indicated by our first going concern notice in an annual audit. Currently, 83% of the individuals we serve are on Medicaid, our primary source of revenue. However, the average Medicaid reimbursement rate covers only 43.5% of the actual cost of care. In 2022, 2/3 of U.S. states raised fee-for-service rates to combat the behavioral health workforce crisis. Connecticut must do the same. We recognize that investing in essential services requires updating the state's budget controls. Connecticut can't afford to save for emergencies, reduce debt, and fund critical services for its residents. Therefore, updating the budget guardrails to better support nonprofit services is essential. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits, and thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon Schick, I think he's on line. Brandon, could you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep. Would you like your
Okay.
camera?
Good evening. My name is Brandon Schick, and I'm here tonight to support funding for CCAR, Connecticut Community for Addiction Services as a whole, but notably Torrington Center. I was introduced to CCAR at the hospital seeking help with alcoholism. CCAR was instrumental in my path to recovery by helping me get into a detox and treatment center. Without their help, understanding, encouragement, and support, I'm not sure I would have the opportunity and pleasure to address support for this vital resource in the state, and most notably my community in Litchfield County. The budget cuts proposed will effectively close not only the Torrington facility, but several others throughout the state and reduce services needed in the CCAR community. The result will leave a large number of people without the resources required to find a pathway and continue to support and recovery. CCAR not only helps individuals on the path of recovery, but the families and friends affected by their addiction and bring these families back together. They also support a telephone recovery support for those who are unable to attend meetings or attend support or be able to attend meetings or support inside these the centers. I just hope that you can understand the importance of CCAR and will continue and additional funding to support these centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next is Kathy Flaherty. After Kathy is Mark Donald. Is Mark Donald here? He's online. Well, okay. Mark Donald. Go
Good
right ahead,
evening,
Kathy.
Representative Walker, Senator Austin, and all the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty, and I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project. And CLRP is one of the state's nonprofit providers, and we provide legal services to DEMIS clients. Our clients who are in the hospital also depend on appropriate funding for community nonprofit service providers because they're on wait lists for services. We have people who have managed to do what they need to do in the hospital, recover, get to a point where they're stable, and then they wait. And then they wait some more. And then they wait some more. And if you can imagine being on a locked hospital unit, when you're ready to go and rejoin your community, re-enter your community, rebuild those connections to community, and you're stuck because you're on a wait list for services. That's what happens when we underfund and fail to keep the promise of funding community nonprofit providers in the community-based system of care. So I urge you to think about increasing the funding for those community nonprofits. I also want to add a call for funding for peer-run respite. I myself am a person in recovery from a mental health condition, and I think of what a peer-run respite might have done for me at a time of crisis and could have helped me avoid hospitalization and everything that comes along with a hospitalization, even if it's voluntary. There's a tremendous amount of trauma that happens in the hospital, and that can make recovery more challenging. And instead, if you have a place that's in the community where you can be with peers, where you can learn from each other, where you can support each other, it would be very beneficial. So we're looking for funding for more peer-run respites around the state. We have one right now, but we desperately need more. And I just thank you for the time.
Thank you, Kathy. Have a good evening. Mark Donald? No Mark Donald. Oh, Mark Donald? No. Oh, okay.
Good evening, all. Mark Donald, President and CEO of Catalyst Connecticut, formerly known as RIASAP down in Bridgeport. And I think when I see the faces in front of me, I know I'm preaching to the choir about the importance of public health. And I think the beauty of this hearing right now is, as a public health agency, hearing all friends, colleagues, people across the spectrum of work that we do at Catalyst, from gun violence to behavioral health to working with young people dealing with mental health issues. They give you all the facts. I'm going to give you the passion, right? And there have been many inspiring stories around recovery that we've heard tonight. And I think every person in here in recovery or advocating for recovery can agree that they wish they were not in recovery because they never started. So we have to focus on the prevention, right? With the legalization of gambling, cannabis, the ease of access through mobile devices, et cetera, the rise in anxiety, we have to work on the prevention side, and reducing funding through these positions through DEMIS is not the way to go. Additionally, in terms as we're thinking about gun violence, and grateful that there's $3.9 million currently allocated to the prevention of gun violence, is recognizing that as a public health issue and ensuring that those dollars go to agencies that are committed to gun violence specifically and not bleeding it out. In Bridgeport, we had 12 homicides last year. Only one was in our age range of 14 to 24. Those are phenomenal numbers. And for us to risk bleeding that money out that is aimed at preventing gun violence can only serve to reduce that. And I think we all know that the numbers across the country in that age range are much higher. So how do we learn from each other? How can we continue to work with this and ensure that we're keeping our foot on the gas pedal when we address these issues? The other beautiful thing about this and about what I'm saying is I know I'm echoing the message of the 4 other RBHAOs in the state. I know I'm echoing the message of our 6 other community violence intervention specialists who use people who are in recovery, who are committed to preventing addiction, who are committed to preventing young people, in their words, from tearing up the neighborhoods like those. So it's really important to advocate and to ensure that we protect those dollars and ensure those dollars are meant for what they're supposed to, and restore the dollars that are now looking at reducing the prevention efforts within the DD. Thank you very much. And have a good
Thank
day.
you. Good to see you again. Thank you. Mark Donald? I mean,
Yeah.
oh, no, yeah.
Talk again?
Sorry.
I'm a CEO. Game on. I'll talk about it.
Rachel Rubelman? Rachel? Yep. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Rachel Rubelman, and I'm a resident of New London, Connecticut. I'm a mother with 5 years in recovery. I've overcome opiate addiction and have maintained a fulfilling recovery journey thanks to Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, better known as CCAR. I'm here today to express my strong support for increased funding for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. In turn, this would allow for our CCAR Center to remain open. When I first came to CCAR, I was at one of the lowest spiritual points in my life. Just 2 months after having my child, I felt more alone than I ever had before. Though I was sober, I lacked the kind of support that could truly help me thrive, not just in my recovery, but as a mother, my own individual person, and a member of the community. I had always longed to serve others, but I had never felt a true sense of belonging anywhere else. The moment I walked through the door of CCAR, I knew I wanted to volunteer and give back to my community the same way that I wished I had received support when I started my recovery journey. One thing I didn't realize at the time is how much this decision would truly impact me. CCAR has been a place where I found not only the tools I needed to build a life worth living, but also the courage to speak about my past and my recovery. It is a community I never had before, and it has given me the confidence to pursue my dreams I never thought were possible. For many people like myself, centers like CCAR are the difference between relapse and recovery. There are places where individuals can receive the support they need and find hope. If funding for CCAR is cut, the impact on individuals who rely on these centers in Connecticut will be devastating. People who depend on CCAR for support will lose a vital resource, and the community will be left without a safety net for those seeking recovery. In closing, I respectfully ask this committee to consider prioritizing the long-term funding that will permanently assist in keeping our centers open. CCAR specifically has had a profound impact on my own life, helping me become the person I am today. Without the support of CCAR, I wouldn't have had the confidence to pursue my current career or further my education in human services and public policy. We cannot afford to lose this essential service. Please do not take away the opportunity for others in our community to find hope, healing, and the strength to change their lives. I ask for your support in ensuring that the rest of the CCAR centers remain funded so that people like me can continue to recover, rebuild, and thrive. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next, Adrian Benjamin. And after Adrian, I'm going to go to TJ Aiken.
Hello, thank you so much for being here. I admire your fortitude and dedication to some very important issues.
Try us at 4 o'clock, see how fortitude is.
Attempting that. I'm here because I am concerned about the governor's budget for DDS. It is inadequate. It is inadequate to meet the urgent needs of those with the IDD and autism community. Again and again and again, we come here and we see the budget that is inadequate. This threatens the ability of nonprofit agencies to continue to provide the essential support of those with IDD. My connection to DDS is my daughter Zoe. Here's my girl. On a nice warm summer day in Weathersfield having ice cream. Just remember those warm summer days will come back. That's with myself and my son. She's 28, diagnosed with profound autism. She's totally nonverbal, is very active, but has no safety awareness. She needs help with literally every aspect of her life: personal hygiene, someone to cut up her meat for her so she doesn't choke. Developmentally, she's basically like a toddler. She's probably watching the Teletubbies or the Wiggles right now. She needs one-to-one assistance and will for the rest of her life. But Zoe and I are fortunate because she has the services she needs from HARC, both day and residential services. And I'm grateful for the funding and grateful to HARC. for the services. But I have to tell you, before Hark accepted Zoe, she was rejected from 3 different very credible agencies because profound autism is so difficult and they felt like they couldn't take care of her. So I'm here for the families on the, I want to call it the infamous DDS waiting list. Data from the December 2024, it's on the MIR, the Management Information Report. There's 100 people on what's called the emergency list and around 700 on the urgent list. Now, the names emergency and urgent mean exactly what we think they mean. Families are in a situation that is untenable and possibly dangerous. They need significant help from DDS, but without adequate funding and staffing, DDS cannot provide. This isn't the commissioner's fault. It's the lack of funding. I'm also here for the direct support professionals who do the actual daily, nightly, weekend, holiday support for our population. They are the human guardrails. We keep talking about fiscal guardrails, but what about human guardrails for these vulnerable for the vulnerable population? Their job is not easy. Their work is hard, but because of low pay, most of them still need a second job to make ends meet. And naturally, low-paying jobs attract fewer applicants. Every agency, you've heard this all today, Marrakesh, Oak Hill, Hark, Mark, they all have 2. I don't think that could be my button yet. Is that mine? Oh, no. That's got to be a mistake. Okay. So day programs have closed, group homes have closed.
Just think 6 o'clock in the morning, okay?
Okay. I'm sending Senator Austin away. Just one thing about autism. The rate of autism is 1 out of 36. 1 out of 36. And alarmingly, the CDC and American Pediatric Association have found that 26% of those with autism have what is known as profound autism. They will need a lifetime of care, like somewhat similar to my daughter. I tend to be an optimistic and positive person, but the governor's budget has made me very angry. And as I said in the beginning, it's inadequate again and again and again, year after year after year. And I know what gives me hope is I'm talking to people who agree that these services need to be properly funded. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy. Thank you. Next, TJ Aiken. TJ.
I'm here.
Oh, great.
There we go. Good afternoon. My name is TJ Aiken. I am the Young People and Family Services Manager at CCAR, the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. I am also a young person in long-term recovery, and for me, that means I haven't had a drink or a drug since August 9th, 2016. Before I found CCAR, I was newly sober at the age of 22. I had no idea how to stay sober. I didn't know how to build a life beyond not just using. Then I walked into a CCAR Recovery Community Center. I started as a volunteer and eventually became a recovery coach working with thousands of individuals across the state in emergency rooms. I helped them figure out that recovery was possible. And over time, I built something even greater. The Young People and Family Services program designed to serve young people searching for stability, purpose, and a future. Just 2 days ago, my program was preparing to shut down along with 3 other recovery community centers. Staff were told they were losing jobs and communities were told services were ending. Then in the 11th hour, DEMA stepped in with emergency funding to keep us open through the end of the fiscal year. And while I am incredibly grateful, unless ongoing funding is secured, we will be right back in crisis in just a few months. In the last year alone, Young People and Family Services has conducted 101 young people all recovery meetings for 779 participants, 85 family, friends, and allies meetings for 479 participants, and 53 parents in recovery groups for 208 participants, and 685 one-on-one coaching sessions for both young people and families. Those aren't just numbers. They represent real people, real families, and real lives that have been changed. And yet we remain on unstable ground, dependent on last-minute rescues rather than a sustained commitment. I do not come here today to offend or blame. My frustration comes from the continued failure to truly invest in recovery services. I am frustrated for the young people I once knew as active addicts who are now thriving in life. I am frustrated for my program coordinators who thought they had lost their jobs only to be told they had temporary reprieve. I am frustrated that while we fund fridge magnets with catchy slogans, we refuse to fund the very programs that actually change lives. What investments made what investments are being made to help people stay in recovery? What messages do we send when we allow critical services to disappear while settlement dollars collect dust? We need real funding now, not just another last minute fix, not another emergency save, but a sustained investment in programs that help communities flourish. I'm here today not just for myself, but for every young person that will never get the chance to walk through those recovery community center doors if we fail to act. Please do not let this be the end of what we have built. Lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ, TJ, I'm sorry. I can't, thank you, TJ. And we know the family too, but I think you're a good group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Barbara Albert. Barbara Albert. And after Barbara Albert will be, no, next page. After Barbara, Olivia Dudley. Is Olivia Dudley here? She's remote. Huh? Hi, go right ahead. Yeah, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the Appropriations Committee, also to everyone else. My name is Barbara Albert, Hartford renter, registered voter, advocate, and activist for human rights. I'm on Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security disability. I have multiple chronic and severe medical conditions, most not visible. I learn and think differently, have dyslexia, developmental delays, and sensory processing disorders, all exacerbated originally from complex trauma. This is my testimony, urging please oppose any cuts to any human service agency. I believe there is no justification for making access to basic human needs more challenging. This includes dropping the IQ requirement for those of us who learn differently. Proposed Bill HB 5372. This requirement is not everywhere. This would help more of us that learn differently actually get a chance to learn and grow without needing to move again or be ignored. I'm one of the faces of falling through the cracks. For years I heard from medical, I don't know what to do for you. Don't forget your medication. For the last 2 years, medical's inability to see that I'm not on a benzo, 3 opiates, and Ambien also has involved a complaint to the Office of Civil Rights. Unfortunately, the neurological injury from around 3 decades of prescribed benzodiazepines, no one is able to tell me if there is any recovery. I'm not finding medical help. I usually ask questions, be a self-advocate. Being a self-advocate is very difficult. Finding that anything medical, I'm very reactionary for some odd reason. This summer, I went to a support group. They claimed to meet you where you're at. I was thrown out. They expected me to come back. It was us versus them mentality, not peer. I'm unwilling to be where respect is not. I also went to community conversations to speak about this because the us versus them mentality was there. It didn't change. I stopped going there. The onslaught of incoming sensory, hypervigilance, grief, intrusive thoughts, fear with a capital F, everything is exhausting. How do I heal what I don't know is missing? I am part of that missing. I've been testifying here for about 20 years on the special needs list. I've been on the special needs list for difficulty sitting still. I have akathisia. I need your help, please. I'm on disability for multiple medical. There's issues that need addressing that do not require psych eval. I was triggered into protect mode last week. I saw a new to me doctor. Somehow he already had a plan without any of my records. I'm guessing with information from unseen digital chart that if I ever show up into the ER, that says God knows what. I have been living with this for decades. I am angry and frustrated that I am still unseen and unheard by proclaimers of first do no harm. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. Dr. Martin Luther King, thank you for your time and for listening. Barbara Albert, psychiatric survivor and human being.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll have Alexander Perfetto, followed by Olivia Dudley.
Good evening, Senator Ocean, Representative Walker, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Alex Perfetto. I live and vote in Middletown, Connecticut. I'm a member of NAMI, Connecticut. I'm also a recovery support specialist for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I'm here today to testify in opposition of HB 6864, the governor's proposed budget. I'm asking for an additional appropriation of $5 million for the creation of 7 additional peer-run respites and community-based wraparound services that provides ongoing operational funding throughout fiscal year 27. I'm honored to have the opportunity to present this information in various facets. To briefly explain my background story, I was diagnosed with an early onset of bipolar disorder at the age of 10. I spent a majority of my childhood in and out of different hospitals, schools, living situations. I went into DCF custody at the age of 15 and before aging out to young adult services at 18. In totality, this equated to 27 hospitalizations from 10 to 19, 4 different residentials, 1 transitional group home, and assisted supervised apartment. A peer-run respite is a non-voluntary short-term program that provides 24/7 community-based, non-clinical, non-medical health crisis support as an alternative to inpatient hospitalization. The significance of peer-run respites starts with its blueprint of sustainable success. There are 15 states that have adopted this model. It is staffed by recovery support specialists, which are peers with lived experience. They're able to utilize their lived experience that is tailor-made for harm reduction and to establish trust, connections, and seek support in difficult times without the fear of facing judgments and stigma that still resides in mental health today. Due to these peer community resources and wraparound services, as a young adult, I was able to get involved with Advocacy Unlimited, join Rise B, heed the Promise Coalition statewide advisory boards, and become certified as a recovery support specialist, which has gotten me the opportunity to speak in front of you all today. Now, at 30 years old, it's been over a decade since my last hospitalization, fully independent, self-sufficient, financially stable. I've worked as a recovery support specialist in multiple situations, from nonprofit organizations in an inpatient hospital setting for DEMIS, and I currently work in outpatient services for DEMIS. And I've collaborated with the Office of the Commissioner over years as they have asked for my input on what services would benefit young adults. Thank you, Amy Martino. As a DEMIS state employee, I'm advocating, highlighting, and supporting the significance of peer-run respites and recovery support specialists and what they have to offer, and are able to provide care in such a unique way, which has shown improvement in individuals' overall mental health, as well as to make a difference in changing the lives of others, which is what we all strive for, no matter our occupation and agency, to make a difference in people's lives. It is a challenge alone for anyone that struggles with mental health, that navigating life on a daily basis. This testimony is not just for me. This is for other young adults, adolescents transitioning out of DCF and the future generation who may not have a voice yet. I'm not going to give up fighting for services that have made a measurable impact on me, and I hope that you will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you. Next, we'll have Olivia Dudley. And she will be followed by the panel, Danielle Santos, Pam Kaleo, Lalo, Allison Dunphy, and Jasmine Moore.
Good evening, respected members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Olivia Dudley, and I'm the Director of Program Operations at Waterbury Youth Services. I'll be advocating for expanded prevention funding in House Bill 6864. This evening, I'm here to testify to the powerful difference prevention work creates for our youth. Based on a 2025 priority report from Western Connecticut Coalition, we are seeing a rise in substance abuse with our youth, with an emphasis on vaping. In a survey conducted over the last 30 days, we found that 45.9% of students between 8th and 12th grade were using vape products. Looking at this data, we know these numbers are in line with what is happening statewide, with more and more youth using substances. With the help of the Governor's Prevention Partnership, GPP, Waterbury Youth Services is able to provide a mentoring program that gives youth an outlet to channel their passions and talents in a productive, pro-social manner. By meeting with a mentor in their community, we have seen our youth do better in school, both academically and behaviorally, form more positive relationships with the adults in their lives, including parents and teachers, and feel more connected to their community at large, giving them a critical sense of belonging. One youth in our program went from being a chronically absent student with behavior concerns, both at home and school, to being a B student with almost no school suspensions, and who formed a better relationship with his mother in the first year of mentorship alone. This is the impact prevention work makes in a young child's life and is critical to the success of our young people. Programs such as ours is able to engage youth successfully through direct service mentoring and prevention, thanks to the support of the Governor's Prevention Partnership, which is funded through DEMIS. With continued and expanded support for prevention, we will be able to continue the great work GPP has done and will pursue continued success for the years to come. Thank you for your time and support of prevention.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Danielle. Have a good evening. I'm sorry, Olivia. Next, we'll have Danielle against the panel. Danielle Santos, Pam Colello, Allison Dunphy, and Jasmine Moore. Followed by Kipper Douche when we're finished here. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Allison Dunphy, and I'm here in solidarity with my other 1199 and DDS coworkers. I'm a developmental services worker at 505 Middle Turnpike over in Mansfield. I'm here to tell you why it's so important to continue the funding and more funding for DDS. Funding to meet our staffing needs means that our individuals will see more consistency in their staffing. They thrive off of this consistency. Meeting these needs means giving them the attention they deserve. The hundreds of vacancies in DDS means that the constant shuffle of staff from house to house keeps things up in the air. It's difficult to plan appropriately. The agency is still recovering from the retirement wave in 2021 and 2022, and we have borne the brunt of the state failing to plan appropriately for this. We also need to be making the most of every dollar. At the facility I work at, we have a contractor that supplies our toiletry and cleaning supplies. Everything from toilet paper to soap, laundry detergent must be ordered through them. However, we often find ourselves waiting for supplies to be delivered or being told products are back ordered. This creates barriers for our individuals, especially those who do their own laundry as part of their daily living activities. These are key activities we have the individuals do to help them develop and reach their personal goals. Instead, we're waiting for supplies to be delivered, and when they finally arrive, we only find it's a partial order. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Moore. I'm from New Britain. I'm a lead developmental service worker at the step-down unit with the Department of Developmental Services. I've worked with DDS for 18 years, and it's a difficult job and can take a toll on you both physically and mentally. We have one individual who can become disgruntled and get into a mental state where he desires to be at the hospital, and he will do about anything to get himself hospitalized, including trying to jump out of a window. Because of this, staff need to closely monitor him and provide him with around-the-clock supervision, but that also means being subject to his verbal aggression and assaults. He's angry with us. He's frustrated with the system. but we're still there making sure he is safe and properly supervised. Sometimes it's a lot for us to take personally. Staff at our facility try to help each other out by taking turns with who is monitoring him. However, even when we're not with him, our other individuals in the home still require our care and attention. There is no reprieve, no chance to catch our breath. Staff in DDS facilities know that they have this. Excuse me. Staff in DDS facilities need to know that they have the support they need, from taking a break during our shifts to taking time off for our mental health. Unfortunately, though, we don't feel that way at the current time. Instead, we don't have the staffing levels necessary to take a break from our shift. It leaves us without enough staff to maintain safe supervision. It's difficult to take a personal day when needed when you know the clients that we care for won't get the full care that they need if we're absent for the day. We have personal connections with these individuals and want to make sure their needs are met. And we know staff in the facility will be shorthanded and will be forced to work either a double shift or a triple shift. It hangs over our heads every time we know we want to take a day off. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Fernando Santos, and I'm a lead worker at Hartford Regional Center for 24 years. It's not uncommon for state workers, be it DDS or another department, to be mandated. But being mandated is when your manager tells you that you need to work a double shift because of lack of staffing, and you have no option but to say yes. However, what if I told you I've been mandated for not just a double, but a triple shift? It is not an occasional occurrence, but rather happens weekly, in some cases multiple times a week. That is 24 hours straight at work. Just this past weekend, that happened to over a dozen of my coworkers. That is not acceptable. A 24-hour shift at our facility isn't like a 24-hour shift at other places, like being a firefighter. There is no sleep on our shift. Our clients require around-the-clock care. That's why they are in our facility. So when you mandate someone to work around the clock, you are working. You are going over 24 hours without being able to get the rest you need. Do you know the toll that it takes on somebody's body? Not to mention the safety risks for yourself, the clients that you care for, and for every individual on the road when you're driving home fatigued into after your shift. I'm put in a position where I've got to choose between my job and my personal health. Unfortunately, my health takes a back seat. I stay because I do love the individuals and I work with, and who will do this job if I don't. It's a demanding job. No human in their right mind would take a job knowing this is how they're going to be treated. I stay because I have a family to support. And if I walk away, how would I keep my home or put food on my table? However, my mental health and well-being is being challenged weekly. It's putting me in a unsafe position and leaving me completely burnt out. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Pam Colello, and I can attest to everything they say. I'm the dental hygienist up at DDS Norwich Dental Clinic. Thank you for everything you do. Jason. I've been a dental hygienist for 40 years, the past 15 with DDS. And the Norwich Dental Clinic provides critical, specialized services for the patients. And these services cannot be met in the community dental offices. The Norwich Dental Clinic continues to grow every year. Since January 1st, we've seen 17 new patients. And I looked through the end of March and we have another 15 new patients booked, and we already have over 1,000 patients that currently come to seek dental services with us. I am here to ask that we get additional staffing for the Norwich office, specifically a receptionist and a dental assistant. This staff would alleviate we do not have a receptionist at all right now. There's a dentist, 2 dental hygienists, and a dental assistant. So we have no one to answer phones, retrieve phone messages, confirm patients, data entry for all the phone calls that we take, ordering dental supplies, corresponding with accounts payable, calling to schedule service on our dental equipment when it breaks down, and IT services for our dental computers because the DDS IT department does not cover the dental computers that we have. We have to go through our dental company. This lack of support takes away from our primary focus, which is the patients, because the four of us are doing all these extra administrative duties outside, our purview of practice. So I'm here to ask for your help, fully fund DDS. We're counting on the committee for that to provide resources necessary to provide the vital services for the most vulnerable populations in our state. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your testimony. It's really, really appreciated to have all that perspective. Next, we'll have Kipper Douche. Pardon me if I'm saying your last name incorrectly, followed by Jim Pettinelli. Kipper is not online. Kipper? Kipper is not online? He is not. Okay. Jim is. Okay, so we'll move on to Jim Pettinelli.
Good evening, everyone. I would just like to start off with some gratitude. First of all, to all of the members of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Health, thank you for your work, your focus, and your attention. Secondly, I just want to express gratitude to DEMIS for their ongoing innovation and partnership in the work. And then third, I want to just express my thanks to the many colleagues in gold who are at the Legislative Office Building over the next week or so, and all of the amazing work that we do day in and day out, 365 days a year. I'm Jim Pettinelli. I'm with Liberty Community Services. We provide housing services across Greater New Haven, and I'm in support of HB 6864, identifying necessary and significant increases related to nonprofits, housing, and homeless service providers. What we're hearing throughout the evening is just this powerful message from across supporters of nonprofits. And we're all saying basically the same thing in a very passionate way. We're asking to be compensated for the true value of the services we deliver. I come back to what we do in the housing field, and if I may, I just want to focus on case management within permanent supportive housing. And I keep coming back to proven practice. Research and literature shows consistently that providing active, client-centered case management and care across permanent supportive housing programming not only serves the client best, but it also provides impressive community-wide economic benefits. Two quick examples. One, Housing First programs lead to net economic benefits. For every dollar invested in Housing First programs, there is a resulting $1.44 in cost savings. The second study speaks to 86% of participants with long histories of frequent emergency room visits and arrests who have diagnoses of substance use and mental health who enter into permanent supportive housing remain there. What we do works. Our system works. It saves lives, but we have been historically overwhelmingly underfunded and under-resourced. So we're asking for active response. I also just want to acknowledge that we live in a very strange and challenging era. And if I may quote a very inspirational president, President Obama, and kind of this message to us all: be kind, be useful, be fearless. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Have a good evening. Next, we'll have Brian Donahue, followed by Caton Ogilvy, both online.
Yes, thank you, co-chairs and other legislators of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Brian Donahue. I founded a group called Not Just Us, which has over 800 members, which can consist of community organizations, groups, individuals, communities. We all work to coming together to identify what the issues are. What we have identified as the issues for this year is which is common throughout the state of Connecticut, is that there's a need for gun violence protection and an increase, not retaining, but an increase in community intervention in regards to guns, due to the fact of the trauma, going to the hospitals. All that is going to increase if we don't get a handle on the gun violence in the state of Connecticut. I am a social worker. I do not just us in my off time. I am a social worker of 32 years. I have worked with families and children and in crisis and individuals with developmental delays. We definitely need an increase in the funding of for DDS, as well as the other organizations that are there for substance abuse, mental health. I worked several times with those families, and there's costs that are going to be a lot much more increasing, and also unmet needs if they do not increase those budgets. We have to look at. I know we have to look at what we can to cut, but we cannot cut those things that I have mentioned, because they're in the long run they're going to cost more not meeting those people's needs than if they did meet them with the current cost. We have funding. There should be no reason why any of these programs are cut. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
You
Next,
too.
Caitlin Ogilvy, followed by Paula Wilson.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Caitlin Ogilvy, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker and have been working in the state of Connecticut for almost 18 years. I'm a board member for the Connecticut Association of School-Based Health Centers and a service director at CHR, overseeing child outpatient school-based services, including an ARPA-funded health center and several community-based programs. CHR is a community-based agency providing 24/7 adult and child crisis response and mental health and substance use treatment, supported housing, employment, foster care, and many other services to 27,000 residents of Connecticut and their families annually. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6864, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs like these by $264 million in fiscal year 26, including a 6% increase, increasing Medicaid rates for behavioral health, and annualizing the full amount of the fiscal year 25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature. In addition, we ask that you provide an 8% increase in fiscal year 27. I'm also asking that you add ARPA-funded school-based health centers to the budget. In mental health, we teach the power of and. It's a cognitive reframing technique used to help hold two, and in this case, three things that can be true at the same time. The truth is the state can afford to save for a rainy day, pay down debt, and fund essential services for Connecticut residents. I'm here on behalf of the school-based health, and I'm also here because the students and children we work with have caregivers and other adults in their lives who have mental health and substance use needs and utilize our adult services. The Surgeon General put out a publication in August of 2024 entitled Parents Under Pressure that pointed out that 33% of parents and caregivers had high stress levels in the past month compared to 20% of non-parent and caregiving adults. Connecticut parents and caregivers are not okay. And when parents and caregivers are not okay, the kids are not okay. The current budget does not provide ongoing support for nonprofit agencies who are awarded ARPA funding to establish and expand school-based health center sites, and many of the ARPA-funded sites are at risk of closing if they do not receive ongoing state funding. Closing these sites would be devastating to the communities and districts we're in. This fiscal year, CHR itself has serviced well over 600 students in our school-based programs. Failure to fund school-based health centers and expand school health sites will reduce access to service and hurts Connecticut's future. We know the benefits of having mental health services embedded in our districts. Furthermore, without the appropriate funding, We will continue to have staffing crises in our nonprofits. Without the increases, we are not able to compete with the salaries of hospitals, state agencies, private practices. And when we lose staff to these organizations or are not able to fill these positions, it creates gaps in services that can be so detrimental to individuals.
May I ask
So
you
we
to
need to
summarize? May I ask you to please summarize?
Okay. So in summary, please support increasing the funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your testimony. Paula Wilson, followed by Rebecca Allen.
Good evening. My name is Paula Wilson and I'm from Guilford. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here for the House Bill 6864, the governor's budget. I am here to request that you increase the funding for the vital nonprofit programs by $264 million in the fiscal year 2026, including a 6% increase in the annualizing the full amount of the fiscal year 2025 funding appropriated by the legislator. In addition, I ask that you provide an 8% increase in the fiscal year 2027. I know you cannot make these investments in vital services without updating the state's budget control. The state can't afford to save for a rainy day, pay down debt, and fund essential services for Connecticut residents. Please update the guardrails to fund nonprofit services. When these organizations start facing lack of funding, this affects them and all the way down to the people they service. It makes them close programs. For example, when programs start to close, the families have no place to bring their loved ones while they work. I personally know of families that because of the programs closing, they had to start making decisions such as if their loved ones can still live at home with them or if they need to be put into state facilities. Without these programs, these families do not have the means to be able to care for their loved ones and no longer know if they can be living at home anymore. If you really think about this carefully, in the long run, this will end up costing the state more money and the families will be broken up. These individuals who used to use these nonprofit programs and the DDS to be able to keep their loved ones at home will no longer have this, and the loved ones will need to use the state facilities of 24-hour care. In 2023, DDS providers received the first cost of living adjustment on services in over 10 years. Even though the legislator provided funding increase previously, they were tied entirely in wage increases for employees. Nonprofits continue to be hit by crippling increases in all their costs, including wages that far outpace the rate of increases the legislator has provided. Last month, the minimum wage was increased by 4.2% to $16.35 per hour, but the DDS contracted providers are required to be paid at $17.25 per hour. Thanks to the support of the state budget, that starting wage has increased over the last few years by 17%, but the state minimum wage has gone up by 62% during the same time. It is hard enough these days to get people out of the house and to even go to work. People and individuals are going out and working for the state, retail, Amazon, and other industries that are paying starting wages that are 20 to 30% above what nonprofits can even afford. When they don't even have enough staff or any staff at all to have these ripple effects, again, are affecting families, which we already talked about earlier. While the governor's budget proposes a small increase in the second year, it will cut the funding in the beginning of the next biennium. This can sustain even a small, we cannot sustain even a small cut. I am sitting here today as I have raised 3 children. I am also a sister to a disabled person. I have always known that I would be in care of my sister down the road. On January 9th, 2019, I was to become her guardian. On that same day, hours before probate court, my husband had an accident where a tree fell on him, and he is now completely disabled with a traumatic brain injury. On that day, I became a caretaker for 2 people, my sister and my husband. There is not enough time tonight here to explain in detail to you how important DDS and nonprofit organizations are to our family. I am here tonight for my family and for all the individuals who cannot speak, or for the individuals that do not have families to stand up for them. These individuals deserve to have the programs and these nonprofits provided for them. They deserve the wonderful staff who devote their time, love, patience, understanding, compassion, and so much more. It is hard enough to find these people that hold all these qualifications it takes to work in this field. They shouldn't have to make choices about the pay they get. However, if the final budget provided increased funding, it would be able to start addressing some of these concerns. Please support increasing funding for the community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you for the opportunity this evening.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for being here tonight. Next, we'll hear from Rebecca Allen, followed by Marlene Bodner.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Rebecca Allen, and I'm a registered voter in the town of Columbia and the Director of Recovery Advocacy for the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, or CCAR. I am also a woman in recovery from a severe heroin addiction for the last 27 years. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on House Bill 6864 as it pertains to the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. The economic benefits of recovery community centers and recovery support services are undeniable. Substance use disorders impose a tremendous financial burden on the state through healthcare costs, criminal justice expenses, and lost workforce productivity. However, investing in recovery support services provides a high return on investment. Research shows that for every dollar spent on addiction recovery support services, states save an estimated $4 to $7 in healthcare and criminal justice costs. CCAR's recovery community centers are crucial in reducing emergency department visits, hospitalizations, and reincarceration rates by offering a supportive environment that helps individuals sustain long-term recovery. Our recovery coaching services in hospital emergency departments, the Department of Corrections, and municipal courthouses provide immediate engagement that prevents costly medical and legal interventions down the line. Last year, our recovery coaches supported over 6,000 individuals, achieving a 82% connection to care rate, demonstrating significant cost savings by reducing repeated interactions with high-cost systems of care. Beyond cost savings, recovery support services contribute to economic growth. Individuals in sustained recovery regain employment, secure housing, and contribute to the tax base. A strong recovery infrastructure strengthens families, reduces dependencies on social services, and fosters healthier communities, creating a ripple effect of economic stability and prosperity. Despite the record number of overdoses and individuals struggling with substance use disorders, people are initiating recovery every day. Recovery is possible, and it is economically advantageous, for the state to invest in services that facilitate long-term success. Organizations like CCAR provide a safety net in communities where recovery support services are needed the most. However, these services are not covered by insurance and rely on state and federal funding. I urge this committee to increase funding to DEMAS to sustain our recovery community centers and increase access to recovery support services. By doing so, Connecticut will not only save lives, but also reduce long-term economic costs while strengthening our workforce and our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here tonight. Next, we'll hear from Marlene Bodner, followed by Thomas Burr. Wonderful. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Senators, Representatives, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Marlene Bodner. I'm the Chief of Staff at the Kennedy Collective, headquartered in Trumbull, Connecticut. Our organization provides a range of support services for individuals with disabilities. Additionally, I'm the parent and legal guardian of a 30-year-old adult with disabilities who receives support from 2 other nonprofit agencies. I'm here today to testify on HB 6864, the governor's budget and to request an increase in funding for vital nonprofit programs by $264 million. I understand that we are in turbulent times in our nation's history, and decisions made at the federal level will impact our state. Unfortunately, the state of Connecticut has not adequately addressed the funding shortfall for the nonprofit sector for years. I'm here again today to plead for the minimally necessary funding for nonprofits to provide employees a livable wage and meet basic cost of living needs. While I could again focus on the impact of the lack of necessary minimal funding on program closures, individuals served, inclusion, and staff turnover, as I have previously, I will instead today highlight the short-term savings' devastating impact on future economic security in the state. Based on the data, we expect approximately 10,000 students in Connecticut to transition from school and require support services as adults over the next 3 years. If day programs do not expand and are forced to close, if residential placements are not available, and if job coaching and employment supports decrease, each of these individuals will require a caregiver. In a 2-income household, one person will likely stop working. In a single-income household, the caregiver may need to stop working altogether. The results will be households requiring more assistance through state-funded EBT, SNAP, and cash assistance, households needing more rent subsidies and affordable housing, which we already lack, highly trained employees leaving the workforce to care for loved ones, households needing assistance with health insurance, reduced household spending, people leaving Connecticut, exacerbating our workforce shortage, a lack of job opportunities with nonprofit agencies like the Kennedy Collective. In short, the short-term savings from not funding current nonprofits providing services to individuals with disabilities will ultimately result in more job loss, less spending capital for residents, loss of highly specialized employees, increased need for other state-funded assistance, and families leaving the state for more affordable locations. Due to the lack of action by previous legislators, despite the turbulent situation our country and state face right now, if we do not address this ongoing funding shortfall for community and nonprofits, the long-term impact on our Connecticut economy will be devastating. I want to thank you all for your work and for what you all do, and thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we'll hear from Thomas Burr, followed by Lori Mazzamuro.
Yes, good evening, Representative Gilchrist and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Thomas Burr. I'm the Public Policy Manager for the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, otherwise known as NAMI Connecticut. I'm also a member of the Coordinating Council of the Keep the Promise Coalition. I'm testifying today in regards to HB 6864, the governor's proposed budget. You have my written testimony, so I'd just like to highlight 3 things. Certainly, we support the funding increases for the private nonprofit providers of mental health services, as outlined by the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance, as well as the long overdue Medicaid rate increases. Secondly, we are asking for an additional appropriation of $5 million for the creation of 7 additional peer-run respites here in Connecticut, along with ongoing operational funding for the next fiscal year. In addition, I have to mention that we're hearing rumblings about the funding being reduced for our state's one newly created peer-run respite in New Britain, the Gloria House. And honestly, like other states are already doing, we need to expand this network, not contract it. The peer-run respites are a critical part of the whole 988 crisis continuum, and we need to make more investments there. Third, we're just asking that no cuts be made to the regional behavioral health action organizations, the RBHAOs, nor any cuts made to the associated prevention line items. We are still in a mental health and opioid crisis in this state. And really, cutting these services to these organizations just doesn't make any sense to us. We'd really like to see DEMAS to begin increasing the funding of all peer-provided behavioral health services, as over-reliance on the medical model of care doesn't really always meet the needs of the people who need help and is in fact in some cases causing harm. So glad we're talking about adjusting the fiscal guardrails, or as we call them, the fiscal handcuffs. It's long overdue. And just finally, I want to add that I gave our members the option of writing testimony or submitting testimony or answering a survey. And you'll be glad to know that over 100 of them chose the survey. So rather than expand this hearing another 5 hours or give you 500 more emails or pieces of testimony to read. They just agree with what I just said. You can thank me later.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you for being here. Lori Mazamuro, is she on? No. Okay. Abigail Burford, followed by Andrew Garcia. Nope. Okay. Giancarlo Casa, followed by Donnie Rose.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman, Representative Kennedy, members of the committee. My name is Giancarlo Casa. I am President and CEO of the Connecticut Community Nonprofit Alliance. I want to thank you as leaders of the past few years of fighting the battles to get the funding you could for nonprofits from the limited amounts that were made available to you. The governor's biennial budget, as has been said, would increase general fund revenue for nonprofits, and we thank him for that recognition of the importance of the state safety net. But the net result of his proposal would be a cut of $19 million for FY26 because it would not annualize the ARPA funding you provided this year. We know even flat funding would mean programs will close, waiting lists will grow, and people in need across the state will lose access to services. We know because those things are happening now. We recently conducted a survey of 126 nonprofits. They told us that more than 80% of them struggle to recruit and retain staff. More than 70% have seen an increase in demand. More than 60% are operating in deficit or dangerously thin margins. And what that combination of things, results in is that nearly 2/3 of nonprofits report having waiting lists, weeks, months. Almost half have been forced to cut programs or turn away clients. And importantly, 54% of nonprofits who responded report an increase in violent or dangerous incidents involving clients. And that is a direct result of understaffing and lack of resources. All of it adds up to a safety net in Connecticut that is ripping. And our friends, neighbors, and family members are falling through the holes. That in one of the wealthiest states in the nation. We know our request is big, but the need is enormous and it's growing. This committee can choose to send a powerful message to your colleagues, the executive branch, and the residents of Connecticut statewide. We know that the looming federal budget cuts underscore a need for our state not to step back, not to obey in advance, but to step up. By doing that, we can be a model for how states should respond nationwide. We urge you to make that choice. Please stand for and with the employees of nonprofits and the people they serve. Connecticut has the money. Connecticut has the heart. Connecticut needs the will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your work and for being here. Next, we'll hear from Donnie Rose, followed by Tom Avery. Donnie, you just need to unmute.
Okay. Is that clear?
Yep, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you everyone that allowed me to have this moment to testify. My name is Donnie Rose. I am a facilitator for a community support group by the name of All Hands on Deck. I'm here to speak on behalf of CCAR, which is the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. They are so allied to our recovery that happens in New London, Connecticut. I am a man of long-term recovery over 20 years now, and I work in the field of recovery and harm reduction. CCAR has been a major asset to our community, which, like I said, I facilitate a group called All Hands on Deck. All Hands on Deck established a dynamic and inclusive community where men and women unite to offer unwavering support to one another. We are dedicated to fostering an environment that thrives on love, tolerance, acceptance, understanding, and accountability. Through shared experience and compassionate interactions, we aim to empower individuals to embrace their unique journey, cultivate personal growth, and build meaningful connections. We emphasize spiritual development, emotional sobriety, and therapeutic values, creating a safe space that nurtured resilience and inspired each member to reach their fullest potential, ultimately reaching lives within our community. So what I'm here to actually say is that CCAR plays a major part in this, and we desperately need to keep them up and operating for the community, because what happens is that they supply such a space for people that's in recovery that are coming from programs. As we know that substance use is very high up in this country right now, and that people are seeking recovery, seeking ways of living correctly. And CCAR is one of those agencies that supports the rebuilding of a community, which is very important in today's time. I've been in the field for the last 20 years, and as a CCAR member myself, it helped me foster my way of living and change my way of life. I had commuted from the town of Hartford. I now reside in New London, which now became my home. I am a productive member in society. I've been working for the last 20 years in the field. I have a home here, and I always would contribute a lot of that transitioning, I can say, through CCAR. And they put us in a position to build one another and give us the resources and the abilities to reach our fullest potential. So one thing that I will always count on, that in the community, one teaches the other. And we would need for CCAR to remain in its position to be a active participant and ally in the community that we serve. I just needed to share that, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your time tonight.
Thank
Next,
you.
we'll hear from Tom Avery, followed by Carmen Colon.
Good evening, representatives of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tom Avery. I'm a retired occupational therapist and a board member of Horizons, a nonprofit that provides essential services for over 1,200 Connecticut citizens with developmental disabilities. Horizons has been providing these essential services for the past 45 years. 92% of community-based services for this population is provided by nonprofits. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6864, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs like these by $264 million in fiscal year 2026, including a 6% increase in annualizing the full amount of fiscal year 25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature. In addition, we're asking that you provide an 8% increase in fiscal year 2027, as well as updating the fiscal guardrails. This would help community providers stabilize our budgets and continue to provide essential services to the state's most vulnerable populations. I have over 40 years of experience working with folks with intellectual disabilities, and I've seen what an incredible difference it makes when families have appropriate supports in place. I began my career in Massachusetts in 1985, shortly after the consent decree there was put in place. That decree righted many of the wrongs that occurred when folks with intellectual disabilities were regarded as subspecies and a public danger. Those are literally words that were used. I work with individuals who've been part of the state's so-called science club. They were used for dangerous medical testing without their knowledge or consent. I'm still friends with one of these gentlemen and amazed at his resilience and ability to live a meaningful life after suffering such shocking abuse. It's staggering to realize that these horrors happen within our lifetime, and I can hardly believe that I know somebody that went through them. We've come a long way from those days, but it's far too easy for us as a society to look the other way and make excuses as to why it's not our responsibility to take care of those who need our help. It's easy to decrease support bit by bit, thinking that a small decrease doesn't matter, but over time, those bits add up. I strongly believe it's the responsibility of the state to step in and help those in need, especially when we live in one of the wealthiest states and the wealthiest country in the world. Please support increased funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and your time tonight. Next, we'll hear from Carmen Collin and then Jim Moffoyd.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Carmen Colon, and I'm the President and CEO of Pacific House in Stanford. For over 33 years, I have been providing services to the homeless population, a population that needs funding from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. This evening, I'm here to plead with you to ensure that funding for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services is secure. Importantly, that the funding that they're asking for continues to be annualized. Too often, we are asked to provide services to the populations out there, especially during our winter months. For instance, the governor's cold weather protocol. Every time that governor's cold weather is enacted, we have to provide those services to the population that's suffering in our communities. Every single year, we have to come in and plead for funding for the enactment of cold weather protocol. We are asking that funding for cold weather be annualized in the amount of $5 million and be indexed to inflation. Again, I ask for support for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. We provide services within our housing units to make sure that individuals who have been living on the streets come in and get apartments and permanent supportive housing units with services. We would not be able to provide those services if it weren't for the funding from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. We continue to see decreases in funding. We continue to see our own staff falling into homelessness because they cannot afford to pay the high rents in the state of Connecticut. Tonight, I ask you to please ensure that funding is appropriate and it is annualized in the governor's budget and indexed to inflation. You will continue to see many of our members with our gold shirts this evening. This is members of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and we want to make sure that the appropriate funding is annualized year after year. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll have Jim Maffood, followed by Carrie Connors. Jim Maffood. Is he online? Is Jim online, number 54? Okay. We'll move on to Carrie Connors. No? Beth Chudnow? Followed by Eliza Spears.
Good evening, committee members.
Hi, sorry about that.
Oh,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, just one moment, please. We have one person before you.
should I go ahead?
Yes.
All right. My name is Beth Chudnow, and I live in Tolland. My husband's David, and I am a mother of 3 adult children. I'm here tonight to speak to you about the funding as our child, Brian, who was our firstborn, is severely disabled and is a client of Oak Hill. I serve as both on the Oak Hill Board of Directors and am a very actively involved parent. Brian has never had a specific diagnosis, but he is severely developmentally delayed. He's 48 years old at this time. He has been a client of Oak Hill for 37 years. I say we have been clients instead of just Brian, because as a services provided to Brian have allowed David and I to be happily married, able to meet the challenges of raising and caring for an individual who is totally dependent on 24-hour care, raise 2 other children, and provide for our family both financially, emotionally, and socially. Because of the services that Oak Hill provided to our son, not only was David able to have a productively engaged career, but it allowed me to return to the classroom where I worked as a special education and elementary education teacher. Without that support, I would not have been able to return to a position because Brian's care was so involved and continues to be. The enriching experiences that we were able to provide for our other 2 children have allowed both of them to become contributing members of their own communities, both having attained PhDs in their fields. I think it's really important to realize that for a family, it's not a pebble that's thrown into a pond where you have a ripple, but instead a boulder. And it's not a ripple in that family, but it's a tsunami. What happens to you as a family can be totally disabling to that family as well as the individual who suffers from the disabilities. At this point in our current time with our son, who is in an Oak Hill group home, we are able to visit him and be with him as often, as frequently as we want to. He receives the 24-hour care that he requires, being wheelchair bound. We had hoped that he would be able to sit, hold a cup, hold a utensil, and walk, and also converse with us. At this point in his life at 48, Brian is able to hold a cup with assistance, a utensil with assistance, is wheelchair bound, and totally nonverbal. Staff is often in the home for triple shifts. We're understaffed and have been for the past 5 years. We are now critically understaffed. And at the age of 74 and my husband at 76, we not only worry about his day-to-day life, but we are just emotionally distraught over what his future holds. We realize at our age that we're not going to be here forever. And we have 2 other children who need to conduct their lives and be contributing members of society. We need this critical help. This is a huge ask from the state, and we appreciate all that you do. But I just plead with you to please consider the ramifications that are happening within each of our homes. This is not just a, gosh, it's too bad. This is critical that we have housing and care provided, and that our staff who work so diligently, who give their blood, sweat, and tears to this job, have what they need for themselves to be able to have their own family life so that they can come in fresh each day to be with our son and his group of individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Tammy Exum, sorry, Representative Exum. I just wanted to, if it's okay, just to say hi to Barbara, and I'm sorry, I just left the Capitol and I missed you. Thank you for coming and testifying.
Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, Rep. Thank you. Next we'll have Eliza Spears, followed by Brittna Durrani.
Good evening.
Okay, great. Good evening.
Hi. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Health Subcommittee. My name is Eliza Spears, and I am a nurse practitioner at Child and Family Agency of Southeastern Connecticut in New London County. I currently provide medical services in the school-based health center at Ella T. Grasso Technical High School in Groton, Connecticut. I come before you today to testify about the continuing need for school-based health centers in Eastern Connecticut. In 2024, Child and Family Agency received one-time federal funding to establish 9 new school-based health centers in Eastern Connecticut. The school-based health center at Grasso Tech was one of these new sites. All of these school-based health centers will need continued funding to support their ongoing operations. Current funding will allow reduced services through the end of fiscal year 26. Without continued funding, services will be completely discontinued after fiscal year 26. We are asking you to please provide $200,000 for fiscal year 26 and $1,060,000 for fiscal year 27 to allow these vital services to operate at full capacity. Prior to my employment at CFA, as a native Rhode Islander, the concept of a school-based health center was completely foreign to me. Now, just one short year later, I know I will forever be an advocate and champion for these critical services. School-based health centers provide children and families access to readily available medical and mental health care, all provided during school hours. In most cases, the students are in the clinic no more than 30 minutes and are sent back to class. Parents keep their PTO to use for quality time off, absenteeism rates are reduced, and there is increased time spent learning in school. I wish to present to you just one case out of over 100 students that I have personally seen and treated in my 1 year of service at CFA. With his and his parents' permission, I share the story of a 16-year-old male student who has met a series of unfortunate events that started at the end of last school year with back-to-back respiratory illnesses. In both cases, thanks to the availability of immediate testing in the school-based health center, we learned he was fever-free and COVID, flu, and strep negative, so per school guidelines, he was able to be symptomatically treated and returned to class. Shortly after, I treated him for a foot injury from stepping on a shard of glass. I was able to assess and dress the wound and again, send him back to class and follow up with him later that week to ensure his foot was healing, and it was. This school year, the poor luck followed the young man, starting the year off with yet another respiratory illness and a major foot wound unrelated to the previous one that was required twice weekly dressing and monitoring. Just this past week, he presented to the school nurse complaining of a migraine. He had called his mom to tell her he was feeling unwell, and she advised him to go to the nurse, but not to the school-based health center, as his health insurance had inadvertently lapsed. However, that is the beauty of school-based health centers. All students are able to be seen and receive equal access to care, regardless of their health insurance status, as there are no out-of-pocket costs to families. The nurse was aware of this, and she shuffled the young man over to the school-based health center, where I found he had a 101.2 fever and was flu A positive. The tears nearly flowed when I called his mom to tell her that her son could receive all the care he needed without worry of receiving a bill. The relief was palpable. In this one instance, the student was too sick to return to class. However, he was able to receive that ever so important school excuse note because, as we all know, attendance matters. In total, the school-based health center has saved this patient 7 days of missed school and 2 unexcused absences. If you are a parent, you've been there, you understand this mom's relief. We ask the Appropriations Health Subcommittee to consider carefully the information presented here and its value to the residents of Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, Rep. Delaney will be picking up. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Rep. Exum. Good evening, everybody. Let's get right to it. Next, we have Miss Elza Halsey. Oh, as I was. I think I might have skipped ahead. Miss Britta Darney. Miss Casey Malik Noyce. Oh, having some trouble with your audio. No, not hearing. Maybe you could log out and log back in, and we'll come back to you. Miss Elza Halsey. Elza Halsey.
Not in the room or online, but if we could have Casey just log out of the Zoom and then try to log back in, perhaps our audio might work then.
Casey, did you hear that? Yep, if you can log out and come back in. All right, in the meantime, we'll go forward. Mark Malik Maselli. Mark Maselli?
No, sir.
Oh, Miss Rebecca Lemansky.
Hi, good evening, respected members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify tonight. So my name is Rebecca Lemansky, and I'm a lifelong Connecticut resident, and I serve as the Chief Operating Officer at Journey Found, Inc., which is a nonprofit dedicated to empowering individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities across Connecticut. We provide housing, behavioral services, vocational training, and community integration, ensuring that the people that we serve can lead fulfilling, independent lives. Currently, we support 74 individuals across the north and south regions of the state, and every day we see firsthand the impact of person-centered care. One of these individuals that I'd like to talk about tonight briefly is a young man who recently moved into one of our homes. This was the first time that he's ever lived apart from his parents, and it was a really big transition for him, filled with a lot of uncertainty, but with the support of our dedicated staff, he is thriving. He's learning daily routines, he's making friends, and he's embracing his newfound independence. For the first time in his life, he's making his own choices and discovering what's possible for his future. His story is a testament to why our work is so critical, but without the proper funding, opportunities like his could disappear. The reality is, inadequate funding has forced us to delay or deny admissions, reduce community engagement opportunities, and struggle to retain dedicated staff. Last month, Connecticut's minimum wage was increased to $16.35 an hour, while DDS contracted providers must pay a starting wage of at least $17.25 an hour, far below what employees can earn in retail or private sector jobs. When we lose staff, we lose the heart of our mission. Without increased funding, more individuals will face longer wait lists, fewer opportunities, and increased instability. Families who count on us will be left without options, and dedicated staff who make our mission possible will continue to struggle under the weight of low wages and burnout. We are not just asking for funding, we're asking for the ability to continue changing lives. With your support, we can ensure that every individual who needs our services has the chance to thrive, just like that young man who, for the first time in his life, is truly home. I urge you to invest in this future. By increasing funding, you are not just supporting programs, you are supporting people, their dignity, and their right to lead a meaningful, independent life. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight.
And thank you for your testimony, Ms. Lemansky. I see we have Casey back here with us. Are you ready to prepare your testimony, ma'am?
Yes, is my audio working this time?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Somers, Representative Nuncio, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Casey Lanahan Michaelonis, Director of Educational Supports at Horizons in South Windham, Connecticut. Horizons is a transition vocation service provider who provides supports to students from the local school districts in Eastern Connecticut. As a DDS provider as well, Horizons is able to make school to adult service transition seamless for students who are exiting the local schools to their lifelong adult service provider, given the appropriate funding to support each individual at the time of their exit. This is often a jarring wake-up call to parents, as education is a protected right. They all consider that there might need to be appropriate budgeting after their child exits to provide support. The child's needs never change. The system has, and not having adequate funding when they start DDS is just not an option. It's incredibly disheartening when we're preparing for a student to transition from special education services to adult services, only to find that the budget hasn't been approved, so we have to pause their DDS start date, or the rates funded are so low that we can't manage to get staff in the door fast enough to provide support to people who desperately need it. If we're not able to provide support to individuals in a ratio that's safe for all parties involved, we risk people getting hurt or family members not being able to work because they have to make sure their loved ones are cared for because it's not funded or has been underfunded. While preparing for a student's transition, we have to consider details like transportation, staffing, being able to provide the environmental, medical, and behavioral support necessary. It's wild to hear that an exiting student will be budgeted for an amount of money that won't even pay for their supporters' hourly wage to arrive to their day program by thousands of dollars per year, let alone the time and training to get coaches to their basic DDS required competencies or the vehicle and vehicle maintenance to transport that person while maximizing the resources. I want to take the moment to thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify on the budget and request that you increase the funding for vital nonprofit programs like these by $264 million in fiscal year 26, including a 6% increase and annualizing the full amount of fiscal year 25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislator. In addition, we ask you provide an 8% increase in fiscal year 27. We know you can't make these investments in vital services without updating the state's budget controls. The state can afford to save for a rainy day, pay down payment, and fund essential services for Connecticut residents. Please update the guardrails to fund nonprofit services. Our phones are constantly ringing off the hooks with new individuals who are hoping to get support, but without the ability to pay their supporters a livable wage, we aren't able to accept new people. And this has an impact on the greater community as families aren't able to work, go to appointments, take care of themselves or other family members if they don't have reliable support. We struggle to pay people a livable wage at the rates we're currently being paid. The budgets are simply out of the question. Last year, there was roughly a 2% increase, which leaves us about 20 to 30% behind lower risk industries like retail, package handling, etc. If budgets were cut, I'm more afraid that the employees walking out the door to pursue one of these other industries rather than having to lay people off because we're just trying to cut even with staffing as it is. At the end of the day, this hurts the people we're meant to support and the staff who are burnt out trying to cover the surplus of needs. An increase in funding would mean that we're able to adequately pay our workforce as we should. It means that we're able to hire and retain staff, therefore able to support more people, getting them off the long wait lists that DDS has. We need to incentivize people who have the higher level skills, developmental potential, heart, and passion to remain in this type of workforce. Please support increasing funding to our community for nonprofits by $264 million. And thank you for the opportunity tonight.
Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service. Up next, we have Ms. Kate Carob. Ms. Kate Carob.
She's in the room. She's coming up right now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Administrator.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, members of the committee and chairman. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Kate Carob. I'm a resident of Stonington, Connecticut, and I'm the Director of Advancement at Child and Family Agency, CFA. So I come before you today to testify about the continuing need for school-based health centers in southeastern Connecticut. In fiscal year 24, CFA received a one-time federal funding to establish 9 new school-based health centers in eastern Connecticut. Thanks to that funding, we were able to serve nearly 8,000 students in just those 9 schools in Groton, Stonington, and Ledyard. An extraordinary number. I mean, I don't think anybody can deny that. You know, as a resident of Stonington, I can't count the number of families and friends who are in my life who have said how school-based health centers have really helped them from serious health issues with their children to the reduced stress of not having to leave work to deal with medical appointments. I actually just heard from 2 parents today, both medical doctors, and they couldn't say enough about how our school-based health centers have been a life changer for their families. So back when I started at Child and Family, I went to visit our school-based health center in Stonington Schools at Stonington High School. And I have to say, it brought me back to a moment from when my children were in high school back in 2014, 2015. Right outside the office of where our clinician currently sits, there was an altercation. I'll skip the horrific details, but the altercation resulted in a child going home and taking his life that night. So the impact is still felt by my family and our friends, many of us, 11 years later. And the ripple effect I can't even explain. So as I sat in that office with our school-based health center, mental health clinician, I can honestly say that I know that that child would probably still be with us if our school-based health centers existed at that time. So these centers are now something that our families, they count on. They depend on this service. It exists and it's not going away. It can't go away. Just to kind of drive it home, that point that I mentioned about what our family and friends dealt with back in 2014, I asked our clinician how many kids on her caseload, and she said she's overbooked and she's actually seeing kids even when she shouldn't be because they're so needed, the services are so needed. I asked her how many of those students were have talked about hurting themselves or somebody else. She said 90%. So without continued funding, these services will be completely discontinued after fiscal year 26. I asked the Appropriations Health Subcommittee to please provide $200,000 for our continued services through the end of fiscal year 26 and an additional $1,060,000 for fiscal year 27 to continue these critical programs that our children need so much. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Ms. Carob. Up next, we have Ms. Stephanie Delgado.
I am just turning it on. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. And we're
Okay.
ready for your testimony.
All right. Good evening, Representative Delaney and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Stephanie Delgado. I'm the Employment Specialist for the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, working specifically with the State Opioid Response Program. I'm a lifetime resident of Connecticut, taxpayer, voter, and a hardworking mother of a 15-year-old honor student. I want to take a moment to thank every single person that has spoke and has yet to speak this evening, sharing your struggles, professional and personal. Your time and advocacy is greatly appreciated. I'd like to thank the board members for your time and attention to these matters. The work you do is appreciated, and the funding increase that was granted last year was well received and well utilized. Okay, so these nonprofit organizations are focusing on the exact communities that are underserved to begin with. These individuals have often been alienated and shunned from society for a multitude of reasons. The population I serve in particular are recovering from an opioid epidemic that has been affecting our state and coming to heel after a pandemic. The cuts and long-standing lack of funding is mind-boggling, as these are the connections and resources that our state population benefits from the most. I began this work at the end of 2020, personally taking a pay cut from my commission-based sales position. I wanted to help the community with no strings attached, if you will. No incentives. I'm talking with my money, talking with my time, and talking with you verbally here. Full-time efforts are going to help our population find gainful employment and re-enter society as productive members of the community. And while doing that, I'm working an extra job to continue this line of work and for a nonprofit organization and be able to support my household. I'm grateful I don't need to present too late, as I did the similar presentation last year, but I'm also taking time from my personal life to plea for a reasonable budget increase, at least the $264 million that's proposed. I'm speaking for myself, for my fellow clients, for my fellow coworkers and peers. Please increase the funds to provide nonprofit wages comparable to the state equivalent positions, life-saving centers to your communities, and stably established resources to depend on. Thank you.
And thank you for staying with us tonight and sharing your time and your testimony with us.
Thank you.
I'm seeing that we had number 58, Ms. Britta Darney, here with us. Ms. Britta Darney, are you ready to present your testimony?
Britta, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Darney, are you ready to
Can you
present?
hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can, and we're ready to
Okay,
receive your
right.
testimony.
Yes. Okay. My name is Britt. Thank you for Honorable Representative Senator Austin and members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking as the mother and guardian of my adult child, Vanessa, who has profound and nonverbal autism. She lives in a group home and is in need of 24/7 support. Throughout her life in a group home that is for 20 years, about 20 years and more, there runs a thread of negligence and abuse, and a roller coaster of good and bad services. Therefore, I would like to ask the committee to please increase the funding for the Department of Disability Services, the developmental services. Some of the glaring events in her life in a group home have been the reason for my founding the organization called Friends of Autistic People, nonprofit advocacy and educational education, is because she was abused in her hometown group home. Now she lives in a group home in Trumbull, and even there she was sexually abused, and at one of the worst other worst events in her life was that we arrived one day on a holiday unannounced, and we found our daughter lying soaked in urine and feces in her bed in a room where the curtains had not been opened all day long. I could go on and on. There is no money for enrichment. I would have been able to organize a group therapy program, but there is absolutely no money, we were told, for enrichment, for outings, for anything, to improve the quality of life for these residents in a group home in Trumbull. Now after COVID, during COVID, we had a group home manager that was quite abusive, and it shows that there is such lack of funding that they allowed this group home manager to keep on treating us with such hate, and my daughter was abused, that they did not fire her until she actually was terminated a year ago. But to have her and her staff treat our daughter with such disdain and contempt, and ignore even medical prescriptions for a calorie-restricted diet, and fattening her up to about 200 pounds, thereby endangering her life for heart disease and diabetes, which runs in the family quite strongly. It's unbelievable. So to conclude this unfortunate litany of bad things that were interspersed with some good events, of course, too, I would like to please ask to increase the funding for the department for the DDS, so that the life of her and the thousands of people like her with profound autism who live in the group homes in Connecticut can be lives with quality. Thank you so much.
And thank you for the bravery of your testimony, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
Up next, we have Mr. Simon Wells.
Good evening, members of the committee. Thanks for your time tonight. My name's Simon Wells. I'm the Chief of Staff with Horizons. We're a nonprofit in South Wyndham. We support folks with intellectual disabilities where they live, their work, and play. As you've heard tonight, and you'll continue to hear tonight, there is a crisis in effect. There is inadequate staffing, and it's creating a massive strain on all of the wonderful nonprofits that are here tonight. You guys all do incredible work. and the stories of recovery and other successes is just amazing to hear. One of the reasons we're in this pickle, and it's a big one, is our starting wage is $18.70. An average after pay, you're looking at around $2,500 take-home pay at that rate for a month. The average rental cost for Connecticut is around $1,900. You subtract that and you're asking people to live on around $650. If anyone's been to the grocery store this week and filled up a couple of bags, you're not getting much change out of $200, right? This is obscene, it's offensive, it's disgraceful that we have to keep coming here and asking for more money, because it's clear as day that that's what we need. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to my friend here, a parent, someone we support, but I will say, I know you guys support us, and we have to change the guardrails, and I think you have to put a full court press on your colleagues and change the governor to get this fixed, because it's disgraceful.
Excuse me.
Good evening.
Excuse me. Do we have your name?
This is John Vogler. I wanted to yield my time to him, if I may.
No, is Mr. Vogler on the list?
No.
No.
All
No, I'm
right.
sorry.
We'll
can't
call
do-
it quits
can't do
then.
that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Wells. Up next, we have Mr. Bradley Fiddler. Is Mr. Fiddler with us? Mr. Bradley Fiddler. Mr. Ryan Sterling. Mr. Ryan Sterling.
He's online, Mr.
Hi.
Chair.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Sterling, we're ready for your testimony.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and other members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Ryan Sterling, and I currently live in Hartford. I'm a member of SEIU 1199, and also work for the Department of Public Health at the Rocky Hill Public Health Laboratory in the Newborn Screening Department as a chemist. I'm here today to say it's important that you provide full and complete funding to the DPH in your upcoming budget. I've been employed at the DPH for the past 3.5 years. I started at the lab a few years after graduating from UConn with my degree in chemistry. I began my work there as a Connecticut Careers Trainee, which is a trial program for many state employees recently, especially for the chemists and microbiologists in the laboratory. Unfortunately, it's not a path many chemists and microbiologists choose because it is a mandated, very low starting pay, about $43,000 a year. Compared to the private sector for chemists and microbiologists in Connecticut, they can make entry level upwards of 70 to 90. Of course, people don't join the state for the high paying salaries. They join for the, job stability and fulfilling roles. However, the issue is, despite having a stable job, it's becoming increasingly difficult to afford to live in the state. Rising rents are not matching salaries, and increased housing market is making it look impossible for myself and any other young state employee to ever buy a home here, start a family. And due to recent federal budget uncertainties, any federal grant funded positions like mine are now put into question. It's sad when employees are struggling to afford to live in the states that they worked in and have lived in their whole life. With that said, I do love my job. We run analytical tests for newborns born across the state. We get over 35,000 patients a year. Almost every single baby born in the state gets tested through us. We monitor for rare genetic disorders. When you get these critical results, you have to get these results out immediately. These results can, cause, mental and physical disabilities, deformities, even death. However, due to extreme budget restraints, we are not approved for overtime. Most of the time, if you need overtime, it has to be approved by supervisors, managers, lab directors, and deputy commissioners before you can even work the overtime. So most people end up working for free. I've had coworkers who have worked 10 hours of free labor in a week.
Mr. Sterling?
Yep.
Your time's elapsed. Can you please kindly summarize?
Sure. So we all love our job, but we just kindly request that the budget matches an expectation of a decent salary so we can continue to do our important work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and advocating on behalf of your coworkers. Next, we have Megan Gorman. Megan Gorman.
He's coming up to the mic, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Administrator.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance and for your hours that you're going to be putting in tonight, likely. My name is Megan Gorman. I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator for CMHA, Community Mental Health Affiliates. We are one of the many nonprofit organizations of this state that serve the many individuals that truly need us the most. I'm here to I would say ask and say please, but I'm really here to implore you to work with your colleagues across the aisle, work within your caucuses, work with the governor to adjust the fiscal guardrails, to adjust this this budget rather, because we simply cannot continue to do the impossible with less. As an organization, we employ over 300 healthcare professionals and we serve nearly 7,500 individuals across the lifespan every year in Central Connecticut. And despite being innovative and collaborative and doing all we can to right size our programs and do the best by our clients, we pursue funding streams from the states, from the feds, local, philanthropic, but those funds continue to stagnate, decrease, or simply disappear. We can't continue the errors of the past. Nonprofit services, whether through DEMIS, DCF, DDS, they have consistently been underfunded and not adjusted for inflation for well over decades longer than I've been alive. And the real reason that I think so many of us are here and so many of us are caring about this is because if we don't talk about it, if we don't continue to come to these committee hearings, if we don't continue to take your time hours into the night and into the morning, it's unfortunate, but I can understand why many of us may feel that our pleas are falling on deaf ears. We don't have the power individually to change this situation, but many of you do. You are able to work with each other, work across the aisle, work with the governor, and nothing short of full collaboration and agreement that these are vital services is going to make this happen. I understand there's many people here and everyone's time is necessary and you're not asking many questions, but if I were in your shoes, I'd be asking, how do you do it? How do you continuously balance the needs of your staff, of your clients, of your community, despite under resources, under funding? It's the only answer I can think of is how does a mother pull a car off of her child? It's that crisis, it's that adrenaline, and we've been facing that for years, but we have burnt out. Nonprofit providers wear their heart on their sleeves, and unfortunately, we continue to bleed. The temporary ARPA funding was a Band-Aid, but the way that you look at this budget, any increase for fiscal year 26 is actually a decrease of millions of dollars because we are not accommodating for the lack of funding that has been going on for years.
in summary, I'll state we truly need to adjust these fiscal guardrails. We need to be serious about the lives of our residents in Connecticut because these services save lives, and not funding them is not saving those lives. So I ask you to please look towards long-term solutions for funding, annualizing, adjusting for inflation within our budgets, and most importantly, recognizing that fiscal guardrails are serving as barriers to care for individuals who have no other options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corman, and I hope to reassure you that your words have not fallen on deaf ears. Thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Ms. Anna LeBlanca.
Hello. Good evening, legislators and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Anna LeBlanca, and I'm a proud resident of Bridgeport and a member of the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. I am here today as the New Haven CCAR's Young People and Family Services Coordinator to express my strong support for increased funding for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I came to CCAR as a young person in early recovery seeking help, nearly certain that I would never find people my age who were also trying to stay sober. I often wanted to give up on the idea of recovery. Through Young People and Family Services at CCAR, I not only discovered that I wasn't alone, but I gained the support and community necessary to lift me up, which is why I stand before you at 22 years old with nearly 2 years of sobriety. Because of CCAR, I was able to gain confidence and stability within myself and my recovery. I became a CCAR volunteer, where I was faultlessly supported and given the opportunity to continue to grow. I was then hired as a Young People and Family Services Coordinator, the very program that saved my life at a time when I needed it most. In this work, I have had the privilege of supporting countless individuals and families as they navigate their own recovery in the same way that CCAR supported me. I've had the honor of seeing young people blossom to be their healthiest and strongest selves, and I've seen families come together to heal. If this committee does not allocate additional funding to DEMIS specifically to support recovery community centers, I would lose not only my employment, but my recovery support, my community, and my home. I would lose this incredible opportunity to continue to walk alongside recoveries on their journey. I know that my work here at CCAR is far from over. This is my story, but this is not just about me. It is about the thousands of people who receive necessary and vital support and resources from our programs and centers. I urge the committee to consider the impact that this choice can have on the lives of real people. This is more than a program, it is a family, as you've seen how we showed up today. We live in a time when more recovery support is needed, not less. Please allow us to continue this work to make our communities a safer, healthier place. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for coming before us this evening. Up next, Mr. Mark Mitchell.
Greetings, Representative Delaney, Representative Dillon, Representative Walker, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Mark Mitchell. I'm a public health and environmental health physician. I was previously the director of the Hartford Health Department, as well as an environmental justice advocate. I'm also on the steering committee of the Connecticut Health Professionals for Climate Action. I'm here today to request $350,000 in new one-time funding to purchase and validate a pollen counting machine. Pollen produced by many types of plants leads to allergies and asthma in many Connecticut residents. Hartford, Bridgeport, and New Haven have often been named as the asthma and allergy capitals of the United States by the American Lung Association, as these cities often have been in the top 10 for asthma and allergies nationwide. Climate change is increasing the amount of pollen, the potency of the pollen in causing allergies, as well as lengthening the allergy season. Despite this, there was only one pollen counting machine in the whole state of Connecticut until 2022, when this machine broke beyond repair. Waterbury Hospital had been donating their hospital staff, and Dr. Christopher Randolph, a professor of allergy and immunology at Yale, had been volunteering as supervisory physician of this labor-intensive process. Neither Waterbury Hospital nor Yale Hospital are in a position to repair or replace the machinery and to continue to pay for staff to support it. We have been in communication with the Connecticut Departments of Public Health, Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and Yale Hospital, which have all indicated support for this project, but if we can get the additional funding. Connecticut DEEP has agreed to operate the program on a pilot basis with Yale to purchase and validate a new, less labor-intensive, fully automated pollen counting machine, if there are funds available. The Connecticut Health Professionals for Climate Action are asking that the legislature fund it through regular appropriations or through bonding. This service is critical to health professionals and patients for accurate diagnosis of the types of allergies that people have, as well as for avoiding exposures to pollen. We have indications that the pollen forecasts that we are now receiving from weather forecasters are no longer accurate. These machines are also needed for research on climate change or allergies, especially as the federal government pulls back on these. It might be able to help save lives in the case of a rare but sometimes lethal thunderstorm-related asthma epidemic, such as the one in Melbourne, Australia in 2016, which sent 10,000 people to the emergency department within 24 hours and killed at least 10 people. These epidemics can be predicted and prevented with accurate information, including pollen counts and speciation of the type of pollen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Mitchell. That'll be all. Up next, we have Dr. Thomas Farquhar and Dr. Adam Kay. Dr. Farquhar, is Dr. Kay with you today?
He should be on. Adam, are you on? I was going to let him start. If he was promoted before, if we could promote him now, I'll give my quick comments and then let him wrap up. My name is Thomas Farquhar. I'm a practicing radiologist in the state of Connecticut, and I'm the immediate past president of the Radiological Society of Connecticut, which is the professional society for radiologists, medical doctors who do medical imaging. And I wanted to offer brief comments on House Bill 6864, particularly with regard to the proposed funding for lung cancer screening and treatment referral. These funds would be available for this important function for the next 2 years. It's a relatively new initiative enacted in 2023, and it supports the great promise that there is in improving the early detection of lung cancer, because early detection increases the likelihood that lung cancer can be found and cured before it has spread. And so this has been, along with a longstanding program for cervical and breast cancer. This helps to reach out to underserved communities to make them aware of the great promise of screening and make sure that we get more people screened. And then hopefully my colleague, Dr. Adam Kay, will be speaking tonight about a referral program for pancreatic cancer. I'll let him do more of the talking, but we're very much in support of this. I'm a body imager. I specialize particularly in cancer imaging, the abdomen and pelvis. And not a week goes by that we don't see the devastating effects of pancreatic cancer, another cancer where if we can find it better, patients will do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Farquhar. Is your colleague here with you?
He should be. He was on. I'm not sure if they, Dr. Kay, I know he was promoted previously. I'm not sure if they need to go ahead and add him on.
Once someone has already accepted the panelist link, once they leave, they automatically come back as a panelist. I do not see him in here either as a panelist or.
Okay. I'll go offline, text him, and try to have him jump back on. Thanks for your time, everybody.
Yep, and we should be in possession of your written testimony if you submitted it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dr. Farquhar. We won't be able to have Dr. Kay
Okay.
rejoin because the two of you were supposed to speak as a 3-minute panel. So we
Okay.
won't have him join.
Very
us.
good. Thank you. Understood.
But thank you for your testimony, and we are in possession of your written testimony if you submitted it.
Quiet.
Next, we have Mr. Bright Johnson.
Good evening. I'm Bright Johnson, Connecticut Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network and a resident of West Hartford. We have submitted written testimony which details the cost of tobacco use in Connecticut, the disappointing and uneven history of tobacco control funding over the decades, and indisputable evidence in support of the vital role tobacco control plays in helping people quit and preventing kids from ever starting. I'd like to use my time today to publicly thank the governor for including $12 million in funding for each year of the biennium in his budget proposal, which will provide continuity of tobacco control programs and services across the state and help alleviate and reduce the staggering $2.36 billion annual economic toll and 4,900 lives lost every year that tobacco use costs Connecticut. Unfortunately, after years of decline, we've seen increases in youth tobacco use nationwide in recent years, largely due to skyrocketing rates of e-cigarette use, as well as new, largely unregulated products that have come on market, such as nicotine pouches. At the same time, progress on previously declining youth use of other tobacco products, including cigarettes and cigars, has slowed. In 2022, the legislature supported the restoration of $12 million annually for tobacco control, the first new appropriation of funds for tobacco control in 7 years. Since then, the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund Board has been reestablished. The first 2 disbursements of $12 million have been approved and allocated following 5 CDC best practice components. They include state and community interventions, mass reach health communication, cessation interventions, surveillance and evaluation, and finally, infrastructure, administration, and management. This funding includes $2 million having already been awarded to the state quitline vendor, National Jewish Health, to maintain services for the next 4 years. ACS-CAN applauds these efforts because despite much progress, the current rates of tobacco use remain unacceptable, and more than 2/3 of people who currently smoke indicate that they would still like to quit. Continuity of services and programs is essential as not everyone reacts or benefits the same way from utilizing the various FDA-approved quit methods. Some take longer to be able to quit. Some react better to some therapies than others, for example. We are not asking for a new funding source or to create new bureaucracy, only to utilize a portion of that which comes to this state every year for this very purpose. We urge this committee to maintain that funding over the biennium. In addition, we also support the continued funding for the lung cancer referral program that was just referenced in the previous witness. Finally, a provision within the governor's budget allows for modifications to the amount of funds to be dispersed under the Tobacco and Health Trust Fund without the need for legislative approval. Currently, a $50,000 cap exists, which was established in 2000. Recognizing that this amount has been unchanged for nearly 25 years, the budget increases the cap to $175,000. While my colleagues from the Heart Association and the Lung Association are unable to testify tonight, I have been empowered by them to say that we are all in support of this modest and appropriate increase for modifications for disbursements for programs and services that follow CDC-approved best practices. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Johnson. Up next, we have Sharon White. Sharon White with us. Miss Margaret Dempsey.
Good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Margaret Dempsey, and I live in Newington. I am a supervising nurse at the Department of Developmental Services. I come before you today to testify in support of increasing funding for health services in DDS. Working in DDS runs in my family. My father, my mother, my sister, and brother all have worked there. I have worked for DDS for 22 years in different nursing roles, most recently as a nurse consultant and now as a supervising nurse. In this role, I ensure compliance with the requirements of the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, consult with private provider agencies to ensure that DDS health standards are followed, oversee nursing care at our respite centers, and I work with individuals and families in the community as well as people who live in community companion homes. It is work that I care for dearly, but recently we have seen challenges that are all having adverse impacts on those we serve. Because of the lack of funding and nursing supports, individuals who experience a medically complex condition can end up stuck in a hospital or skilled nursing facility. In some cases I know of, individuals have spent months in hospitals or skilled nursing facilities because they cannot access the specific care that they need in their community. Many times the individual may need to stay in the SNF long term because there isn't a nurse to administer insulin or manage a tube feeding. It is an unfortunate reality that has sadly become more relevant. Nursing salaries are also not up to par, and many qualified candidates for employment choose private sector work where the pay is more competitive. If we had more funding for nursing positions and better pay, a lot of these issues would be improved upon and those we serve would benefit. No one should have to be stuck in limbo because they cannot get the nursing care they need. This year, you can change this and put us on a path of sustainable quality care. We are counting on your help to fund our services. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for your service, Nurse Dempsey.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Up next, we have Ms. Michelle Mihalko, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, ma'am.
Very close, Mahalko. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Michelle Mahalko. I'm the Senior Director of Communications at Oak Hill. When fully staffed, our 1,600 employees support more than 3,500 individuals with disabilities across Connecticut through our schools, our group homes, our accessibility services, and more. I joined Oak Hill just 5 months ago, and before that, I spent 20 years working across real estate, startups, tech, from San Francisco to New York City. I've worked with companies big and small, public and private, thriving and barely surviving, and none of that has prepared me for what I found at Oak Hill. At Oak Hill, I chair our staffing crisis task force, and I'm using air quotes, but that's not a nickname. That is literally the official title of this task force because we are truly in a staffing crisis. Each week in this task force, our senior leaders who would much rather be spending their time innovating and improving care anguish for hours over employee recruitment and retention numbers like employee vacancy rates that are over 60% in some of our programs, or this one. Last year, we hired 500 employees, and last year we also lost 500 employees. We are fighting an uphill battle to solve a staffing crisis because you only pay $17.25 an hour for our direct care workers to be responsible for life-saving care or to be forced to stay on their shift and miss their second or third job or their families or their children when their replacement doesn't show. We have a lot of heroes at Oak Hill. We have employees passionate about empowering our individuals. We have individuals who deserve dignity and opportunity and do amazing things with their work with us, like speaking for the first time or taking a vacation or simply taking a trip to get coffee. But stories with heroes also have villains. When we were founded 150 years ago, the villain was society's indifference in a system that ignored or locked away people with disabilities. And today, the villain is still indifference and inaction. Every year that the state fails to give us a meaningful increase, our individuals hear that their lives are not a priority, and our employees hear that their work is not valued. Every year, our employees fall further behind. Every year, we turn individuals away. And every year we hire and lose 500 employees because $17.25 an hour is not enough. But stories can change, and I know you guys support us. And by rallying your colleagues, you can change this story by substantially increasing funding for DDS and community profits like Oak Hill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
And thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Joseph. We have Bobby Jackson, followed by Pam Coelho. Since I'm not seeing them with us, we're going to move forward to Joseph Mercer. Joseph Mercer, are you here with us today?
He's making his way over.
Thank you, Madam Administrator.
Like you sit now. Right here? Okay.
Yes, sir. Just sit down right there and speak into the mic.
How's everybody? My name is Joseph Mercer. I'm a member of the Department of Mental Health. It's been ever since I was 12 years old in Upper Marlboro in Washington, D.C. I've been with the Department of Mental Health. My mother saw something strange in my behavior, so they all got concerned. He don't listen to us. What are they gonna do? Well, let's find Joe some help. He has a chemical imbalance in the brain, Francis. What are they going to do? Well, maybe we can get him a psychiatrist that could help him. Oh, that's a good idea. So I got in an incident in 78 and I had to be confined to Norwich Hospital. So I've been taking my meds ever since I was 17. I'm 63 now. They had made projects in the state hospital with the doctors, the social workers, the mental health workers, all in years to talk about the medicine. Joe, if you take that medicine, as long as you do and get some working skill and some education, you will survive. But the medicine slows down when you talk loud, Joe, or you get a little upset sometimes. That's your schizophrenia. But that don't mean that's going to render you or harm you because it can't harm you. But it's not your fault, Joe. You was born like that. So they emphasize these things in nonprofit programs, and that's why I can't understand why everybody want all this money. Some of the patients and clients get supplements. The program teaches them good work skills. Reliance House had us shoveling snow. We had a restaurant. We had a moving crew. All in career services at Reliance House. Some of it went down, some of it came back. But we're still fighting, y'all, with y'all support. We understand that we don't have a lot of money or people don't want to work for $20 an hour. But look at your careers, how you moved up, how you participated yourself to go to work in Department of Mental Health and move up. Now you're a social worker. Man, then you get 4 more years, you're a therapist. Next thing you know, you got a PhD. But the main thing about we have to emphasize the medicine. What is reality to these members and these clients in these programs is reality. You have a chemical imbalance that needs certain type of medicine to calm you down, to slow your thought process, to give you good work ethics, to go out there and get a part-time job. You getting Social Security, you still can work part-time. So Ryan's Help and Career Services and Oasis and Nassau and Hartford Hospital and Bedfield Hills and Hartford Jail, all the places where I experienced these things at. What helped me the most was Dr. Sir Panini told me at 19 years old, if you take that medicine, Joe, you won't have these problems. So they say, well, what are they going to do with Joe? Joe's a success story. Why don't we just let him go? Let him go. Yeah, send him to Ryan's house and have them take care of him. Now, I hear the bell going off. I'm glad y'all listening to me. And we're going to listen to y'all too. But try to grant career services and Reliance House and understand that the chemical imbalance is not that individual's fault. They was born that way. Y'all take care.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Miss Estela Lopez.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Estela Lopez Espelin, and I'm from Clinton. I work with the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services and as a licensed clinical social worker in the Hispanic clinic located at the Connecticut Mental Health Center. I'm here today to tell you that DMIS needs to be fully funded because the demand for our services has continued to increase year after year. I've been at the Hispanic clinic for a little over 3 years, but I've worked in the mental health field for over 14 years. We've seen the number of patients and the acuity of cases increase exponentially in recent years. There are several factors contributing to the rise from life in a post-pandemic world, increasing financial costs of living, and tensions in the world politically. However, our social acceptance of mental health and the importance of treating it as a nation has also led people who normally would not seek treatment to now consider doing so. Some of those patients are the ones I see. They normally would not seek treatment. We support their decision to seek care, and we need more resources to care for them. My patients speak very little to no English and struggle to find care, and there are few bilingual Spanish-speaking providers available. Many clients are immigrants to our country and very scared while seeking help with the current environment. When they do, it's difficult to find someone who can discuss their mental health needs and treatment in a way they understand. Bilingual employees like me are in high demand. Yet we are often overworked, underpaid, and taken for granted. We get a small stipend from the state for our service, yet it's more like an insult because of how much extra work we take on. The trauma our clients have survived is distinct. We sometimes must translate written material into Spanish, which takes time and energy. Bilingual providers must become knowledgeable about how to treat several mental health diagnoses rather than specializing because there are fewer bilingual providers. We end up becoming the person that has to handle it all. On top of that, our clinic is without several key employees to the point that we are filling in, handling intake evaluation, and triaging phone calls and walk-ins. These are normally tasks that would be performed by another specialist, but positions remain unfilled. Many of our clients come to us with multiple needs, such as help with accessing affordable housing and food resources. We are required to do home visits if needed. Our facility provides so much more than just mental health care because of the unique needs of our clientele. It is important that the Hispanic clinic, along with all other clinics Demas has oversight of, receive full funding so we can meet the needs of those we serve. Our clinics are not cookie cutter, one size does not fit all. Our state needs to get more multilingual providers, not just Spanish speaking too. The population of our state is ever growing and changing, and to serve all clients, we need to be fully staffed and fully funded. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. I will now be handing off the meeting to Representative Pavlak D'Amato.
Thank you, Representative. Up next is Stephen Bakayaki, followed by David Ishmael.
Good evening, legislators and the members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Steve Bakayaki. I come here tonight wearing a few different hats. I come here first and foremost as the brother to David Bakayaki, a young man with Down syndrome, who kind of shaped me into the person I am today and kind of all the work that I do. And then at the end of my college career, I started working at Horizon Summer Camp, where I'm currently an RN. At that time, I just fell in love with the work. Maybe it was because of David, maybe it was just because it's such an incredible place. And I spent the next, I want to say, well, it was 2012 I started at Horizon, so 12 years now, I'm still working. I worked in supported employment, I worked in supported living, I ran a group home for about 6 years. I attended this night and this day a few times with one of the guys I support, Scott Langner. I'm sure some of you who have been here a while remember that name. He always gives really good testimony. And then kind of during the pandemic, and starting a family, I kind of hit the reality of working at Horizons for nonprofit as a group home manager, making only $18 an hour. It just wasn't really sustainable for the life that I wanted to create for my family and my kids. So I decided to go back to nursing school, where now I currently work at Natchog Hospital as a nurse manager, which is kind of the other hat that I referenced to earlier. So now I've seen the world of DDS. I've worked with many people who put in so much time and effort. My wife is currently the HR director at Horizons, and I know how hard she works to ensure that we have a great place to work for the people, a great place to live for the people that we support. So I've just seen countless times that people who absolutely love the work they do, love the people they support, just can't make ends meet because of the amount of money that they are making. And now at Natchog Hospital, as the manager, I manage people who kind of are in the same boat that absolutely love the work, are extremely talented, and just aren't making quite enough money as they want to make. So I really come here tonight kind of seeing seeing it in all these different lenses, right? As a brother, as a manager, as someone who left a job that he absolutely loved because he just couldn't make enough money to support the family. And I urge you to just fund these budgets to the level that the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, the Department of Developmental Services are asking. I've heard a few times about these fiscal guardrails. I urge you to take a look at those fiscal guardrails and find the money to fund and kind of give people that really are working at just countless hours, pouring their heart and soul into the work, the money that they deserve. The individuals we support deserve it.
Stephen, if you could summarize for me, your 3 minutes is up.
I guess the summary is just, I urge you to fund these programs to the level they're asking. It really is an investment of not just in the people, but there's so many people that are affected by this decision. So thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and all that you do for the state of Connecticut. Up next is David Ishmael, followed by Janice Favreau. Is David there? If David's not there, then Janice. Is Janice? She's in person as well. And after Janice is Jean Kelly.
Janice is coming.
Great, thank you. Janice, if you could state your name and the organization you represent.
Yes. Good evening, chairpersons and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Janice Favreau, and I'm here to support Mark Inc. of Manchester. You've heard tonight from a variety of nonprofit providers about the need to increase the COLA and annualize the ARPA funding and modify the state budget guardrails so that nonprofit providers like Mark Inc. can continue to meet the needs of the IDD population. This is especially important so that Mark can obtain and maintain the staffing that it needs to provide service. But I'm here tonight to share the story of my son, Christopher, who is a participant in the day services program that Mark runs. Christopher is 47 years old and traumatically brain injured because of a car accident suffered when he was a child. In addition to his TBI diagnosis, Chris has multiple physical disabilities, including being a left-sided spastic hemiplegic. But he's always excited to go to his Mark Day Services program, where he is seen as the person that he is, beyond his disabilities, and where he is warmly welcomed by the staff and his community of friends. And one of the things that's most important to him at Mark is the opportunity to do work that he gets paid for. Through the partnerships that Mark has developed with various businesses, participants at Mark complete work tasks to the best of their ability with the assistance from staff. And he loves to tell everyone that he meets about the work he does and the money he earns in doing so. He feels he has value and a purpose. During his day, Chris also receives one-to-one service to help him maintain his physical abilities, especially those on his affected left side. Without this ongoing care, his physical abilities will decrease and he will become more limited in what he is able to do. In addition, Mark provides extra benefits like various wellness activities for their participants, as well as extracurricular events like specially themed dances and events planned around holidays, giving Christopher not only something to look forward to, but something to enjoy, and most of all, to make memories of the things that he's done. Families have come to rely on Mark, not only to give their family member the opportunity to have normalcy in their lives, but also to get a much-needed break from their care. At Mark, it's not just about the participant, it's also about supporting the families, not only through the programming, but through the direct and deeply personal connections that have been made over the years. If Mark does not have the ability to pay a living wage to its staff, its programming will cease. And folks like Christopher will not have the care and community opportunities that they need to live full and meaningful lives. We all know as humans that we have value and purpose in life, and we all need to have that value and purpose in life. Please consider the request to increase and annualize the funding so that Christopher and the other MARC participants and their families can continue to rely on the care that he and others have received from this great organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your story and about your son as well. That was great. Next up is Jean Kelly, followed by Megan Tucker.
I don't see her online or in the room.
Megan Tucker.
Megan is here.
Welcome, Megan. Please state your name and the organization you represent for the record.
My name is Megan Tucker, and I represent the Region 10 Community Wellness Coalition, as well as the Governor's Prevention Partnership. Good evening, respected members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Megan Tucker, and I'm a junior at Lewis Mills High School in Burlington, Connecticut. I'm here as the youth peer advocate for the Region 10 Community Wellness Coalition and as a member of the Governor's Prevention Partnership's Youth Advisory Board, both Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services funded organizations, to testify regarding Bill HB 6864. I'm here to encourage you to continue and expand prevention funding to the maximum amount because of its impact on all students in my district and in Connecticut. I applied to become the youth peer advocate of the Region 10 Youth Coalition run through McCall Behavioral Health Network because of one piece of advice an older student gave me at my freshman year orientation. Quote, "Don't do drugs. People think it makes you cool, but it doesn't. People in the school make fun of and bully those who use drugs or drink alcohol." This description of the dialogue around substance use concerned me. Most students who abuse substances do so as a coping mechanism to deal with current or past trauma. So ridiculing students who abuse substances only makes the issue worse. Not only this, but you have no idea who could be suffering from using substances. Even the most seemingly straight-laced person could be struggling with substance use. That's why it's so important that communities and schools within them help spread the message that no one will be judged for coming forward and asking for help. Instead of teaching students to judge their peers for using substances, we need to teach them to universally empathize with others. Our coalition, to help tackle the issue of stigmas in our community, created a series of projects such as expanding our social media presence, creating a mental health PSA, and even the simple task of bringing pizza to meetings to get more students to show up and hear the anti-stigma message of the Youth Coalition members. Through these projects, my community has helped to alleviate the stigmas surrounding students that use substances. These projects were only made possible due to the funding allocated to our coalition from the Prevention in Connecticut Communities grant from DEMAS. While changing the mindset of all students surrounding substance use is important, what's most important is ensuring that students aren't afraid to ask for help because of these stigmas. So our school created Insight Group. Insight Group is a club where students that are struggling with alcohol or substance use can meet together with an adult prevention expert and talk through their struggles without being judged. This group has built a community, a safe space for kids that need one. The opportunity for students to build said community and confide in a prevention specialist is only available due to the funding our organization is allotted from our DEMAS grant. Overall, the funding our prevention programs receive is essential to the future well-being of all youth in our great state. Please continue to fund Bill HB 6864 to the maximum to help teenagers stay drug-free. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Megan. That was exactly 3 minutes, and you must have a great mentor. Next up is Chris McNoby. Hi, Chris. Please state your name and the organization you represent.
Sure. Good evening, Representative Gilchrist and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Chris McNabo, CEO and founder of Horizons, one of the private nonprofit agencies providing essential services to your neighbors with developmental disabilities through contracts with DDS. We are in our 45th year and serve over 1,600 people statewide. We employ 247 year-round staff and an additional 130 seasonal staff. I want to tell you about my week. I'm the person in our agency that does all of the third interviews with candidates for jobs. This week I interviewed a person who's 43 years old, living with his father because he's recently divorced and falling on hard times. Someone currently living in a homeless shelter, a woman who hasn't worked in 3 years because of mental health issues, and a squatter caring for his son with disabilities who actually called out at the last moment because he had no one to be with his son. I've been coming to Hartford for over 40 years to tell these stories, and I have to tell you, it's been challenging before, but the effects of the pandemic are still with us and have changed the entire nature of the workforce. I struggled to get our staff to come and testify this year because they came last year and the year before that and thought, if I can only tell my story to the governor or the legislatures, they'll fix this wage issue. And when that didn't happen, they felt so deflated that they couldn't do it again because their story hasn't changed. And actually 57 of them have quit in 1 year. I can't quite deflate my newest staff members yet. Overtime expenses in our must-provide residential services are 13 times higher than it was pre-pandemic. Some of the timesheets I saw last pay period had hours like 168, 172, 124 hours. Our staff cannot work remotely. You cannot take someone to a medical appointment, support their challenging behavior, cook dinner with them, or help them shower remotely. The state minimum wage has gone up by 62% in the last 3 years, but not ours. And I got to tell you, 3% is not going to be enough. We must increase funding to the nonprofits by at least 6% in FY25 and adjust the Medicaid rates that we're paid. We're encouraged by the governor saying he'll look at the current guardrails. Updating the guardrails and funding nonprofits is essential. We provide 92% of community-based services for people with IDD that used to be provided by the state. We're businesses, contractors of the state, not charities. I implore the committee to increase funding for community nonprofits now. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Chris. Next up is Tricia Steele, followed by Sharon Tierney.
Hi, good evening. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tricia Steele, and I'm from Stafford Springs. I'm a mental health worker at Natchog Hospital. I've been in the mental health care field for the last 10 years, and I'm here to tell you guys how important it is to provide additional funding to the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services in your upcoming budget. My journey to where I am might be a little bit different than others you've heard from today. At the age of 13, I moved into the Institute of Living before moving between foster homes, group homes, and residential programs until I was 18. And I've been on the other side of the program. And let me tell you, conditions back then were way better than they are now. I know that's shocking. We are going backwards. They once allowed us to explore our community and engage with its amenities. We had regular outings. I was a member of the hiking club, and I was learning skills, having fun, and being a kid still, despite my setbacks as a victim of violence. Now our patients in facilities like Natchog just sit in a big room. Perhaps they'll get a deck of cards or some crayons or a paper to color with, but that's it. There are no outings, no outdoor activities, no real creative outlets for them on the unit. We can't even give them a pencil because there is too much fear of liability. Like, what if they stab someone? Yet we'll take them to lunch where they will provide them with a fork and a knife. The patients act out of these facilities because they are bored. They don't have any way to burn their energy. There's very little structure to their day besides meal times. Our creative rehab staff has been minimized, and because of the lack of staff, they don't have the ability to plan different activities for the patients. They end up providing just the same few activities. These children have no group options to participate in like our adult unit. Without enough staff and funding, we can't provide these necessary options for the children. Programs that will truly help them heal and leave our facility with a new outlook on life and come full circle like I have. This is not a medical model. This is behavioral health. There needs to be more program implementation. I am one of how many speaking, and I hope we're heard. I urge you to restore and expand funding to DEMIS programs. I'm standing here in front of you today as proof that they do work. But if you keep cutting programs and minimizing the staff, people, especially children, will fall through the cracks. Please do the right thing and increase funding for DEMIS programs like mine.
Thank you, Tricia. Stay beautiful. That was great. Up next is Sharon Tierney. After Sharon is Grace Ackerman.
Good evening, Rep. Gilchrist, Rep. Kennedy, and members of the Appropriation Committee. I'm the mother and guardian of my son, Cameron, who is served through supported living by the nonprofit Horizons, as well as through employment with job support. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the House Bill 6864, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs like these by $264 million in fiscal year 26, including a 6% increase in analyzing the full amount in fiscal year 25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature. In addition, we ask you that you provide an 8% increase in fiscal year 27. We know investments must be made in vital services, and this requires updating the state's budget controls to fund essential services for Connecticut's most vulnerable residents through nonprofits. I believe the state knowingly understands that updating the guardrails to fund nonprofit services is crucial as our population ages, and this is a necessary requirement. Updating the guardrails is not a nicety or a good to have. It's a requirement to serve our vulnerable residents with dignity and to keep our adult sons and daughters safe and thriving. To not is a cruel detriment, I believe. Horizons must secure the funding we ask of you today so they can serve more people and operate as a sustainable business. Horizons cannot sustain even a small funding cut. My son and I are faced with the challenge of Horizons securing the proper funding to provide quality services with a workforce that is appropriately paid. This is the key to attracting and maintaining a skilled workforce. In serving, Horizons vets their applicants to ensure they are committed, dedicated, and as the applicants go through months of preparatory intensive training before meeting the people they will serve. My son's basic rights for safety, food, shelter, security, and a quality of life are significantly dependent on a trained, skilled workforce. I depend on their skilled workforce daily and appreciate the work they do. There is no greater gift than when a person extends their hand to serve, as some are struggling themselves. As a child, my son required a private intensive specialized education program. I mention this because our children become adults. Now, as a 30-year-old adult, my son requires a specialized program through Horizons that will help him work towards independence to prove upon his functional life skills and succeed as an employed, productive citizen. Now is the time to increase funding for nonprofits that serve so many in need. If the funding is not increased, I'm highly concerned Horizons will have to close its doors on so many adults that depend on their services to thrive and succeed due to their true person-centered planned approach. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Sharon. That was beautiful. Next up, Grace Ackerman. After Grace is Allison McGrath.
I don't see her in the room or online.
No Grace. Allison. And after Allison is Karen Carney. I saw her name online.
I don't see an Allison here either.
No. Karen, are you there? Karen Carney?
Yes, I am.
Right. Just state your name and the organization you represent for the record.
My name is Karen Carney, and I live in Weathersfield. And I want to thank everyone who is present here tonight, everyone who is present this morning. I know we're preaching to the choir at this point, but it's very, very much appreciated. Our son is 23 years old. He's a client of DDS with a diagnosis of intellectual disability and autism. He's been without a day program for over 6 months because of staffing issues. He has no structure throughout the day. We're seeing cognitive declines and an increase in undesirable and sometimes dangerous behaviors. Long story short, he's now on an emergency waiting list for a group home. Yes, we're one of the people, one of the families who's on that long, long list. We're told by those in the know that DDS has openings in day programs, but there isn't enough staff. There are beds in group homes, but there's not enough staff. This lack of direct service, professional care, it can't be ignored anymore. And as I have listened all day long to the people who have been telling their stories, and I appreciate so much the professionals who've taken the time out of their personal lives to come and stay late, so late, to advocate for our children. I can't thank you enough for that. But we can't ignore this any longer. We really are in crisis. Nonprofit agencies are in crisis. And I was thinking of airplanes. If you're in an airplane and you lose cabin pressure and the oxygen mask comes down, well, you're instructed if you're sitting next to a child, don't just put it on the child first. You have to put it on yourself first. And so what was coming to mind, this metaphor of our workers are suffocating. They're lacking oxygen. They're lacking basic needs. Think of Maslow's hierarchy: food, clothing, safety, shelter. They can't afford to live without a second job. That's totally unfair. That's wrong. If we expect them to respect our children, we need to respect them and respect them with a living wage. So I'm here preaching to the choir and just to add my voice, because my son can't speak for himself, to please, please, please do something about the staffing issues. We need to love them, respect them, and give them what they need so that they can take care of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. That was a great analogy. Up next is Arushi Sharma, followed by Karen Healy.
Good evening, respected members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Arushi Sharma, and I'm a junior at South Windsor High School. I'm here representing the Students Against Destructive Decisions Club, SAD, and a member of the Governor's Prevention Partnership Youth Advisory Board, where I am a member of the Speaker's Bureau. I am here today to testify for the maximum support and funding for prevention through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I'm here because I have personally witnessed the impact of drugs on students in my community and Connecticut as a whole. There are many students, athletes, scholars, dreamers, who are introduced to drugs derailing their dreams and futures. It can start small, maybe vaping or smoking weed, but any substance use in our youth is dangerous and can develop into serious and life-threatening situations. What may seem like casual experiments can quickly spiral into dependence and eventually addiction. Everyone wants to believe in a brighter future for our young people, but when drugs and alcohol are involved, that future doesn't exist. This is where the need for continued funding for prevention comes in. Prevention has been successful, but our work is not done. Without funding, we will lose our support for students, and we will see the devastating consequences of substance abuse. According to the National Center for Drug Abuse Statistics, in Connecticut alone, nearly 8.95% of teens have reported using drugs in the last month. Let me rephrase that. That is 24,000 teenagers admitting to using drugs, not accounting for any unreported cases or people that might have not been reached by that survey. That is a number that we as a state should have a goal to make zero, and one step at a time we can get there. The first step is increasing funding towards the prevention efforts that the Governor's Prevention Partnership is leading through their funding with The GPP plays a vital role in making Connecticut a healthier and safer place by working with direct service organizations and with communities to prevent substance misuse while promoting mentoring and mental health awareness. Their efforts, through education, outreach, and collaboration, have provided invaluable resources and support to individuals who might otherwise struggle in silence. Investing in prevention is not only the right thing to do, but the fiscally responsible choice. Prevention reduces the burden on healthcare systems, decreases crime, and ultimately saves lives. Think about it this way: the small investment for today provides an even large-term benefit for our future. In closing, I urge the committee to fully support the funding of prevention programs. This investment is an investment to the well-being of our youth and our state. The students of today should be able to focus on school, not drugs, so that we can all experience a better tomorrow. Thank you for your time, consideration, and commitment to creating a healthier Connecticut for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job again. Glad to see our younger people up at the Capitol testifying. Up next, Karen Healy, followed by Amberly Keels.
Karen is here. She's coming.
Hello, good evening. My name is Karen Healy, and I'm on my own. I'm a person in the community. I'm a consumer. My name is Karen Healy, and I live in Hartford, Connecticut. I'm a person in recovery from mental health illnesses. I spent 24 years of my life in psychiatric state hospitals between Hudson River Valley Hospital in New York and Cedar Crest and CVH in Connecticut. I am now living successfully in the community with services supports from the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, DEMIS. I'd like to say about that, if I did not have DEMIS and the Sue Graham and Sue Nemus, who were the commissioners at that time when I got discharged, I was discharged December 4th of 2014. Everybody's saying, you're not going to make it because of my mental health issues with severity, with doing things to myself in a negative way. I had commissioners, I had the CO of CVH, as I actually had my discharge papers in my hand that day. Walking after get discharged, I had 3 people standing right there. You'll see you in another week. Guess what? It's been over 10 years. I've never seen CVH. I've never been threatened to go back to CVH. Sorry. So I'm prepared in mental health miniseries, and I was appeared in the mental health miniseries this 2022. It was about Connecticut and mental health stigma in Connecticut. My whole episode, I'm in episode 3. They received a Grammy because of my episode that they took a part of. I am a member of the Keep the Promise Coalition, and I received a letter of appointed from the Governor of Lamont to the Connecticut Council of Developmental Disabilities. In my opinion, that meant the world to me because of my story and my recovery and what I've been through. I was chosen by the governor. What made the big thing for me, I have actually in my home in a frame, I have the hard copy with his official signature, and the folder that came in the mail was the one that you see him on TV signing the laws. So that meant the world to me. That's on my wall. I've received citations from Matt Ritter, who I have a one-on-one good rapport with. I was supposed to see him today, was there, but you know how that could be. Time went by, couldn't catch it. But my opinion is that I think that people with problems like me and with any kind of addiction or mental health issues should not be told they cannot make it. I have had a history for so long. My opinion, I think the budget and the DEMIS should not be cut. I think there should be other opportunities for clients and patients or whoever in hospitals for no matter what they've been there for. We're human. We might take meds. We might have issues that someone else doesn't have. But look at it this way: if it was you guys when your children or family member and had an episode, would you throw them away in the trash and the garbage and put them in institutions and forget all about them? In my opinion, I like to say is that my clinical psychiatrist comes from Capital Region. Goodwill Agency also provides me, that's a program that I've been in for 10 years, a RN case manager who makes all my doctor appointments and comes to see me mostly Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. She comes to see me in my own place. She also goes out of her way to make me feel important and very cared for. Everyone deserves the opportunity to live in a good life in the community. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And for the record, Speaker Ritter does that to me sometimes too, so I get it. Next up is Amberly Kiles. And after that, Gary Meehan.
Good evening, respected members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Amberly Quiles, and I am a 16-year-old teen writer and activist with the Governor's Prevention Partnership from Trumbull. I'm here today to share my story, not just as a teen, but as someone who has personally experienced the devastating impact of substance misuse. I once had a brother. His life was full of dreams. He was a musician, a father who could see his child, Nilo, my nephew with Down syndrome, grow up. And he even had plans to start an empanada truck. But the world failed him long before he was able to reach his goals. As a teen of color in Stanford, he was often overlooked and left to navigate a system that was not built properly to support him. The school system lacked the resources or funds to help a vulnerable teen exposed to marijuana, often the first steps down a dangerous path. He wasn't given the aid and mentorship he deserved. His mother, a fierce and formidable, loving single parent, wasn't given the support she needed to be there for him in the way that he needed at the time. This could have prevented our tragedy. And while our family did everything we could to create something beautiful and aid him, it wasn't enough to fill the gaps left by a system that fails young Black men and teens in general. Because of the gaps we are still experiencing in prevention, a brilliant, creative soul is lost. Last year, he unexpectedly passed away alone on his 30th birthday to a fentanyl and Xanax overdose. The world is a little darker without him. A son is left fatherless. I even developed generalized anxiety disorder after the event, something I must forever live with. And the worst part, he is not the only one. This is why I'm here to speak in support of continued and expanded funding for prevention in HB 6864. Prevention is not only about stopping substance misuse before it starts. It's about giving communities tools and resources to make better choices. It's about making sure that teens like my brother are not ignored or stigmatized and end up turning to substances to escape a world that is so very unkind to them. Moreover, more funding for education will increase empathy and compassion all people need to understand their peers. I am also here to mention how significant organizations like the Governor's Prevention Partnership are in helping address and prevent these tragedies. GPP is funded through DMAS and works statewide to prevent substance misuse and provide education resources to all of our communities. I urge you to expand funding through bills like HB 6864 to make sure that we can reach and save as many people as possible, especially in communities that have historically been undeserved. Prevention is the key to saving lives and stopping this cycle before it starts. We must continue the work to make sure that everyone, regardless of their background or where they live, have access to the resources they need to stay safe and healthy. Safety should not be cultural. It should be universal. So please expand funding and save lives because you have the power to do so. Thank you for your time listening to my story. I hope we can count on you to continue on your continued support for prevention. Thank you.
Thank you, Amberly, and sorry for the loss of your brother. Next up is Gary Meehan, followed by Francis Truseski.
We have attempted to promote Gary several times, and he continues to decline that promotion to panelists. He will not be able to speak unless he accepts that promotion.
Okay. I've seen his name there, sitting there for a little while. Is Francis?
Yes. Trying to get the video to come on. There we go.
It's working.
Thank you so much for taking my testimony. Good evening, everyone. My name is Fran Truseski. I live in Canton, Connecticut. I am the parent of an adult who has a developmental disability. I also serve as the council chairperson for the Connecticut Council on Developmental Disabilities, and I'm the board treasurer for both the ARC Connecticut and FAVAR, the ARC of the Farmington Valley. I'm also the retired director of the Bristol Adult Resource Center, retired finance director of the Bristol Adult Resource Center. My testimony, however, today is as a dad and as a concerned citizen, and not on behalf of these other organizations. I'm testifying today on the need to increase the DDS budget to allow for higher pay rates and a career path for direct service professionals. I'd like to lead with just a quick quote from my daughter, Lauren, a young woman with a developmental disability. In a conversation we had recently, she said to me, "Dad, I hate it when everybody has to worry about me." Now, doesn't that kind of say it all? That's human aspiration. I want to stand on my own 2 feet and succeed or fail with my own abilities and my own interests. It also, in its own way, indicts the system that we currently run in our state. We refer to the staff whom we employ to support the developmentally disabled community as direct service professionals. But do we pay them as professionals and give them a professional career path? No, we do not. We pay them a low wage and we review their success as though they were adult daycare providers. Our loved ones and friends in the developmentally disabled community are looking for mentors and creative staff to challenge them, expand their horizons, work with them on their interests and abilities, and who will be catalysts for their growth and achievement. They want to be independent, productive, and engaged members of their communities. And instead, we provide them with underpaid staff. What are we doing? I want to be very clear that I'm not meaning in any way to disrespect the amazing direct support professionals that we have across this state. But the sad reality is we have a 25 to 30% turnover rate in this profession. And why is that? Because it just ain't too hard to find a better paying job that's a lot less work than what we have created. We need to create a system in the state of Connecticut that treats our direct service professionals as the professionals that they are, that provides them with training and a career path and provides the funding to pay them a wage commensurate with the important work that they do. And most of all, we need to measure our success by the increased independence and community engagement and employment rates among our daughters, sons, and relatives with developmental disabilities, and never simply by the number of service hours that they provide. Today, I urge you to look long and hard at how we recruit, train, and compensate our direct service providers. The right to independence and the pursuit of happiness for our folks with developmental disabilities is a civil right. If you can't see it that way, then see it as fiscal responsibility. You need to look no further than my own daughter to see that every dollar we spend on fostering independence, personal growth, community engagement has the return of multiple dollars to the taxpayers in reduced need for government benefits. I urge you to remove a piece of Connecticut's current large surplus from behind arbitrary guardrails and fund the DDS budget to allow for higher pay rates and a career path for direct service professionals. Thank you so much for taking my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Truseski, and thank you for your years of service. Next up is Lacia Maldonda, followed by Dee Dee Delaney. Are either of them there? Ladia or Dee Dee?
Madam Chair?
I think they're both.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair? Rather than Dee Dee testifying,
yep,
we're going to have Victoria Hughes Bakiaki testify.
Great.
Good evening, members of the committee. Writing my testimony this year was emotionally taxing, not because I struggled to find the words, but because I felt so deeply about them. It's long and it's emotional, but I'm going to try and summarize it here. My name is Victoria Hughes Bakiaki, and I'm the Director of HR at Horizons, an organisation that you've heard a few times about tonight. But more than my job role, I'm a family member of someone whose life is directly supported by the work that we do at Horizons. My brother-in-law, David, is one of the individuals we support. He has found more than just a job. He's found a place where he belongs, he's found friends, he's really thriving. Knowing he's supported by people who truly care means everything to me. Hearing some of the stories tonight, I know firsthand that the care that he receives at Horizons is exceptional, and I'm really proud to say that he's supported there. But in my position, I also see cracks forming. You've heard so many people express how non-profits are in crisis, and in my role, I see that due to staffing. Again, in my role, I witness the hardship of the staff that we have at Horizons face every single day. They find the work deeply fulfilling, but the financial reality to too many just really cannot afford to ignore. We have dedicated, passionate employees. I heard someone say heroes today, and I think exactly the same for the employees at Horizons, who pour themselves into the jobs. Yet they're barely making ends meet. Some are working exhausting amount of overtime, not as a choice, but as a necessity. And still, we end up losing people. Not because they don't believe in the work, not because they don't care, but because they simply cannot afford to do this work. The staffing crisis is crushing us at Horizons. It's crushing our leaders. They're holding it together with everything they have, but we're seeing it wearing on them. I hear it in the way that we say these weekends will end, meant as to encourage, to reassure, but it's really a quiet plea. They must end. We really, really cannot continue. And yet without change, it will continue. We've already been saying it for too many years. We've heard what we're asking for. We're asking for the 264 million increase in financial 26 and an 8% increase in financial 27. But really, truly, without this investment, we're going to be losing staff. We are losing the heart of the work, not just the staff. Please, update the state's budget controls. The state can afford to pay for a rainy day fund, down pay debt, and fund essential services. Please update the guardrails and fund non-profits. This is not just about keeping the doors open. It's about keeping the right people in the right place. People who are trained, experienced, and deeply committed to what we do and who we serve. It's to ensuring that David and the thousands like him to continue to receive care and the support, the opportunities that they truly deserve. We want the opportunity to invest in those who care for others, to make sure that the people who dedicate their lives to the work that they have chosen to do, to the love and the ability to support their own families also is just truly important. If we don't just lose employees, we lose something far greater, and it's a loss we really, really cannot afford. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight.
Thank you. I love an accent. Next up is Dee Dee here, Dee Dee Delaney. I know I saw Valerie Williams.
Dee Dee, the woman who just spoke in lieu
In
of.
place of Dee Dee.
But we can go back. I do see 96 in the queue.
Latia?
Yes.
Welcome. Please state your name and if you represent anybody for the record.
Latia Maldonado, I'm representing myself. Okay. Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Latia Maldonado, and I am from Middletown. I'm an instructional paraprofessional with Oak Hill School in Plainville. I'm here today to testify in support of desperately needing funds and increases to the DDS services. The program I work for provides a vital resource to some of the most marginalized people in our state. Fully funding is a necessity. I've been working at Oak Hill for 3 years, but have been in this field for nearly 10. I made a career change after spending over 20 years as a chemist. However, I wanted to provide direct care to people and saw working with students who have physical or intellectual disabilities to my calling. Changing careers has left me more fulfilled in life, but has come to an enormous financial cost. As a chemist in Virginia, I made nearly $70,000 a year. At Oak Hill, the starting pay rate is $18.50 an hour, which is not even $40,000 a year. As a single mom, that check simply doesn't cut it. For a long time, I wasn't able to pay rent. My daughter and I, excuse me, it's bringing back memories. Whew. My daughter and I bounced around hotels and motels, living on couches of family and friends until the money eventually ran out. Eventually, the two of us ended up living out of my car in the middle of winter. We were homeless while I was working a full-time job, and that's just unacceptable. And this is the reality of underfunding DDS services. Funding shortages also impacts the services that we provide. Every single day, Oak Hill is operating with critical staff shortages. We rely on, undertrained staff and temporary agency staff that just to keep the doors open. Every day is a struggle to do this at the bare minimum. our kids are not just getting the care that they deserve. Well, I just want you guys to think about this. If your own child needed these services and access to these resources from day to day, would you like for them to have the best care possible? The only way for this to happen is to give the best tools, give us the best tools to work with, and that's properly trained staff. We need you to fully fund the community programs in our state so that the staffing shortages are filled and that, excuse me, and that the only way to do so is to offer a livable, competitive wage in those positions for the trained staff necessarily. Please make sure that the community programs gets all of the funding that it needs for your upcoming budget. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. You're a brave mother. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Valerie Williams, followed by Richard Rothstein.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Valerie Williams. I live and work in Stratford. I work for Connecticut Renaissance, an organization with 11 program locations throughout 6 cities in Connecticut: New Haven, Waterbury, Norwalk, Stamford, Shelton, and Bridgeport. We have outpatient clinics for adults and adolescents. We operate 2 residential treatment programs. We operate 3 work release reentry programs. We have a gambling program, and we offer support services for court-involved youth and their families. I am here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs like these, providing services to adults and adolescents with behavioral health and substance abuse issues by $264 million. Recruiting and retaining staff members is part of our daily conversations. It's always, who's leaving today? Well, where are they going? What are they going to do? All right, now who's going to have to call the clients and tell them there's no program today? When the state puts out an RFP for a company to build a building, repair a bridge, repave a road, it's often written in that the bidder must pay prevailing wages. They must adequately pay their employees to do the job. However, when the state contracts for a company to provide services or support for its own citizens for life-saving services, it has no such requirement. In fact, the budget for the contract makes it impossible for us to pay our employees a living wage. I've been working in this field for over 30 years, and I do not understand why organizations providing critical services to the citizens of Connecticut are treated so poorly by our own government. We must beg and grovel for a livable wage. It's insulting and it's disrespectful. Why is it that you can understand that bridge builders, road pavers, people that paint the Capitol, consultants, they must be paid a living wage, but yet you think a group home worker or a caseworker or a substance abuse counselor does not need a livable wage? I've been told countless times by legislators that we need to do more fundraising. If we want to pay our staff more, we need to hold more fundraisers. I mean, that's what we need to do to make our ends meet. I doubt that anyone has ever told a construction company, a consulting firm, or the food service workers who staff the cafe and the LOB to hold a bake sale so that they can make their ends meet. The governor's budget proposes a small increase for nonprofit contractors for fiscal year 26 that doesn't even take effect until 6 months into the year. We cannot sustain this lack of funding. I speak as a nonprofit provider, as a voter, and as a taxpayer. Please update the guardrails to fund nonprofits. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Valerie. Very well said, too. Appreciate it. Next up, Richard Rothstein, although I do see Gary Meehan came back on, so Gary, we'll give you another chance. Otherwise, Richard Rothstein, followed by Heather Gates.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Richard Rothstein. I live in West Hartford. I'm here tonight because of my son Spencer, who also lives in West Hartford, in Representative Gilchrist's district. My son has lived in a community living arrangement funded by the Department of Developmental Services for 34 years. He is now 42 years old. He is now one of only about less than 300 individuals who have the highest level of need score in the department's funding system. Why does he have this level of funding? He has this level of funding because he has profound autism. He has some verbal skills, but has no sense of danger. He has intellectual disability and many complex medical issues. I would have loved if he could be here tonight, but he is in kidney failure after having 2 successful kidney transplants over the last 30 years. And tonight is dialysis night. So he's over at the DaVita Dialysis Center at Hartford Hospital tonight. So for almost 40 years, almost his entire life, I've advocated for him and others with a particular emphasis on those with the most intense needs. Because Spencer had the most intense needs. We were very lucky when we returned to Connecticut after he was born, and we hooked up with a great agency, HARC in Hartford, and we established close relationships with the Department of Developmental Services, then called DMR. He was at the age, about shortly after we returned here, he wound up in the hospital for 11 months. And many times during that 11 months, he wasn't supposed to live, but he has tremendous fight and great determination, and he made it through. I would like to speak tonight about those families who don't have the services like Spencer has. I'm a member of a new organization called the Profound Autism Alliance. It's a national organization. We have an active Connecticut chapter, and we are fighting to get profound autism recognized and to get the level of service that's needed for kids like Spencer. Right now, I can tell you a number of families who can't even get a day program for their child with profound autism because there isn't sufficient funding for the providers to take on that responsibility. This is just talking about day services, not even residential services, which all individuals with profound autism will need at one point or another. In our case, it was when he was 7 years old. We were burned out after 2 long years of hospitalizations, and we ran a nursing home in our home for that period of time when he was home.
Mr. Rothstein, could you please summarize? Could you please summarize? Your 3 minutes is up.
So the department's focused over the last few years on individuals with lower needs. We would like to see funding so the department can develop programs for kids like Spencer and others families who are here tonight and couldn't be here tonight because they were taking care of their kids at home. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rothstein, and your son Spencer's in our thoughts and prayers. Next up is Heather Gates, followed by Bonnie Salas.
Heather is not here, Madam Chair.
Okay. Bonnie. And after that, Jennifer Chedukowicz.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Bonnie Solis. I live in Oxford, and I am a head nurse at the Department of Mental Health and Addictive Services. Today, I'm here to testify in support of increasing funding for staffing and health services in DEMIS. The last 18 years, I've worked at DEMIS and currently work in Waterbury at the outpatient team. As head nurse, my responsibilities include medication monitoring for an increasing number of clients, coordinating with pharmacies, VNAs, residential facilities, families, and other medical providers, and completing annual health assessments, to name a few. Although I value my work, this environment has become more difficult to work in. We have serious problems with staffing in both inpatient and outpatient settings. For example, in some cases, there is a 1:80 nurse-patient ratio for outpatient care, a simply unsustainable ratio. In addition, DEMIS is pushing for staff to provide more patient care without them providing us with more staff and resources while mental illness is rising in the state. Pay is also an issue and should be better. It is non-competitive with the private sector and deters qualified and committed nurses from the job. This all puts profound stress on me and my colleagues who handle multiple tasks at once. After work, I often feel exhausted. I should be able to go home after work with proper staffing and adequate pay, and then go home stress-free to my kids and family. Instead, I'm often faced with the opposite. My colleagues and I get the job done, but there's no doubt that our communities would be better served if we had more funding for staffing. We are counting on you to help fund our services this year so that there can be a pathway for growth and an improved quality of life for all at DMIS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, Jennifer Chadwick-Witz, and I believe Representative Leeper will be taking over.
Thank you, Representative Pavlik-Tomato, as well as Representative Gilchrist, for being here tonight. My name is Jennifer Chadwick-Witz. I am the Chief Strategy Officer of the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, known to most of you as SCAD. I'm a resident of Cromwell, taxpayer and voter. However, the most important voice I have here today is that of a woman in long-term recovery in my 37th year of recovery. For 58 years, SCAD has provided a full continuum of care for substance use disorder with programs located in New London, Norwich, and Lebanon. We also provide primary care services on site, hepatitis C treatment, medication-assisted treatment, and recovery housing. We are a DMIS-funded agency licensed by the DPH, funded through payments via DSS and Medicaid. We have 213 employees in Eastern Connecticut and serve approximately 5,000 individuals, including our outreach programs. As one of the largest DMIS-funded providers of residential services substance use treatment in the state of Connecticut, we have faced exorbitant increased costs related to technology necessary and required for appropriate and compliant clinical documentation for the state and federal funders. Training hundreds of staff to implement software and provide appropriate reporting, costs to aggressively secure our organization's data from bad actors. All of this must be provided by staff who are hard to acquire and quick to turn over due to shortage of healthcare professionals. The cost of living increases we experience in a primarily residential program are the same you experience in your own pocketbooks at home. Food, medical supplies, bedding, cleaning supplies, laundry detergent, emptying septic tanks, yes, I said it, fuel, snow removal, maintenance, and repairs of 9 programs with over 22 buildings. The list could go on. While SCAD treats the full spectrum of substance use disorder treatment, alcohol treatment is often underfunded and overlooked. The burden of alcohol treatment in this state is overwhelming not just DMIS-provided services, but the healthcare system overall, and recent funding is restricted to treatment of opioid use disorder. We are losing clinical staff to telehealth companies, school districts, hospitals, private practice, and sorry to say it, the state of Connecticut. We can't compete. We need permanent increases in funding to keep pace with the staff requirements at market rates and keep our programs open. While the governor's budget proposes a small increase in the second year, it will cut our funding at the beginning of the next biennium. We cannot sustain even a small funding cut with a rainy day fund of $4 billion. It's raining, folks. Let us remain the experts on treating substance use disorder for the good citizens of Connecticut, and we ask you, please, update the guardrails and fund nonprofits. We can do both. Support increasing funding for vital nonprofit programs like ours by $264 million in fiscal year 26. That includes a 6% increase, increasing Medicaid rates for behavioral health, and annualizing the full amount of fiscal year 25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature. In addition, we ask that you provide an 8% increase in fiscal year 27. Thank you very much for being here tonight and allowing me to testify.
Jennifer, thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to go next to Gary Meehan.
Can you hear me? Good evening, Senator Osteen, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Gary Meehan, and I'm from Deep River. I work as a direct service provider and assistant manager for Haywardville Road House in Colchester. We're a highly behavioral group home that provides around-the-clock care for our residents. I'm here to tell you that the need to stop cutting funding for the Department of Developmental Services because it's becoming impossible to address the needs of our residents. I've worked at Haywardville Road now for 2 years, but I've been in the group home setting for 8. Our home serves 3 residents who are all living with varying degrees of disability. We should have 3 staff per shift, but our home is currently operating with only 2 staff members per shift. This leaves us at times with just 1 employee on during some shifts. That's not enough to address their needs. Some of our residents require constant hands-on care for everything from hygiene to meal preparation to behavioral issues. Some of our individuals have behavioral issues that struggle to cope with their frustrations. They could have a day-long or a multi-day long episode that requires significant care. It exhausts our staff. We're attempting to deal with that individual, and other individuals in the home are being ignored because of this. It's impossible to be in more than one place at a time. I work 2 jobs myself. I work on an average of 100 hours a week, and I'm 61 years old. This is not the way any person should be living, but it's the only way I can survive. Please increase funding to DDS so they can fill our homes with quality staff, provide us with a livable wage, and make a lifestyle for our residents better overall. Thank you.
Sherry, thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Dr. Sandra Carbonari. Nice to see you, Dr. Carbonari.
Hi, nice to see you too. Well, as you said, my name is Sandy Carbonari, and I am a member of the executive board of the Connecticut chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And as a primary care pediatrician since 1982, I've had many patients with special health care needs, and I learned so much from these kids and their families. And I truly appreciate the testimony that I have been hearing today from programs and especially from parents. However, I have I'm speaking on a little bit of a different subject on behalf of the over 600 members of the Connecticut chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics in support of funding gun violence prevention programs. We applaud Governor Lamont's inclusion of a $3.9 million per year in his proposed biennial budget for the Department of Public Health to fund gun violence prevention programs. There's a wealth of data that supports community-level interventions as one of the most important tools to reduce firearm-related injuries and deaths in children and youth, as well as adults. The American Academy of Pediatrics has been involved for decades in advocacy efforts, to address firearm violence as a public health issue and advance policies that keep children, families, and communities safe. Gun violence is a public health epidemic that is injuring and killing children at alarming rates. Some frightening statistics: in 2020, firearm-related injuries became the leading cause of death for U.S. children aged 1 to 19. About 1/3 of American children live in homes with firearms, and of these households, 43% contain at least one unlocked firearm, and 13% live in households with guns that are unlocked and loaded or stored with ammunition. Suicide attempts involving a firearm are more often fatal at 91% compared with those involving a drug overdose, which is around 23%. And over 80% of child firearm suicides involved a gun belonging to a family member. As shocking as these statistics are, facing the reality of death and injury from firearms is truly horrifying. I was the president of the Connecticut chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics at the time of the tragedy at Sandy Hook. I worked very closely with the pediatricians who cared for the children of Newtown for many months after that horrible event. It is a time that is indelibly etched in my memory. The losses and the pain suffered by those involved should never be forgotten. We should do everything we can to prevent it. It is dismaying that we, as a community of people living in Connecticut, have not made more progress since Sandy Hook in the prevention of death and injury by firearms. It is imperative that funding for community gun violence intervention and prevention programs remains part of the state budget. And thank you very much for listening to me tonight and for all your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have Deb Carpenter.
Deb already went earlier.
Oh, thank you. Jennifer Muggio. And apologies if I mispronounced your last name.
Nope. Wait, I retract my previous statement. My apologies.
Deb is with us.
Where's the panelist? We have a panel going, and the list is going for Deb. So we have Deb Carpenter, Jeanette Bailey Spence, Amy Stoddard, and Janet Johnson. Sorry about that.
Thank you. That's okay.
Good evening. My name is Amy Stoddard. I'm from Ledyard. I'm a direct support professional with Journey Found at their Pawcatuck Group Home. I am here with my 1199 group home workers, brothers and sisters, and I'm here today to urge you to increase the funding for the Department of Developmental Services this year's budget. Our home has been functioning with 2 staff members for 2 years. Yes, you heard that right, just 2 people, when we should have at least 6 on our staff. My coworker and I have been working endless shifts. One weekend recently, I worked 36 hours out of the 48 hours between Saturday and Sunday. Do you know what that does to a person? I was exhausted. Driving home was beyond dangerous, and to top it off, it was one of those Monday mornings when it was snowing. On top of all of that, my daughter moved away from me. She moved 3,000 miles across the country to live with her father because she didn't want to live with me because I wasn't home. I lost my own daughter because of the demand my job keeps putting on me. We thought we were getting some relief recently when they hired a new employee. Unfortunately, he's calling out more than he's helping us, leaving just the 2 of us to pick up the slack and stay so our residents stay safe. My coworker has worked 11 straight days at the home, and that's just this one job. 11 days of being at our facility, with just a short stop at home from time to time before quickly returning. Thank you.
My name is Jeanette Bailey Spence, but most people call me JBS. I live in Manchester, and I am a residential program worker at Oak Hill and a direct care worker at Journey Found. Thank you. At both agencies, we do precisely the same thing. I come before you today to testify in support of increasing funding for healthcare services in DDS. I have been running this race since 1988 when I started at Oak Hill. I was motivated to become an RPW to help those who could not help themselves, and I am blessed that for 37 plus years now, I have been able to do just that, while also providing for my children. My kids are now adults with children of their own. 5 months ago, I was welcomed and blessed with a great-grandchild. Yet, some issues persist in my life, in my line of work, in my life. We are underfunded, overworked, and undercompensated, all of which has an adverse effect on the population I have consistently served, coupled with my growing family. Underfunding equals understaffing. Understaffing equals mandated shifts beyond our scheduled time, forcing us to put our families and personal lives on hold. Yes, this is JBS still running this race. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Carpenter. I live in Westbrook. I'm a senior case manager at Gilead Community Service, which is funded by the Mental Health and Addiction Services. It's sad to report that retaining staff is a significant problem at our agency. This leads to a less safe work environment and less stability for our clients. Unfortunately, there is a high turnover rate because the private sector work pays more competitive rates. This is very visible impact and drives away many young workers who would bring a fresh life to Demas. For example, I'm the only one in my program that has been in that program for 3 years. My coworkers and I love our work, but we cannot do it forever at this pay rate. I have reached the retirement age, and it's important when I leave that I know that our clients have well-trained staff to take over. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janet Johnson, and I live in Bloomfield. I'm a residential program worker at Oak Hill in Simsbury. I've been at Oak Hill for more than 40 years, long enough to see a lot of changes. For the last 10 to 15 years have been the worst. Every week we lose more staff, and the few new workers that come are unqualified and poorly trained. No skilled worker is going to accept this job for $18.50 an hour. We are losing our best staff to McDonald's, Target, and other industries that are offering very competitive wages and a safer environment to work in. Those jobs are important, and those jobs should be well paid, but they are not responsible for human lives. They get bigger paychecks. They can leave their work at work. Why wouldn't you leave Oak Hill for that? Underfunding has also left us incapable of properly caring for our residents. We are tasked with keeping them safe, but it's becoming nearly impossible due to lack of staff. DDS funding shortages has created chronic short staffing problems and forces to rely on unqualified employees who are not dedicated to the highest quality care possible. This includes temporary staff they bring to our facility. They don't know our residents and therefore are not capable of recognizing signs of, like, say, distress or illness. We need to stop cutting corners and cutting budgets. If our services don't receive adequate funding right now this year, people are going to needlessly be put in dangerous situations. You need to provide DDS with the funding necessary to fill positions, provide a living wage, and keep everyone safe in our state. Thank you for listening.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. Next, I believe we have Jennifer Muggio.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and to the esteemed members of this committee, and especially to Senator Austin, Senator Marks, Senator Summers, Representative Ryan from my corner of the state. My name is Jennifer Muggio. I live, work and play in New London, where I have the great privilege of serving as the Director of Health for Ledgelight Health District. As the local health department for 9 municipalities in southeastern Connecticut, Ledgelight serves as a model for the efficient and effective delivery of services at a regional level. Our team works diligently to do the unseen work of preventing disease, illness, and injury in our communities through regulatory action, education and outreach, public health nursing, data analysis, and community partnerships. In fact, I echo many of the requests you have heard tonight as we partner with most of these organizations on these important public health issues. I'd like to speak to 3 points in the governor's budget. I ask for the full funding for prevention and other efforts through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. With the support of that team and funding, we at the local level are working to prevent youth substance use, address a growing mental health crisis and health inequities, and to support our community members who use drugs through life-saving harm reduction efforts. Second, I ask you to support the proposal to continue the investment of funds in violence prevention efforts, including our multifaceted project launched recently in New London, With a relatively small grant, we are building capacity in our community to address this public health issue and develop community-led solutions. Finally, I'm also asking that funding for local health departments be increased. It's been my great honor to serve my neighbors at our local health department for the last 20 years. Over that time, I've seen a lot of changes: 2 pandemics, increased misinformation about vaccinations, the overdose crisis, climate change emerging as a public health issue, changes in state statutes regarding food safety and lead levels. My colleagues and I in local health have continued to adapt to these challenges, to do more with less, to build partnerships that advance health equity, to prepare for the next pandemic, and now to face the possibility of dramatic changes in the federal public health infrastructure. And yet, over the same 20 years, there has been an increase of only 75 cents in the state per capita rate, 75 cents over 20 years. I'm proud of the work we do at the local level and of the very good public health policy passed in this very building. And I respectfully request that the state support the implementation of that policy with increased funding in local health. Please update the statute to increase the allocation for local health per capita by 15% for fiscal year 26 and partner with us to assure future increases so that we can successfully carry out our responsibility to protect our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer, for your testimony. Next, we have Judith Kobilars-Dillard.
Thank you. Good evening, respected members. Good evening. Respected members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Judy Kobilars-Dillard. I currently reside in Torrington. I'm pushing about 25 years in human services. The work does not get any easier, but why does the funding have to make it so hard? I'm the executive director of a grassroots nonprofit called the Be Ready Project. We're all volunteers. I do not take a salary supporting the mission of youth and family mental health and awareness and prevention. And I do this as the only independent state certified community health worker in the entire Litchfield County. Because I can't step aside and not help because the fiduciary dictates the demographics of which human beings I'm supposed to be serving and helping. I have data, I can share statistics, but I want to share a metaphorical story about prevention, the upriver approach to support the funding. If any of you know it, there's this little village up the hill across from a city, across the river. And one day the villagers saw down at the river, and there were children floating down the river, and they went down and started pulling them out, and more children floating down a river. And they realized that there were too many children. So they yelled up to the rest of the villagers, like, help, help, we have to save the children. And the villagers came down and they started, using what resources, the limited resources they had. And it became to be a lot. And all the adults started getting tired and struggling. And so one of the villagers, the village carpenter, just looked around and shook his head and started jogging upriver. And the other adults yelled at him. They said, where are you going? Why are you leaving? We have to save the children. Like, we have to save our future. And he ran upriver and he got to the bridge above the river and realized that there was a hole in the river, and the children that were crossing coming from the town were falling because they didn't have the perspective to see where the gap in the river was. And he fixed that gap and saved the children, saved their future. And I share this story in regards to Bill HB 6864, because human beings are deserving of rehabilitation. People are worth saving, but humanity demands prevention. And so I beg, please fill these gaps, fund the bridges, like our mentoring initiative with the Governor's Prevention Partnership, because I'm sick of pulling bodies out from going under. And that's not a metaphor. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Judy, for your testimony and your work. Next, we have Rosanna Ferraro.
She's not in the room, and I don't see her in the queue.
Okay. Next, Michael Fritzky.
Same with Michael.
Beth Heller.
Hi. Hello. My name is Bethlyn Heller. Right now I'm on the bus, but I'm getting towards home, so give me a second to get off the bus, and then I can start talking, okay? Just give me a second. Oh, that's good. Right there. Thank you. Okay. I'm really sorry about this. It took a long time. I just came back from the temple. And I waited a long time for you guys. Okay, like I said, I am Bethlyn Heller. I work for Marquis of Manchester. I've been working there for a very long time. Right now, I live in Hartford, Connecticut. Not a very good apartment, I would say. Not set up for a handicapped person. I am half deaf. That's part of the reason. And I also have trouble with my legs a little bit. So these are very small stairs. Anyway, the reason I'm here is that because I work for Mark of Manchester, I've been trying very hard to get an apartment with them. And they've been telling me they don't have apartments, unfortunately, that it's set up for someone like me. Because I am half deaf and I have a hard time walking. I am originally from Long Island. Unfortunately, I had a chance to move out here because we had to. I moved here in Connecticut by my mom. A lot of things have happened. That's why I ended up here. This department is under HARC, with HARC, and it's not doing so well for me. I'm on here because if Marking had more apartments for me that is set up right, I could be living with, in their agency and doing better with the right staffing and whatnot. My DDS worker, if she had more funding to help me with the resource that I need, for example, a walk-in bathroom, if this other agency had that set up, maybe it wouldn't be so hard for me to live here. Unfortunately, the bathtub is not right for me. I'm living in what is called a regular apartment for a regular person like yourself. Due to my injuries to my legs, I cannot walk into the bathtub very well. So that's why if my DDS worker had the money, maybe she can provide a somebody who can build me a walk-in bathroom. That would be helpful for me. Maybe even build a ramp so it'd be easier. I mean, I don't want to get rid of the stairs because maybe my staff can use stairs. Maybe even a lift. Maybe a washer and dryer in one of the rooms that I have instead of having a roommate. Maybe I can do my laundry better. Maybe I can have a place where I can put my garbage because right now where it is, it's too far away for me to walk to. For me to do that, I would have to have a special walker to carry all my garbage, So it's really hard for me here. I am looking to get a better place, but in the meantime, I'm stuck here.
Could you
So,
please summarize?
sure. Basically, my DDS worker really needs that extra money so that she can provide the services that I actually need. And I also need a system for the hearing impaired as well. Sorry. Thank you very much. And I hope you guys can, help us out. Please. Thank you
Thank you
and
so
have a good
much.
night.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Beth, and for waiting all this
Yep.
time.
Good night.
Good night. Next is Gina Frazier.
I don't see her in the room or online.
Thank you. Ingrid Gillespie.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, chairpersons and committee members. My name is Ingrid Gillespie, and I'm the Director of Prevention at Liberation Programs. We're a large behavioral health organization, Fairfield County, providing prevention, treatment, harm reduction, recovery services. But I'm also co-chair of the tri-chair of the Match Coalition, which we focus on addressing tobacco for Connecticut's health. And I'm co-chair of the Stanford Prevention Council, where we have really focused a lot on smoke shops. So all of these issues relate to tobacco programs. Currently, I give presentations discussing the facts about tobacco products and addiction at high schools and middle schools in our area. As co-chair of the Stanford LPC, we have successfully advocated for measures to limit the proliferation of smoke shops through local zoning regulations. Furthermore, I also used to co-facilitate a collaborative that really focused on supporting smoking cessation for those living with substance use disorder and serious mental illness. We were around for about 10 years. And that's where I first learned about tobacco settlement dollars and Tobacco Health Trust Fund. And I was really excited that Connecticut has this, successfully advocated for these funds, and that we had a system for allocation. There were a number of successes that resulted from this collaborative and with the Tobacco Health Trust funding. But it was not sustainable because of the funding was not there for a number of years, which I know that my colleagues from American Heart, American Lung, American Cancer organizations have really talked about that a lot over the years. So we're very grateful for the $12 million that we're getting. The CDC recommendation is $32 million, and there's real strong evidence supporting that allocated amount. I have my testimony, and I'll paraphrase the rest of it. The tobacco industry continues to spend $57 million in Connecticut alone. And we've experienced a growing number of smoke and vape shops. It's really impacted many, many communities in our region. It's certainly impacted the youth use for vapes of nicotine and THC and other products. So we've spent a lot of time trying to address the proliferation and the compliance around that. That's something new when we look at tobacco prevention. We typically look at prevention programs around education, which are critical, but we really do need funding also to help address the environment, which I know the governor talked about the importance of environment in relation to health in his budget speech. So we have 1 in 10 adults currently using e-cigarettes. E-cigarettes are frequently characterized as smoking cessation aids, but I can tell you from teaching numerous classes that the kids look at them, their eyes literally light up when they talk about flavors and what they look like. So they're really geared towards the teens. We know that underage access is not difficult. For example, national data says more than 75% of vape shops allow people to check out without confirmation. Again, something that tobacco dollars would really help us with the regulation in our local levels. So
Please summarize, Ingrid.
Sure. So
Thank you.
basically, we're saying that the proposed annual allocation from the Tobacco Health Trust Fund, we're thrilled that that is there, the 12 million for the 2 years. But when you look at the CDC best practices, we would really support the CDC recommendation of 32 million a year. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Have
You're
a nice
welcome.
night.
You too.
Next, we have Scott McCall.
How do I get out of here?
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Scott McCall. I'm a caseworker with Mental Health Connecticut down in Bridgeport. I'm here to request that the necessary adjustments be made for an increased nonprofit funding by $264 million in fiscal year 26, including a 6% increased Medicaid rates for behavioral health, and annualizing the full amount of fiscal year 25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature, on top of an 8% increase in fiscal year 27. An important aspect of my job is seeing to it that conditions beyond the control of my clients are put in place, which is an uphill battle because I'm operating within a societal framework that fundamentally does not prioritize the needs of its most marginalized populations. This is why such a large population of homeless or incarcerated individuals struggle with mental illness or substance abuse. It's not because they're bad people. It's not because they decided one day that this would be their life. It's because they're driven to that point by a severe lack of opportunity, resources, and support. I can personally attest to the fact that if my clients were not receiving the services they need, many of them would be on the streets in the throes of addiction, locked up for harming someone, or dead because of lack of medical care. We, as a society, are not treating or helping these people. We're criminalizing their existence and making it increasingly difficult for them to build meaningful lives for themselves. They're not seen as people, they're seen as a blight, they're seen as a problem. But taking that perspective and cutting funding to the programs that help them while failing to address their material conditions only creates a worse outcome for everybody. Every day I see the consequences of the absence of necessary programs. I see inadequate care as a result of turnover, and I see how entire communities are impacted by a lack of funding towards the departments that are dedicated to alleviating problems related to mental health and addiction. And to name an example, this is particularly salient when it comes to housing. We have people who are in unstable living conditions but find themselves in gray areas that prevent them from finding someplace suitable or are barred by prohibitive wait times or other unreasonable conditions. The inaccessibility of such a basic human need as housing represents just one facet of the crisis affecting all programs and services under the purview of DEMIS. I'm just a caseworker, so I can't speak to how things work at the higher levels of DEMIS or at the Connecticut State Legislature, but I can say with certainty as an advocate for my clients that funding is critical for the services that we provide at Mental Health Connecticut. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, John Flanders.
He was online, but I haven't seen him in a little bit.
Okay. Jim Farrelly.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jim Feralis, and I am President and CEO of Continuum of Care, which is headquartered in New Haven. I'm here to offer testimony concerning the critical need to increase funding to private providers in order to cover increased operating costs, including labor. Continuum has been in operation for almost 60 years, and we're funded by both DDS as well as DEMIS. We operate 60 residential and supportive housing programs throughout the state, serving more than 2,500 individuals annually, living with severe mental illness, developmental disabilities, and substance use disorders. When fully staffed, we have about 1,000 employees. Right now, we have over 125 openings. Over my 25 years at Continuum, I have seen firsthand the compounding impact of inadequate funding increases and the toll that is taken on the organization. First, the cost of essential operating expenses such as utilities, food, housing, medical premiums, insurance, leasing, and transportation has all risen year after year, anywhere from 6 to 13%. Leasing costs for just one property that we lease, for example, has gone from 34,200 to 37,800, a 10.5% increase in just 1 year. As rising costs continue to outpace revenue, we have been forced to make difficult decisions, including closing one program and placing 2 others on a watch list. Second, labor costs have impacted recruiting and retention. While the minimum wage has been adjusted to respond to inflation increasing by nearly 50% since 2019, state contracts have only increased by about 14%. Historically, our competition for employees were the hospitals and state jobs, but now our competition is Walmart and Amazon. What concerns me the most is the turnover rates. The nearly 40% turnover and the use of per diem and temporary staff have actually resulted in a 70% increase in the number of calls to 911 for assistance over just the last 3 years. There was a time when I can rely on and depend on seasoned, long-term tenured staff to manage difficult behaviors without having to call on emergency services. The staffing crisis has forced a reduction in services and level of skilled care. For example, in one program, we had a capacity of 119 service slots for case management, but we were only able to serve 80 clients due to the staff shortages. In a time when we're experiencing a mental health crisis, an opioid crisis, and a staffing crisis, we need to invest in our nonprofit infrastructure. And therefore, I urge the committee and the legislature to annualize the full amount of the FY25 ARPA funding and provide at least a 6% increase in FY26 and 8% in FY27. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Jim. Next, we have Helen McAlden.
Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Representative Lever, and distinguished members of the Appropriation Subcommittee on Health. My name is Helen McAlenden, and I'm the President and CEO of Homes with Hope, which is a nonprofit dedicated to preventing and ending homelessness in Fairfield County, located in Westport, but I'm a resident of Fairfield, Connecticut. I appreciate the opportunity to testify to you tonight in favor of House Bill 6864. We can't achieve our mission without the DEMIS funding requested in my testimony letter. You've heard tonight from many of my colleagues in the golden t-shirts. I hope you can see my golden t-shirt from the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. And we're very dedicated to preventing homelessness, and that's why many of us are on here tonight. We have a real problem. There's a major housing crisis. Nobody should have to deal with homelessness, especially chronic, long-time homelessness. Here in the state of Connecticut, it's very sad. We can do better. I've worked in the homeless sector for almost 30 years. I know it in and out. It's not easy, but it's rewarding to see people get the help that they need, and they get that help from DEMIS and the Department of Housing. And tonight I want to advocate to you to please support the DEMIS budget. I'd like to discuss the homeless response services. Connecticut's Homeless Response Services protects our communities, saves lives, and reduces the costs for the state by addressing homelessness proactively and effectively. Between 2019 and 2023, provider costs increased 19.6% due to inflation, but COLAs increased contracts are not increasing with this inflation. It's a problem, and it's forcing, in many cases, our staff into the system that they work. This is really bad. We can't allow this. Less than 50% of the funding for Connecticut's homeless response systems comes from the state, leaving providers to fundraise for critical life support. We're tired of fundraising. It's always, what kind of a fundraiser do we do next, and who's doing what, and it's just not right. We really have to do better.
please support this Demas budget. And I just want to talk about two clients. We just had the Department of Mental Health and Addictions Service come out on a site visit, and two clients I'd like to tell you about. I'll tell it very fast. Tim took his recovery support certification to the meeting. He was so proud of it. He said he had went to CCAR, he had these lovely certificates, and he wanted to get into the business and work with helping people because he struggled all his life with substance use. And just now he has housing, he's getting back on his feet, and he would never have this opportunity only for the Demas housing and supports. And Liz brought her associate's degree. She never had any family supports, and now she has this beautiful framed certificate, her associate's degree, that she's very proud of. And her children are going to the Westport school system. They're in supportive housing. She bragged like any one of us about her kids. They moved into Westport school system from failing schools. And I know, Jennifer, you'll appreciate this, and everybody else that knows Westport and Fairfield County schools. They're very good. And this failing school that she came from, her kids would never be getting these degrees that they're getting. And that's because of the Demas housing she's in and the support services. And those kids will get out of poverty through education. Client after client thanked the people that came from Demas, Alice Minavero and Kim Granda.
Helen, please summarize.
Okay, so Alice Minavero and Kim Granda came down and they heard these stories and they were so happy that they could provide the funding. All I'm asking is please do your best to make sure that this Demas funding is held in the budget so that these most vulnerable people here in Connecticut get the support they need. Thanks very much. And it's nice to see you, Jennifer.
Really nice to see you. Thank you, Helen, for your
Bye.
testimony.
You're welcome. Bye, everybody.
Next, we have Margaret Flinter.
I don't see her in the room or in the queue.
Maggie Mitchell-Salem.
Nope, we can skip her tonight.
Okay. Scott Luciani.
Scott's going to be joined with Jody May.
Okay. All right. I just want to thank the members of the committee, especially the members who felt this matter pertinent enough to actually be here tonight. That means a great deal. My name is Scott Luciani. I am a lifelong resident of Connecticut. I'm also a recovering alcoholic. I volunteer at CCAR, primarily at the Torrington facility, which is actually slated for closure, which still is amazing to me. These facilities support and ultimately save individuals' lives most of the time, many times when they're at their lowest points, including my own. Defunding such facilities is an embarrassment to this great state that prides itself on health and growth for its citizens. It also boggles my mind that we are the third smallest state in the union, yet working within our confines, one of the wealthiest. So much so that our state government boasts about our budget surplus. The state's words need to mirror its actions in regards to public health. The fact that in this great state, this matter is even up for debate is appalling. If there ever was a rainy day in Connecticut, well, here it is. I'm here to ask you to continue to help save lives. And I do want to emphasize that I'm a volunteer. I turn wrenches for a living. I'm asking to assist me in helping to give my time for free to others so I can help them as well as help myself and the community at whole. And I also would just like to thank everyone else who came out here tonight to speak, because I think there's been a lot of amazing things said. And I'll end my end of it with just saying thank you and God bless.
My name is Jody May, and I am also a volunteer for Torrington CCAR. And I thank you for this opportunity to address you tonight in the Appropriation Committee. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a member of the Torrington CCAR, but a volunteer as well. CCAR is an essential community resource that provides vital recovery services to individuals and families in our area. As you may know, our organization has played an instrumental role in supporting individuals who are recovering from substance abuse, mental health challenges, and also other crises, offering a safe space for healing and a pathway to brighter futures. CCAR is vital in reaching people where they are at and honoring that there are multiple pathways of recovery. Along with our young people and families in recovery programs, unfortunately, we find ourselves at a crossroads due to the current funding challenges that are putting our operations in jeopardy. Despite our tireless efforts to provide these critical services, we are facing the possibility of closure, which would have devastating consequences for the many people who rely on us. The loss of this nonprofit would not only affect our staff and the volunteers that serve, but would also result in a severe gap in services for some of the most vulnerable members of our communities. As you are undoubtedly aware, recovery is a long and difficult journey, and the support networks that organizations like ours provide are irreplaceable. The absence of such services would undermine the progress made in our community's fight against addiction, mental illness, and related issues. We urge you to recognize the importance of our work and to advocate for the preservation of our services. We kindly ask that you work with your colleagues in the legislation to ensure continued support for the nonprofit organizations like ours, whether through dedicated funding, policy protection orders, or other means. Our organization is an integral part of the safety net that keeps individuals and families from falling through these cracks, and without it, the community would suffer greatly. We are not just a service provider, we are a lifeline for those who need it the most. We work hard on connecting our community members with the proper resources needed on the pathway they are on and to address their needs accordingly. We respectfully implore you to help us continue our mission of healing and recovery so that we can continue to serve those who need us most. And the rest of my testimony is in writing, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott and Jody, so much for your testimony. Next, we have Sabrina Housington.
Good evening, members of the Appropriation Committee, and thank you for allowing me to testify on HB 6864, the governor's budget. My name is Sabrina Hoisington, and I work at CUNE Employment Opportunities in Meriden, where we serve individuals with intellectual, developmental, and psychiatric disabilities across Meriden and 20 surrounding towns. We provide community activities, community employment supports, job skills training, and job coaching to help approximately 500 individuals annually to achieve successful employment in their communities. We are dedicated to empowering individuals by providing personalized, hands-on services that make a real difference in their lives. I am here today to request an increase in funding for essential nonprofit programs like ours by $264 million. The staff at CUNE are the backbone of our mission, pouring their hearts and souls into the work they do every single day. Their dedication, compassion, and unwavering commitment to helping individuals achieve independence is what makes our services so impactful. They deserve to be compensated with a living wage for their essential work, and it is long past time that their efforts are recognized. If the minimum wage has increased by 62% in recent years, it's only fair that the wages of our employees, who play a crucial role in supporting our community's well-being, reflect their invaluable work. Unfortunately, without adequate support to increase state funding, we cannot ensure that these dedicated workers are compensated fairly. The people who choose to work at CUNE, despite earning less, do so out of a deep passion for helping those in need. We have made significant sacrifices at the expenses of higher wages in order to make a meaningful impact on the others' lives. It's time to recognize their dedication and provide the support necessary to ensure they are properly compensated for their years of hard work. Additionally, we are forced to turn away individuals who are desperate for the services we provide. Worse still, we are canceling essential services for those who already rely on us due to ongoing staffing crisis that has stretched our resources to their breaking point. While the governor's budget proposes a small increase in the second year, it also includes a funding cut at the beginning of the next biennium. This is unsustainable for our services, and without adequate support, we will continue to fall short in meeting the needs of the individuals who rely on us. At CUNE, we don't just create jobs, we create pathways to a brighter future where each person's potential can be realized. We need your help to continue this vital work. The time to act is now, before we lose the opportunity to make a meaningful difference. Please support the increase of funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. Next, we have Christopher Prue.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for your time this evening. It is definitely getting late, so appreciate you all being here. My name again is Chris Pruss. I'm the Director of Residential Treatment Programs with an agency called Connecticut Renaissance here in the state. I represent our residential programs by overseeing them. Our residential programs serve almost 400 adult males each and every year, most with substance use and mental health co-occurring disorders. Most of our clients that we get, they definitely come from marginalized backgrounds. They really struggle with income, and they really struggle with stability. The issues they face are typically chronic and lifelong, and they're really looking to programs like ours to help them stabilize and reintegrate into the community. Most of our clients we serve are on Medicaid, but we do have another subsection of clients who are also on Medicare. And what I really want to talk about, in the couple minutes that I have, is how we serve those clients. So we really rely heavily on DEMIS grant funding to pay for Medicare clients. If anyone's familiar with Medicare, Medicare does not cover residential services. So those of our clients who do have co-occurring disorders are not covered under Medicare. We have to foot the bill for them essentially, and we rely on DEMIS grant funding for that. Our DEMIS grant funding, unfortunately, just this past year was already cut by about 50%, which obviously for our agency that already really struggles to make ends meet, as most nonprofits do, really slashed into our budget. The other big part of that is this leaves our agencies and others just like us with the inability to provide care for those individuals, and really puts us in a place of sometimes having to say no, unfortunately, to provide care for these individuals because we just can't afford it. We don't have the funding to provide the care for them anymore. I know our agency does our best to move stuff around to provide treatment for these folks. But we've already seen other nonprofit agencies around the state that we refer to for lower levels of care having to say no because people are on Medicare. So we're really leaving a whole subsection of our population out by cutting this budget and not allowing us to have, better grant funding through DEMIS. And unfortunately, we can't just pay our bills off goodwill that we all do have. So this does put us and many other nonprofits like us as well as risk of not being financially solvent. Again, it really cut into our budgets, and already thin lines become a lot thinner. And losing these programs would be a disaster. It'd be a disaster to our clients, it would be a disaster to our communities, and it would be a disaster to the state. I know everybody on the Appropriations Committee knows how much work the nonprofits do, and anything where we fall short or we have to close is going to fall back on state services. So we really don't want that to happen. We'd love to be, continuing to work together, providing these treatment opportunities for our clients, but we need the funding to be able to do so. And with it already being cut and putting things thin, anything that cuts further really puts things at risk of being able to remain open and remain solvent. So please think about us funding community nonprofits moving forward. It's been greatly appreciated in years past, and we'd love to see it continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Christopher, and apologies for butchering your last name.
It's okay. Happens all the time.
Have a nice evening. Next, Melissa Kane.
Accompanied by Earl Bloodworth.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Health Subcommittee and Appropriations Committee. My name is Earl Bloodworth, and I serve as the Executive Director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. I come before you not only in my professional capacity, but as a Black man who grew up in the inner city of the New Haven during the late 80s and 90s, a time like as then with great violence that devastated families and communities as it does now. I've seen firsthand the lifelong reverberations and impact of gun violence, both as a young man navigating those streets and now as a father to a young Black son in his 20s. My career has been dedicated to reentry, community public safety, and violence prevention, and I know that targeted, evidence-based intervention can save lives. The $3.9 million allocated for gun violence prevention in Governor Lamont's proposed budget is not just a number, it is a commitment to saving lives. This investment is a starting point to ensure that our communities have the resources needed to continue the progress we've already made. Connecticut has led the nation in passing strong but common sense gun laws. The Giffords organization has the state of Connecticut ranked as 3rd in gun safety and 4th in gun deaths per capita. These policies work. However, with these successes, the violence that plagues our urban centers remains unacceptable. This level of violence is a crisis for our communities. These numbers are not statistics. They represent the lives of young Black and brown men and women who look like my son, my nieces, my neighbors, my community. We no longer have to wonder if these solutions to this problem work. We know they work and we have the data.
Good evening. I'm Melissa Kane, Board Chair of Connecticut Against Gun Violence and member of the Commission on Community Gun Violence Intervention and Prevention. I'm also testifying in support of the $3.9 million for gun violence prevention included in both years of Governor Lamont's proposed budget. Connecticut's effective gun violence prevention legislation is crucial, but it is not sufficient for preventing community-level gun violence. During the past several years, the legislature has made great progress bolstering our strong firearms regulations in order to do so. Thanks to the funding in the governor's 24-25 budgets and the legislature's advocacy to incentivize stemming interpersonal gun violence, the state has begun to invest resources into community-based anti-violence solutions. These approaches are proven through decades of evidence to substantially reduce gun violence in the hardest-hit communities. And we have seen real tangible results as the first monies administered through DPH have been spent, with a reduction of total homicides in Connecticut from 108 in 2023 to 68 in 2024, and in a reduction in homicides in our 3 largest cities from 62 in 2023 to 41 in 24. CAGV recently sent the committee a showcase which highlights the accomplishments of the 2024 awardees of DPH Community Violence Intervention Grants. I hope you'll watch these impressive presentations while keeping in mind that in order for the programs to be successful, the funding has to continue. We have to give this time to work. To get to where we need to be requires sustained dedication to funding programs with proven track records of reducing gun violence in the communities where the violence is occurring. In the end, allowing this work to continue by maintaining the $3.9 million in the governor's budget is an important reinvestment that will save the state money and, most importantly, will save lives. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your consideration. Good night and God bless.
Thanks, Earl. Thanks, Melissa. Next, we have Mark Griffin, and then I believe I'll be handing it off to Rep. Kennedy, who will be chairing it for the next hour.
Good evening, the Appropriation Committee. My name is Mark Griffin. I'm a member of Fellowship Place in New Haven, which is a psychosocial club. I've been a member there for 30 years. I'm an advocate for Keep the Promise. I'm also a recovering addict who's been clean for 32 years. And at the same time, I advocate for a lot of folks who utilize Fellowship Place for vocational, education, housing, also employment. When it comes down to the Fellowship Place, over the years, I've seen a lot of employees left because the pay wasn't all that. At the same time, when it comes down to psychosocial club like Fellowship Place or Independent Center or Bridge House, any of the social clubs throughout the state of Connecticut, it's a nonprofit agency. We definitely are asking you to please fund Demas so our nonprofit agency can stay afloat. At the same time, we have an art program at Fellowship Place, which a lot of members depend on artwork. And when it comes down to their mental health, it's important to keep our place open. And at the same time, I mentioned to you that I'm a recovering addict. CCAR, a wonderful program. I'm so glad New Haven, Waterbury, New London, Torrington, Danbury, Hartford, and Willimantic. Let's keep these places open. Please don't forget Connecticut Community Addiction for Recovery. It's really important for us to keep these places open. It helps me over the years. I'm still helping others to utilize these programs. And then when you don't have these places open, where do we go? Where do we go? We don't want to end up on the street. We do not want to end up without a program. But when it comes down to our psychosocial club, like Fellowship Place, it's important to have our funding so we can maintain 7 days a week, 3 meals a day, and a place for others to go to. And I want to say to the Appropriation Committee, please don't forget to fund Demas so we can keep these places open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin, for being here. Thank you so much. And good evening, everyone. First, I just want to apologize. You probably see my head down a lot. Take a lot of notes. So I'm not listening to you. I'm just writing down a lot. Next up, we have on remote number 124, Will Nispel.
Hello, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Will Nispel, and I'm a 10th grader at Richfield High School. I'm also a member of the Governor's Prevention Partnership Youth Advisory Board, which is funded through the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I am involved because I know GPP makes Connecticut a better place through their work on prevention and mentoring, because I have seen, experienced, and influenced it firsthand. I'm here today to testify on Bill HB 6864, because I believe that we should maintain and expand prevention funding up to the maximum amount. It is important for you to know that addiction is a disorder. It is not a bad choice that someone makes once. It is a disorder that anybody, regardless of where they are from, what they look like, and how much money they have, can suffer and potentially lose their life from. And just like any other disorder or disease, we have a responsibility to do whatever it takes to help treat, but also prevent it before it becomes a tragedy. Every year, the federal government spends billions to make vaccines to prevent people from getting sick or suffering. Addiction is a lot more complicated, but its effects are just as debilitating. I want to share a brief story with you. Last year, a peer shared a powerful story with me. She told me a friend had offered her money to quit vaping, but despite the incentive, she was still struggling. When I asked her how it was going, she admitted she felt powerless. Her vape was in her bag, and every second, the urge to reach for it consumed her. That moment opened my eyes to the grips of addiction, especially on young people. Once someone starts using a substance, breaking free takes immense strength, far more than most realize. That is why prevention matters. It's not just about avoiding addiction, it's about sparing individuals the painful, uphill battle of recovery while they're already navigating the challenges of life. I've used the word invest throughout this speech because that's exactly what prevention is, an investment. When we put resources into prevention, we're not just spending money, we're ensuring a future where our nation's youth remain strong, healthy, and free from the burdens of addiction. That is why we must invest in prevention. We must invest to save lives. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony today. I know that with continued and increased funding, prevention will continue to be successful in Connecticut.
Thank you so much, Will, for your powerful testimony. We appreciate it. Next up is number 125, Jamie Morano. I don't see. Okay. Followed by Andrew Way. Yep. Andrew?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Ostin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nuccio, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Andrew Wayne. I'm a unit director at Reliance Health. Reliance Health is a nonprofit mental health agency. I oversee the Recovery Coach Program, Penobscot Place, and early screening and intervention. My reason for testifying today is twofold: to express the gratitude I have for Reliance from its inception, to discuss the absolute need for the help in our area here in Norwich. First, for our recovery coaches who have dwindled to 2 people, the chasm grows wider. Fentanyl, carfentanil, xylazine, BTMPS, and the list goes on. We can't plug in all the holes in the dike. We're thin. Add to the increase of the unsheltered users and trying to locate them for treatment, essentially leaving 1 to run folks to get daily dosing and to and from treatment as needed. This leaves 1 coach to handle most of the existing members who need various recovery assistance, as well as working in our group recovery setting. These coaches work hard and are under a great deal of pressure to cover this area. We could do so much more for the area if we had the funding and personnel to do it. Secondly, my connection with Reliance is personal. My mother came here in the 70s as a new option other than the Norwich State Hospital for care. Looking back, living in Norwich, how great it was to have this for our family. She thrived in the environment myself and my family did not understand. She had like-minded friends here and people who cared for her. My father to this day is so thankful for John Morosky, who he knew personally, and Dave Burnett. These men and staff treated my mother with dignity. I'm proud to be part of an organization that continues this tradition of care and compassion. My mother was also a woman of faith. She prayed continuously. Myself, as a person in long-term recovery, I understand the power of prayer. In closing, I would ask that you pray for the sick and suffering in mental health and addiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, for your testimony and sharing your personal story. God bless and have a good evening. Next, we have Christopher Wright, who I believe is here. Christopher Wright.
Yes, hi, thank you.
Okay, there he is.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Christopher Wright. I'm a proud resident of New London, Connecticut, as well as a member of Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, CCAR. I come to you today not only as CCAR's Director of Training, but as a person in recovery myself. I've witnessed the heart-wrenching battles faced by individuals fighting addiction and the transformative power of community support. When I think about countless lives touched by addiction, I see faces filled with despair, hope, and most importantly, the yearning for connection and understanding. Each person who walks through the doors of one of CCAR's recovery community centers carries their own story. These stories are of loss, heartbreak, and longing for a second chance. Many of these individuals enter recovery feeling overwhelmed and isolated, as if there's no way out. They wonder if there's a place for them in the world again, if they can ever reclaim relationships they've lost, and if they'll find peace themselves. I myself can relate to that. Unfortunately, when I started in my own journey, I didn't have the lifeline that CCAR provides. I witnessed others' struggles in silence, not knowing that a supportive community existed to help them. Many felt ashamed and alone, convinced that they're the only ones facing this challenge. It breaks my heart to think that those who felt they had no place, nowhere to turn, or nobody to understand their pain. All they needed was connection, and all they needed was hope. CCAR has since become a sanctuary for many seeking to heal from the scars of addiction. As somebody in recovery myself, I've seen people once filled with this despair rise up and reclaim their lives. I've seen parents reunite with children, siblings restore bonds that seem to be shattered forever, and individuals transform that pain into purpose. The programs at CCAR offer a safe harbor where people can lean into one another and share their deepest struggles and rise together, no longer fighting this fight alone. However, I write to you today with deep concern and a heavy heart. The closure of 3 of CCAR's Recovery Community Center, and now reinstated through the emergency funding of DEMIS, is nothing short of devastating to our recovery community. These centers are more than mere buildings. They are lifelines, safe spaces, where individuals can find support, guidance, and the strength to continue their recovery journey. They provide crucial resources that empower people to change their lives and reconnect them with their communities. Without these essential services, we risk not losing just the spaces that foster healing, but also the momentum of recovery, an irreplaceable support system that so many have come to rely on. The expanded hours and the youth programs that we have will also be particularly significant, as they allow us to reach those most in need, especially young individuals navigating their own struggles with addictions. The stories that emerge from CCAR are moving and powerful. Individuals who, through the support of their peers and mentors, have come to believe in their worth again and have gone on to help others and become testaments to the power of recovery. These are stories of love, resilience, and hope. This is why I'm asking the budget for DEMIS is crucial increasing the budget for DEMIS is crucial in order to support these recovery community centers and additional recovery support services. This isn't just about financial assistance, it's about compassion. It ensures that individuals receiving care have access to vital resources, programs, and a community that uplifts them during some of life's darkest hours. Each dollar invested by DEMIS in these recovery services is an investment in healing families, rekindling dreams, and building futures where stories of redemption outnumber stories of despair. I thank you for your time, your compassion, and for considering this essential funding to preserve these recovery resources.
Thank you, Christopher, for your testimony, and God bless for continued recovery.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Joseph Drexler. And he will be followed by Rob Burrell. Thank you for waiting tonight.
Good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. Actually, for me, this is early. Usually I'm even later than this. First off, I want to just start by expressing my appreciation for you and the previous legislators. It's actually been the most supportive period for the ID field since really the O'Neill administration, which is the problem. If you were providing the funding you provided over the last few years in the 2000s, we probably would be building statutes for you because year after year we got no increases. And the problem is, you know, as happens, the system is atrophied due to lack of funding for years and years and years. You're holding the bag. And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the role you're in, and that, you know, I'm hoping that you can step up and say, you know what, we want the system to be what it ought to be, not what it's become. I've had the good fortune to be in this field, obviously a long time, since I remember the increases that came during the O'Neill administration, because they understood that if you're going to build a system, you can't build it with people making minimum wage. And so they raised wages at that time so they could build a community system. Unfortunately, we've been going backwards. And I can say with all honesty, I've never seen a period as bad as this one. Minimum wage just went up. We pay 5% more based on the state funding than minimum wage. It doesn't work. And you can see it, the people not getting served, especially people with challenging needs. You know, finding staff who will work with them. You know, I saw staff this week, just came back. She got hit in the head with a flower pot by an individual who was going through a behavioral crisis. That's not a minimum wage job, right? We do tube feedings. We use nebulizers, oxygen, people with all kinds of feeding protocols. That's not a minimum wage job. You know, it's trying to help a person who's struggling and can't communicate to understand and get what they want. You can't do that with all new staff. Our people, you know, your first day in the job, you can take an order at McDonald's. You cannot understand how a person who does not use traditional language wants, needs, feeling, at your first day in the job. It can take months and years to understand the individuals. So, you know, I ask you to invest. I took a look at Indeed. I always do that before approps. It always depresses me. You know, servers, hey, hand somebody food, $25 an hour. People, I saw a dog resort, starting pay $20 an hour. So in Connecticut, what we're saying is that caring for dogs is more important than caring for people with intellectual disabilities. That's the value statement we're making. Like I said, I know you guys got handed the bag, okay? You didn't make this mess, but we need you to fix it. You know, in July, we're getting a cut. That's insane. That is insane to get a cut in July. You know, we need that 2.5% that you generously realized we needed last year. Well, we didn't stop needing it. We need that money. We need the other increases. This cannot be a minimum wage job and our individuals be well served. You know, thank you. Yep, yeah. When I tell my new staff, I always talk about attitude, right? We need our people to care. We need them to be positive. I always say, you know, if you don't want to be positive, go work for Amazon. No box has ever filed a complaint about how they've been treated, okay? So right now, you know, we have people who care for boxes, people who care for dogs, and we have people who care for intellectual disabilities. Which of these jobs should be the most valued? Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Drexler. Have a good night. Next up on remote, same as Rob Burrell.
He already went.
He
Madam
did.
Chair.
Okay, I apologize. Next up is Stacy Charpentier, and I believe that's a panel.
We go up. Thank you. Members of the Appropriations Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Stacy Charpentier. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, otherwise known as CCAR. I'm also a person who's been impacted by addiction as a family member. I'm here to support the increase in funding for DMIS. When you walk through the doors of a CCAR Recovery Community Center, you're greeted with the words, "How can I help you with your recovery today?" What makes our center so special is that regardless of where you are in your journey, whether you're still struggling, already on a recovery path, or a family member, friend, or ally seeking support to help a loved one, you are in the right place. We honor multiple pathways to recovery, whether someone utilizes medication-supported recovery, harm reduction, or an abstinence-based model. They're welcomed and supported at CCAR. And for those who don't know where to start, our staff and volunteers help make the journey a little less scary, offering hope and a path forward where many people once found none. Our centers are more than just places to find resources. They are spaces of connection, care, and compassion. We work hard to remove barriers, and our community partners trust us to be there when people need us most. After treatment, a hospital stay, incarceration, engaging with others in the recovery community offers the best chance of staying that course. For more than 2 decades, CCAR has served Connecticut, and you've heard countless stories from people who say CCAR was and is still a vital part of the recovery journey. When people maintain recovery, they give back to their communities, they serve others still struggling, they find jobs, and they become contributing members of society. This isn't just about the recovery community. It's about our entire community. I need Connecticut to remember that CCAR has been the driving force behind the state's reputation as a pioneer in recovery in this movement. Other states look to us as a model for how to build and sustain recovery support services, yet right now we're at risk of closing centers and discontinuing programs. At a time when really we should be opening more doors and creating more opportunities for communities that are still struggling. We have everything we need to continue being the beacon of light the state has depended on, except the financial resources to keep our centers open. We need your help to keep these lights on and to ensure recovery support services remain accessible to all who need them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, chairpersons and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tamara Steele, a voting resident of East Hartford, Connecticut, and the Director of Recovery Support Services for CCAR. Today, I am a family member presenting and ally of the recovery community to express my strong support for increased recovery support services funding for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, DEMAS. As the daughter and sister who witnessed the struggle of addiction through my father and brother for many years, from the young age of 7 years old, when I realized the very meaning of the word addiction. I asked the question, what are you doing? The recovery community has made so much progress, so many strides in changing the lives of recoveries and fighting the epidemic of substance use disorder. CCAR has done so much work over the last 20 years to support the building of recovery communities here and in other states. This is bigger than us. Most recently, we added 3 new recovery community centers with expanded hours in the Young People and Family Services Program, which was granted through federal funding, where we provide a wealth of services through all recovery meetings, cultural experiences, life skill building, professional developments, and educational opportunities. Recovery matters to every family, friend, and neighbor. Recovery matters to community providers like CCAR as we reached over 30,000 individuals through our Recovery Support Services program in the past year alone. Recovery matters. Don't leave recovery out. What will I say to the individuals who come to us in recovery when they are new to this world of freedom, a new beginning, and a renewed life in health and wellness? What do you want me to say? Stop? We don't have an option to stop. We must continue as there are too many people that rely on us. Recovery matters. Don't leave recovery out of this bill. Thank you for hearing me. Please consider and support DEMAS in providing recovery support services in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kaylee Anderson, and I am a proud resident of Killingworth, Connecticut. I am here today as a family member of someone in recovery and the center manager of the CCAR New London Recovery Community Center to express my strong support for increased funding for DEMAS. My connection to recovery isn't just professional, it is personal. After 10 years of struggles with drugs and alcohol, my older sister Lizzie took a leap of faith and accepted inpatient treatment, a decision that changed not only her life, but also the lives of everyone who loves her. I am proud to say she has now been drug and alcohol free since September 23, 2023. Watching her embrace recovery was both painful and inspiring. It was a journey filled with uncertainty, but also with great hope. As my sister fought to get her life back, I saw firsthand the power of support, understanding, and the right resources. I saw how crucial it was for those in recovery to have a community that believes in them, even when they struggle to believe in themselves. That experience opened my eyes to the impact of recovery support services and ultimately led me to CCAR. Every day, I see recoveries and volunteers walk through our doors to come to their safe haven, the place where they have the most sense of belonging. I have seen them discover their purpose, find housing, gain employment, give back through volunteering, and build lasting friendships. But most importantly, they have found a community that believes in them and the power of recovery. Our New London Center opened in May of 2024. We had 148 sign-ins to our center that month. Fast forward to January of 2025, we had 864 sign-ins to our center. Each of those 864 with their own story and their own battle. I am grateful every day that I get to be a part of their story, that I get to give them a sense of hope and optimism, ultimately giving back to a community that has given so much to me and my family. I respectfully urge this committee to allocate additional funding to DEMAS, specifically to support recovery community centers. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your commitment to this issue.
Thank you.
Good evening, co-chairs, members, representatives of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jason Dorsey. I work with CCAR. I'm the Young People Family Services Coordinator. You know, this is amazing. I don't know if we really understand what's going on here, right? But I'm sitting here and I'm hearing from co-workers and workers, taxpayers, right? Hardworking taxpayers splitting a double shift to come here in between, and a woman getting off a city bus, right? And doing what they got to do. And we're people with boots on the ground, like service, workers, the workforce, the heartbeat of Connecticut, you know? And though this may seem like a civil hearing, these are our cries. We're crying, we're begging, we're pleading. Like when I found out my job was at risk on Wednesday and all the community I served was at the CCAR Community Center I work at, and they found out, like, I couldn't even deal with my stuff. I had people crying because I was helping to save and build their lives, you know? And the funny thing is, I'm not even here to pull on your heartstrings, right? I'm here to appeal to your senses. I'm a person in recovery. I was a 13-year-old runaway because of drugs and abuse in our home. I didn't choose the drugs and the lifestyle, like I almost had no choice. You know, I was able to overcome my addiction with the help of addiction services provided by this great state of Connecticut, right? Since then, I've become a poet, playwright, nationally known, right? I teach poetry in the New Haven Public School System, and I'm a young people and family services coordinator at CCAR. This is amazing, right? But let me tell you about Ray, who I recovery coach and came to us and found recovery and found himself. He became a volunteer. We trained him to be a recovery coach. And just in the past 6 months, he's helped 30 people that came into our center just like him get into treatment, right? And this is like, we touch a life, but like that life touches so many others. See, at CCAR, we shape leaders. And that's one of our fundamental principles, by the way. So I reach, I save and build lives every day. I'm lobbying on behalf of Demas and every family in Connecticut that has been affected by addiction, which is practically every family in this great state, because everyone has a family member or a friend or someone that they love that's in addiction, right? See, I'm done. Recovery makes sense. Recovery makes sense, right? But it makes even more sense fiscally. See, we save money from emergency rooms, hospitals, incarcerations, and we definitely save money from crime that doesn't happen because our boots are on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Danny Vasquez, and I'd like to thank the members of the Legislative Appropriations Committee for giving me this opportunity. I'm an employee of CCAR. I'm a father. I'm a person in long-term recovery, and I'm also a parolee. As someone who's directly benefited from the life-changing services provided by CCAR, a nonprofit organization that supports individuals in recovery, including those re-entering society after incarceration. Having spent 7 years in prison and struggled with addiction, I came home to and with nothing. CCAR offered me a safe space where I could attend recovery meetings and work with recovery coaches. Thanks to CCAR, I now have a second chance at life. Their support has been a critical factor in my recovery. Unfortunately, I recently learned that CCAR is at risk of losing 3 of its recovery centers, a devastating blow to those who, like me, rely on these vital services. I am proof that CCAR's programs work. Without them, I would not be where I am today, sober, employed, and actively reintegrating into society. I ask you to please consider the immense impact that these recovery centers have on the lives of individuals in recovery and those being released from prison. Cutting these services would not only harm the individuals directly involved, but also undermine the efforts of our community to reduce recidivism and provide meaningful support to successful reentry. I urge you to protect funding for these essential programs so that others can have the same chance that I did to rebuild their lives. Together, we can ensure that recovery centers like CCAR remain available to those who need them. Thank you for your attention to this critical matter, and I hope that you will take actions to preserve these life-saving services. Thank you.
And thank you to each of you for your testimony tonight. Thank you so much. Next up, We have David Duval. No? Okay. Mary Eder.
Good evening to all the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mary Eder, and I have the privilege of being the Executive Director for the Bristol Adult Resource Center, otherwise known as BARC. We support adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities in 3-day programs and 12 homes in Bristol. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6864. I'm here to request that you increase funding for these vital nonprofit programs by $264 million in FY26, including a 6% increase in annualizing the ARPA funding that we received this year. In addition, I ask that you provide us an 8% increase in FY27. I thought I might share with you some of the recent success stories over the past 15 months from our residential program.
Progress. Oh, you know what Jason?
I'm sorry. Am I supposed to be speaking?
No, not yet.
Okay.
We'll call you. If Mrs. Eder could.
Recording in
David Duval. Mary Eder. Wild Lane, and that's number 133. Just give us a minute to get the audio going. Thank you. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Mary.
Perfect.
Melanie. Go ahead, Mary, when you're ready.
I'm Melanie Wild Lane. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of School-Based Health Centers. CASBAC is a statewide nonprofit organization serving 327 school-based health centers through advocacy, networking, and educational opportunities. On behalf of CASBAC, I'm here in support of Governor's Bill number 6864. Approximately 90 of the 327 school-based health centers contract with the Department of Public Health and are partially funded by that department. The biennium budget allocates an increase in the cost of living for those sites. CASBAC is in full support of the COLA increase. CASBAC also asks the committee to recognize that this is a one-time increase in year 1 of the budget, not in year 2. We ask the committee to consider annualizing the COLA increase for those sites
so that the cost of living increase is annual instead of every 2 years. An annualized COLA increase is necessary in maintaining and sustaining staffing, hours of operation, and services provided. Our school-based health centers must receive this COLA increase in order to sustain due to current inflation rates. You'll hear or have heard from our school-based health centers that are ARPA funded, asking for your support to help sustain those programs as well. Supporting ARPA-funded school-based health centers is crucial because these centers are often located in underserved areas where children face significant barriers to accessing health care. By ensuring stable funding, these centers can continue providing services that are essential in addressing immediate healthcare needs and long-term wellness. This support is vital for reducing health disparities and ensuring all children have the opportunity to succeed and beyond, in school and beyond. CASBEC thought it would be most vital for you to hear from those sites directly, so we're going to let them talk to you tonight. Hopefully you'll hear from a few more. We've already discussed with the chairs and shared data with the chairs on what that looks like. The governor's budget as presented will allow our school-based health center sites to continue to offer support for young people who will continue to thrive and remain in school. And without this financial support, many school-based health centers will struggle to maintain their current level of services due to inadequate funding. This will result in reduced staffing, limited hours of operation, and fewer health services available to children, ultimately impacting their ability to receive necessary health care and succeed in school. Without an annualized COLA increase, these centers may face financial challenges that could compromise their ability to support the health and well-being of our students. Thank you for your time again tonight.
And thank you again for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next up is number 134, Terrell Pitts. Don't see him. He's not on, right? Okay. Next is Siobhan Campbell, number 135. Don't see him. Number 136, Michael Van Veladeren. Okay, moving along. Number 137, Linda Iavana. Okay. Welcome, Linda.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Linda Iavana, and I'm the CEO of CCARC. We're a nonprofit provider of day, employment, and residential services for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, providing services throughout central Connecticut. We're contracted by DDS and DSS. We serve about 170 individuals and their families and employ over 270 people. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6864, and I, like my colleagues, am requesting increased funding for vital nonprofit programs by $264 million in fiscal '26. Maintaining quality care and support in our programs is our primary issue. Despite raising DSP wages to $19.36, we struggle to compete with entry-level positions at box stores or even the new PCA rate of $23 per hour. We see very high turnover as staff come in, receive training, and leave for better paying jobs. Though we have some incredible staff, we are not always able to attract the staff with the qualifications, empathy, and compassion necessary for success in our field. People cannot afford to work in the IDD field. CCARC is launching some innovative programs like supported housing and a manufacturing internship that helps train people with IDD for work in manufacturing. This addresses the Connecticut manufacturers' staffing crisis while also offering employment opportunities to people with disabilities. However, insufficient funding hinders us from attracting and retaining qualified professionals needed to operate these types of programs and to continue to roll out innovative solutions to community problems. I've been in human services for over 20 years, and for the first time, I fear that we will not be able to staff our programs. We are appreciative of the work that the legislature has done these past few years, but it is not enough. Inflation is rising at a faster rate than pay increases. We have a list of high-need individuals who require one-to-one care or even two-to-one care, who we cannot bring into programs because we cannot guarantee staffing. Our temporary help costs have skyrocketed, along with electricity, maintenance, and food. Year to date, as of December 24, CCR is experiencing an operational deficit. We cannot sustain supplementing the fiscal responsibility of the state. I will be forced to close programs, reduce staffing, and lay off employees. Our innovative programs that solve mutual problems with area businesses will have to be dissolved. The people with the greatest level of need are those at the greatest risk of losing care. Increased funding will require changes to the state's budget controls. The state can save for future needs, reduce debt, and support essential services. Please update the budget guardrails to fund nonprofits. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony tonight, and thank you for your patience. Next up, we have Maria Layton. Okay. Next up, we have number 140, Heather Latora, and that is going to be a panel, my understanding. Welcome. You could each state your name, please, for the record. Thank you.
My name is Paul Rimmer.
Beth Fisher, CUNY Employment Opportunities.
Heather Lator. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
yes, each of you come up to speak right before you speak. Thank
okay.
you. I'm sorry.
I'll start us.
Okay.
So,
You're going to start?
good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for your time. I'm Beth Fisher. I'm the CEO for CUNY Employment Opportunities. We are a nonprofit serving individuals with disabilities. We contract with DDS and DEMIS. Our focus is on day and employment. We have about 70 employees when fully staffed, and we serve about 500 people throughout central Connecticut. We are all here to ask you to increase our funding by $264 million in FY24. My colleagues will talk about some of the challenges that they have. I want to focus on our staffing crisis. I know you've heard a lot about that tonight already. Our agency currently has a vacancy rate of 20%. In fiscal year 24, we were so excited. We finally hired more people than we lost, but it was only by 3. So what we see is this constant churn of our direct support staff, and we have these well-intentioned job applicants interested in coming into the field, but they quickly learn how difficult the work is for such little pay. So we've been stuck at 15 to 20% vacancy rate for a few years now. That has a very negative impact on a population that thrives on routine and structure. Additionally, we are experiencing a surge in family medical leaves from our staff, as we've seen it as high as 20% of our staff. So 20% vacancy rate plus a 20% FMLA leave. And this is because we have staff needing time off for mental health. They have low wages and they're highly demanding jobs. So if we had this additional funding, we could stabilize staffing, eliminate waiting lists, ensure consistent programming, and develop more paid work opportunities for program participants so they can become valued, independent, and proud in their communities. That is our mission at CUNY.
Thank you. When you're ready, sir.
Good evening, members of the Appropriation Committee. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Paul Rimmer, and I'm the Director of Support, Employment and Options at Horizons. We are a non-profit agency that supports people with intellectual disabilities. I came before the committee 1 year ago to be the voice of my staff and families and individuals that the state is leaving behind. At that meeting, I left feeling very good about the meeting, but 1 year on, my staffing has not improved, and I continue to receive calls regularly from desperate parents looking for support for their individuals. But my message, unfortunately, remains the same it was 1 year ago. I'm sorry to hear your story, but due to staffing shortage, we cannot support your child. This is crushing for both the family and for myself. Today, I attended a meeting with a young man and his mum, and I had to deliver the news that we still cannot resume the services that haven't been in place since the pandemic started. Pre-pandemic, Brady, his name was living his best life. He was out and about. He was hiking every day, doing his favorite hikes all around the state. He was giving back to his community. He was volunteering at churches, firehouses, and his mum also had the basic ability to do the basic things in life we take for granted, like go grocery shopping and attend appointments. You know, this all ended for this family on March 10th, 2020. He hasn't received any support in close to 5 years now. And the reason? Staffing. He is a very complex guy, and he relies on staff that are seasoned, not some staff that have just come off the street. For every staff I hire, I lose one in turn. At Horizons, we do exit interviews with every staff that leaves, and the one recurring theme why they're leaving is because of staff wages. It's not because of the job they love, but they can't afford to stay in this industry. The most essential part of providing quality support to our individuals with intellectual disability is developing relationship and trust between individual and supporter. But due to the low wage, we're not able to retain the staff long enough to realise this key elements of quality support. Please support increasing funding for community profits by 264 million and update the guardrails and fund on profits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rimmer.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is George Reed Perry. I am the Chief Program Officer of Adult Services with Lumability. We are a nonprofit organization based along the shoreline out of Westbrook, Connecticut. We serve over 260 individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. One of the things I want to highlight, like many of my colleagues, is understandably the low wages for a lot of our entry-level employees, which starts at $17.25. Comparing that to what DDS starts their employees at, which is $25 for the same work. It seems unequitable that they're paying their employees $8 more an hour for the same work. Earlier, the committee spoke to the commissioner, talked about what are they doing to address some of the worker shortages that we see. And absolutely, they are certainly putting together a committee and they're working on that. But at the end of the day, if our families and individuals can't support their own families on the wages, we have to have higher wages. We continue to see lots of burnout. We understand that our employees are doing a good job and they want to come in and they want to do that work, but they can't do that if they can't address their own basic needs. It's hard to come in and do a job that is emotionally taxing if you can't put food on your own table. And so one of the things I really want to highlight is this is my 6th year coming up and speaking to you. This is my 18th year in the field doing this. We can't keep having this conversation over and over again. And I know you're well-intentioned. You've talked about these are the things that we're doing, and we want to make sure the money gets into our organizations. We need to see those increases. We can't wait until FY27. We can't have a 0.5% increase in the middle of FY26. That is effectively a cut for our services. And so what I would implore you to do is really push to get that funding at the beginning of this biennium. We can't wait until the middle. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Heather Latora from Marrakesh. And at Marrakesh, we support over 1,000 individuals across Connecticut. And several of our programs run 24/7, 365 days a year. And we're funded by a host of agencies such as DEMIS, DCF, and DDS. And we also accept private pay for people who fall through the cracks. And there are people that do that, unfortunately. Last week, we had our CARF International Accreditation Survey, and there were 5 surveyors for 3 days at our sites in our records, reviewing our outcomes and meeting with all of our stakeholders. They were impressed with our service delivery system and outcomes, but most of all, they were impressed with the staff, the people that provide the supports. And here are some of the quotes. They saved some quotes for us, and they said, one of the quotes was, "I was drowning and she never gave up on me. What my son needed didn't exist, and then Marrakesh created it. Every single staff showered me with love. I'd given up on myself, but they believed in me so strongly that I had to start trying again. It was a miracle. Now I have a safe place to belong. I'm lucky to have them, and anyone
able to access Marrakesh services should. They've helped me so much and I've grown so much. So hearing those words about our employees, you know they're superstars, right? These are the people that you would want to help you if you needed it or your family members. They bring considerable value to individuals, families, our communities, and to Connecticut. And I hate to say this, but would you believe that only 28% of our 600 employees have a salary of at least $40,000 a year? And you could fix that. If our requested COLA funding increase of 6% this year and 8% for 2027, if that takes effect, the number of employees earning at least $40,000 per year would rise for me to 76% by July 1 of this year. You could do that for July 1 of this year. And by the following year, 100% of our employees would have the opportunity to earn at least $40,000 a year, which is still not, and you know, considered a livable wage in Connecticut. For the first time in 39 years, I had to submit a discharge letter to DDS for someone, not because we lacked expertise to support someone in the community, but we simply could not hire and train the staff fast enough to meet her needs. I previously spoke about a home in Milford that we had to close due to staffing shortages, and since then, we've had to shut down 2 more residential settings and consolidate the individuals. Not because we didn't have enough referrals, we did, but because we don't have enough trained, qualified staff to keep them all running. We, my colleagues and I, cannot raise tuition for services. We can't just say, okay, well, just charge more. We can't limit the amount of hours remain open or reduce our menu of services. We're committed to providing 24/7 services, and Connecticut should be committed to us. People and families can't afford to wait. Please support increasing funding for the community nonprofits by $264 million now, and let us do what we do best on behalf of the state of Connecticut. So please update the guardrails and fund human service nonprofits. And thank you so much for your years of support. And just this year, something's got to give. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heather, and to all the other tests. Thank you so much. Next up, we have number 141, Amira Robledo. We don't see. Next up, we have number 142, Mitchell Namus, and I believe that's a panel as well. Just Mitchell? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mitchell Namius. I live in West Hartford, and I'm a pharmacy consultant for the Age Drug Assistance Program and Ryan White Program at the Department of Public Health. I come before you today as a Connecticut resident to testify in support of increasing funding for health services at DPH. I was inspired to work in this field because of the impact HIV/AIDS has had on the LGBTQ+ community, and I am proud of what we have accomplished working with this community in my 6 years with DPH. I help individuals afford HIV medications, access medical resources, provide food assistance, and even transportation in some instances. The work we do serves some of the most vulnerable communities in our state, which are disproportionately Black and brown. The State AIDS Fund line item has increased by only $300,000 since 2015. During that time, over 2,200 residents of Connecticut have been diagnosed with HIV. While there is legislation authorizing the department to administer an HIV prevention medication assistance program, the department only has $25,000 to allocate, a massive disservice to vulnerable populations when HIV prevention medication can cost up to $2,000 for a 1-month supply. Additionally, a 2015 study estimated the lifetime cost of treating HIV was over $326,000. Then a 2021 study cited the number to be $490,000, which is basically a 50% increase. And now, with the governor's proposed budget, state AIDS funds will decrease by almost $300,000. With this said, state funding has not increased proportionately over the past decade to meet the demand to prevent new diagnoses or the cost of medical care for those diagnosed. leaving most of our services dependent on federal funds. Unfortunately, because of the new administration, this funding is now in jeopardy, and the communities we serve face life or death circumstances. The work we do is that serious. For example, if federal funding is cut, thousands of residents will no longer be able to access HIV prevention and care services. To add to this, our capacity is limited in the entire TB, HIV, STD, and viral hepatitis section because of underfunding and understaffing. Tuberculosis cases and syphilis cases have recently spiked, and our current staffing cannot support the required interventions to protect citizens of Connecticut. This year, our state has the chance to be a public health champion and set an example for others to follow in these uncertain times. We are counting on you to increase funding for our services to fix our understaffing and protect us from any cuts from the federal government. You have the power of the purse, we have the power of purpose. Public health is under attack, and we need you now more than ever to do the right thing and increase funding for DPH to help save lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mitchell, for hanging out with us tonight. Next up, we have, Allison Dunphy. I don't see her online. And next, I'm going to turn, is up Brian Morris, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Kristen McCarthy-Vey, to take over the duties. Brian, when you're ready. If you could unmute.
I am ready. Thank you so much for taking the time and the energy and the stamina for going as late as you guys do tonight. I truly appreciate it. And for those of you guys still in attendance, thank you guys so much. All of the causes that I've heard thus far are extraordinarily worthy of continued funding. My name is Brian Morris. I work for Recovery Network Programs. I'm the director of the HOST program, which is an acronym for the Homeless Outreach Support Team. We deal with crises on a daily basis, and I kind of want to personalize what that could possibly mean. If you could just imagine losing everything, your home, your stability, your sense of security, your sense of normalcy, imagine battling an addiction that consumes your life or struggling with a mental health crisis with nowhere to turn. These aren't theoretical questions for the clients that we work with. They are the real problems of real people living in our communities every day. And when we fail to fund necessary services, the consequences are felt across an entire spectrum of Connecticut's resources, healthcare, law enforcement, the entirety of the economy. It's very important to stop seeing all of these as not interrelated. Homelessness, problem gambling, mental health and substance abuse disorders, they're not separate issues. They're interrelated as public health crises, and addressing them is not just a necessary public service, it's a fiscal necessity. In my opinion, homelessness is not a personal issue, it is a policy failure. Studies show that providing stable housing and supportive services significantly reduces emergency room visits, incarceration rates, law enforcement costs. Every dollar invested in housing first initiatives yields substantial public savings. Secondly, problem gambling is an underfunded crisis, which is a fairly new phenomenon with the advancement of several online gaming capacities. Increased addiction rates mean increased negative outcomes, increased potential family issues, addiction issues, and again, resulting in possible homelessness, incarceration rates rising, generally just negative outcomes. Yet prevention and early intervention remains overlooked much of the time. Investing in targeting programs will potentially reduce long-term costs and protect vulnerable individuals before they reach a crisis point. Finally, mental health and substance abuse disorders and a failure to provide for our recently incarcerated citizens with the necessary resources to sustain long-term success are driving forces behind many of our state's most pressing challenges. We have a workforce shortage. We have people that want to fill those jobs. We have rising healthcare costs. We have providers that want to fulfill those needs. When we fail to fund these treatment resources and these treatment providers, specifically through DEMIS, reentry services, and support to our most vulnerable citizens, we push people into emergency situations, emergency housing, emergency rooms in the hospital, which are both much more costly and far less effective than proper care.
Thank you,
Um,
Forrest.
yes.
Your time's up. If you can summarize, please.
I can. This is not about charity. It's about smart, cost-effective solutions that improve the lives and strengthen our economy and our ability to maintain a public service for people.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thanks for being here with us so much of the day today, too.
You're welcome.
Next, I believe we have Catherine McKnight. Ms. McKnight, welcome, and please proceed. Ms. McKnight? If you're able to unmute yourself. Okay, we'll give you a second, Ms. McKnight. We're going to go on to Carla Escovel. Oh, Ms. McKnight, thank you.
Yes. Hi.
Welcome. Please proceed.
Hi. My name is Catherine with the C McKnight, and I am a member of the New Haven CCAR. And I just need to let you know that at CCAR, we are not just a place to go, we're a family. Each one teach one, while each one reach one. So I'm appealing to your sense of compassion to allow CCAR to stay open and all the other places that were mentioned. CCAR helps build you up. I am a certified recovery coach through CCAR. I'm looking for a job. And I know that I'm gonna get one because of the push that you get at CCAR. Our staff, James, Edgardo, Ivan, and Anna are great. There's nothing that you can't bring by them that they won't help you with. And I love CCAR. CCAR is not only a place for people to go. It's a family. And I have a little saying that I say, blood makes you related, love makes you family, and CCAR is my newfound family. I'm asking you, and I'm appealing to your compassion. Please send the money and the funds that is needed to keep us open. It helps so many people, and we're proud to say that we are New Haven CCAR. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Ms. McKnight, thank you so much for being here with us today.
You're welcome.
Moving on, we'll go to number 148, Carla Escovel. Welcome.
Hi, hi. I will read my testimony in Spanish.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You just can
Well,
hold on 1 second.
okay.
Okay, go ahead. Español, por favor.
Ok. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel y soy de Guatemala. Vivo en la ciudad de Stamford, Connecticut. Soy fundadora y directora de Nosotras Connecticut. Estoy aquí para apoyar la financiación de los servicios de prevención del uso de sustancias en el estado. Nosotras CT es una organización que ayuda a las familias con la educación y los derechos laborales. A lo largo de 12 años de trabajo por la comunidad, he sido testigo de cuánto trabajo hay que hacer en nuestra comunidad para brindar recursos y crear oportunidades para mi comunidad. Queremos agradecer a The Governors Prevention Partnership por brindarnos recursos de prevención, así como capacitación en drogas, alcohol. Y fue muy fructífero porque pudimos capacitar a más de 50 familias y jóvenes con una consecuencia positiva en familias y generaciones. Sigamos educando generaciones con la oportunidad que nos brinda. Poder comunicar, educar entre nosotros ayuda a nuestra comunidad a prosperar. Y eso incluye educación sobre cómo almacenar y desechar sustancias de manera segura. Esto mantendrá seguros a nuestros jóvenes y les permitirá crecer y brindar más oportunidades a los demás al destinar recursos a la educación preventiva. Nuestros socios locales, regionales y estatales pueden trabajar aún más con nosotros. Me gustaría agradecer su apoyo con respecto a este tema y espero que elijan continuar financiando y apoyando a la Asociación Prevention del gobernador del Departamento de Servicios de Salud Mental y Adicciones para que nuestras comunidades puedan ser más seguras. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Next, we have number 147. Nope, I'm in the wrong place. Number 150. Nope. Marianne Paul, number 151. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. Please proceed.
Hi, good evening, Representative Kennedy and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Marianne Paul. I live in Mansfield, and I'm a clinical nurse coordinator at the Department of Developmental Services. I come before you this evening to testify in support of increasing funding for health services in DDS. I've been a nurse for 35 years and started at DDS in the fall of 2023. First in group home care and now currently in community companion homes. I'm inspired to work in healthcare because it's very personal to me. My daughter is on the spectrum, and through my love for her, I'm motivated to do my work every day, serving individuals at varying levels of development. On a typical day, I work with individuals making sure their health is at baseline and ensuring they're receiving vaccines and health screenings in accordance with DDS guidelines. In group homes, I oversaw MedCert staff medication administration and completed staff trainings. I communicate individuals' health needs to doctors, coordinate local community services, and more. I'm proud of the work I do, and we improve people's lives every day. Despite this, I also face challenges at work every day. For one, salaries are low and not competitive with the private sector. In my first year alone, I witnessed 3 nurses leave, and it's common for those that join this work to take a significant pay cut, including myself. I love my work, but in my over 30 years in healthcare, I can attest that if the pay is not there, they won't attract new nurses that have the time to grow. Low pay leads to low staffing and consequently more pressure to care for greater and greater caseloads. This leads to burnout and turnover, only perpetuating the challenges we already face. Connecticut has a chance this year to finally address some of these inequities in healthcare and provide the pay and funding to fix our staffing shortages. We need your help to do this, and we're counting on you. Please fund our services so that we better serve our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Next, we have Jeremiah Mitchell. Is Jeremiah still here? Oh, okay. Next, we will go to Heather Dawson.
Good evening, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Heather Dawson, and I'm the president of the Connecticut Association for School-Based Health Centers, which is a statewide nonprofit organization that supports over 325 school-based health centers. I'm also the director of 8 school-based health centers. Of those, I oversee 5 are comprehensive school-based health centers and 3 are expanded school health sites. The comprehensive sites include medical, behavioral health, and one dental location. School-based health centers were founded on the belief that all students deserve to be healthy and have an opportunity to access quality medical, behavioral health, and dental services where they spend most of their time, in school. By supporting the health of the whole child, school-based health centers help to increase the student's ability to learn, attend school, and be successful. While open to all students, school-based health centers often provide essential services to those students who are most vulnerable or have limited access to care in their communities. For the 90 contracted sites funded by the Department of Health, CASBAC strongly supports the continued funding. We recognize this funding is essential to the continued operations of school-based health centers in order to optimize the care being delivered to students throughout Connecticut. We also support the COLA increase to help support operations in school-based health centers. However, we ask that a sustained COLA increase be provided to the contracted school-based health centers instead of a singular increase in year 1 of a biennium budget. A sustained COLA increase is essential to maintain the current standards of care in school-based health centers by supporting salaries of our providers and clinicians, the inflated cost of supplies to be able to provide care, including medical and dental supplies, as well as being able to provide educational resources and equipment to all students. We ask that you take a moment to consider funding those sites who received ARPA funding and no longer have the ability to draw from those funds. The sites that receive ARPA funding are often located in underserved communities and are being utilized by students who have the most need and face the greatest challenges receiving healthcare. All students in Connecticut deserve to have access to the quality care school-based health centers provide without barriers. In support of the work school-based health centers undertake, here are a few examples of the work that we do. A student who came in with multiple cavities and multiple teeth, multiple abscesses, required extensive restorative dental work. The family had many social and economic barriers and did not consider dental care important when they were facing food insecurity and homelessness. This child was missing school, missing class due to the pain that she was in. The school-based health center was able to help with the dental care and provide community resources for this family. We have another student who came in to the school-based health center dental program because they were scheduled for cleaning, but was noted to have significant wheezing during the exam, which required medical intervention, which was able to be provided same day in the school-based health center. The student had undiagnosed asthma. We've identified students with chronic life-threatening conditions such as leukemia, sickle cell disease, heart murmurs, and were able to refer them to specialists for further care. The mental health teams support some of the most vulnerable youth, including those with anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation, and self-harm behaviors. I often wonder where these students would be without the consistent and accessible care that school-based health centers provide. The current 90 DPH contracted sites will continue to be able to support the youth in Connecticut with this funding. Without the financial support provided, school-based health centers would be facing challenges in sustainability. An annual COLA increase would further support the work of school-based health centers by enabling the programs to maintain current levels of service and ensure all students who have been seen by school-based health centers continue to receive the quality evidence-based healthcare that they deserve. Thank you for your time, consideration, and support of school-based health centers.
Thanks, Ms. Dawson. You did a great job getting a lot in there. Have a great night.
You too.
Next, we will go to Stacy Lawton. Welcome. Please proceed.
Good evening, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Stacy Lawton, and I am the CEO of the Southeastern Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, more commonly known as SCAD. I'm a resident of Basra, I'm a taxpayer, and I'm a voter. I've had the privilege to work for SCAD for 32 years and to serve as its CEO for the last 6 years. We are a nonprofit agency that provides mental health and substance use treatment to individuals who may not be able to afford treatment otherwise. Altogether, our agency provides 176 residential treatment beds, outpatient services, community outreach and education, medication-assisted treatment, primary care services, recovery housing, and treatment for hepatitis C, which disproportionately affects people with substance use disorders. Altogether, our programs provide services to about 5,000 people each year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6864, the governor's budget. I'd like to start by saying thank you for the support that you've provided to nonprofits over the last few years. Your actions offer validation and an acknowledgement that the services that we provide are both necessary and critical. Tonight, I'm requesting that you continue to demonstrate your commitment to funding nonprofits. Specifically, the sector needs $264 million in fiscal '26. We need an increase in the Medicaid rates for behavioral health, which are estimated to be 117% below the rates of other states. We need the full amount of the fiscal '25 ARPA dollars to be annualized, and we need an 8% increase in fiscal '27. It may sound like a lot, and we know that you can't make these investments without updating the state's budget controls. The state is well positioned to save for a rainy day, pay down debt, and fund essential services for Connecticut residents. Your choice to update the guardrails will allow funding for services that our communities rely on. So let me tell you a little bit about the impact of underfunding. At SCAD, we had to operate at reduced capacity at our Lebanon Pines program. Lebanon Pines is one of the state's largest residential treatment programs, and in April of 2024, we temporarily closed 14 beds for over 10 months. The result is that hundreds of individuals who were seeking care weren't able to access it when they needed it. In our New London outpatient clinic, we've been operating at reduced capacity since the COVID public health emergency order expired 2 years ago. We never recovered. This has resulted in thousands of services that have not been provided. The Medicaid rates for this level of care are grossly inadequate, and the clinic is heavily subsidized by the other programs that we run. This is no longer sustainable. If the cuts outlined in the governor's budget at the beginning of the next biennium go into effect, this program is in jeopardy of closing. I know that you know how critical nonprofit organizations are to the fabric of our community. We are the safety nets, we are the places of hope, and we are the opportunity for second chances. Please, 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 I implore you to support increasing funding by $264 million. Please address the Medicaid rates. Please update the guardrails so that we can achieve stability in our operations and serve the people of Connecticut who need our help. Thank you very much for your patience this evening and for your tenacity, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thanks, Ms. Lawton. It's our pleasure. Thank you for being with us tonight. Next, we will go to number 157, Tanya Straub. Welcome.
Yes. Hi, good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tanya Straub, and I'm a proud resident of New London and a member of the Connecticut Community for Addictions Recovery. I'm here today not only as a recovery myself, as a representative for my family, friends, fellow addicts, and the community as a whole. I'm here to express my deepest support for increased funding for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I've endured so much heartache over my life. About 16 years ago, I lost a child and a dad in the same month. I lost my purpose, add in all the trauma and the abuse that I suffered, and I turned to drugs and other unhealthy behaviors. My life was a mess. This continued for many years. I had no person, place, or thing to help me gain control and get my life back. Trust me, I tried. Since I found CCAR, not only do I have control of my life, I found purpose for and in it. I now volunteer. I'm on my way to getting my emergency room recovery coach certification. I work. My family relations are improving. I have clean time under my belt, and most of this wouldn't be possible without CCAR. Recovery community centers, like those operated by CCAR, provide a safe and welcoming environment for individuals seeking recovery resources. CCAR also provides services to those in need of resources for jobs, continuing education, and so much more. These centers offer critical peer support and programs that empower people to rebuild their lives and become contributing and productive members of society and their communities. Our New London Center specifically has not been able to provide sources for our young people and family services program, which is unfortunate. There are no programs for young people, no YMCAs, no community centers, nowhere for our growing young people and their families to come together for their futures. This program would provide a place for future generations and their families to meet, visit, and come together with other members of the community to learn from, and in turn, teach their peers what to and not to do to gain values in leading productive, meaningful lives, passing knowledge to and from each other. CCAR serves as a bridge between professional treatment and sustainable recovery by offering peer-to-peer support on the phone or in person that is relatable, compassionate, and effective. By providing free access to tools, resources, and education to aid in long-term recovery, creating an inclusive space where individuals can find hope, healing, and belonging, and by creating an environment where individuals can be and believe in themselves. These services are vital to addressing Connecticut's addiction crisis. For many, there are differences between relapse and recovery, between despair and hope, and failure and success. I urgently stand before this committee to allocate additional funding to DEMAS specifically to support recovery community centers. Expanding access to these services ensures that every Connecticut resident, regardless of income or geographic location, has the opportunity to pursue recovery and thrive. This investment is not just compassionate, it's fiscally responsible. Recovery services reduce strain on emergency services, law enforcement, and the criminal justice system while improving public health outcomes and strengthening our communities' lives and futures. In closing, I respectfully ask the committee to prioritize funding for recovery community centers. By doing so, you will help countless individuals and families across our state find hope and healing through recovery. Thank you for your time, attention, and commitment to this issue.
Thank you for sharing your story and congratulations on all you've accomplished. Next, we have Terry Ford. Hello, welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. Again, my name is Terry Ford. I am the COO for Horizons. Horizons provided services to individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities where they live, work, play, and learn. Some of our services are statewide. We provide services to about 1,500 individuals each year. You have my written testimony, so I'm going to go and share some things, but I do want to go on record stating why am I here. I do support and request your support as well for the $264 million in FY26, including the 6% increase and the annualizing of the full amount of the FY25 ARPA funding that was appropriated by the legislature last year, and the increase of 8%. I'm going to take a little liberty here, if I may, and do a bit of a summary of some things that I heard that I felt were important and I agree with. We heard earlier. I heard, this is a quote, 70% increase in 911 calls. Yes, I agree with that one. We've experienced something similar. Another quote was, I work 36 out of 48 hours in the recent weekend. We experienced that too. It was just amazing, but we experienced it. Another quote, and this had to do with our rainy day fund. It's raining, folks. I would put an asterisk next to that and say it's more like a pouring. It's a storm out there for us, and we're barely surviving. Another quote I heard was, low wage is demoralizing. It is demoralizing. We can't ask our staff to come here. We stopped that process. You heard other providers say the same thing. They don't want to come and talk about their situation. Another quote was, they have a morning meeting, and it's, who is leaving today? Yep, we've definitely had that too. Some summaries of that: staff burnout. I heard the word bleeding, dangerous double and triple mandated shifts, a massive exodus of qualified direct support staff. I heard parents and individuals fearful of a lack of services. We know this is statewide. We had the DDS commissioner here earlier today. He said this is not a regional issue. It's not a provider issue. We know it's not even just a DDS issue. It is a DEMIS and other providers who are all suffering from this. And it's not because we're not trying. We're doing everything we can to make it work. It truly is a lack of funding. The chronic underfunding has caused issues. One issue I wanted to share with her at Horizons is that you heard some other issues that, regarding Horizons. Here's one: that we've ended services for some individuals with complex needs. One individual who has complex needs and a long history of aggression, he is now at home with his elderly parents. How heartbreaking that was to us to do that. And we can't have him back because our limited number of quality applicants prevents us from restarting services for anyone with complex needs. And it's heartbreaking to that. Another danger, staff working too many hours, particularly in our 24-hour residents. Some of our staff are working over 80 hours per week. That's 2 full-time jobs. It's not sustainable. Many in the community need our vital services. I personally receive 1 to 3 calls per month asking for services. They've been denied for years. We're not giving any new services. We can't even cover our previous commitments. Sadly, all these issues are worse than last year. Without adequate funding, the issues are going to get worse next year. This continues the multi-year trend. This is not recent. I'm sure many of you agree. I know Representative Gilchrist, you've been a great supporter of us, and I really appreciate all your efforts there as well. Without funding increases, more services will be cut. Programs are going to end, and those affect individuals. Individuals are going to lose their job, and there is a looming tsunami of unsustainable residential services that are going to cause incalculable harm. Those are things that I worry the most about. We're paying all this overtime 13 times more than we normally have for our residential services. And I have something unique, and then I'll say thank you. So about a year or so ago, I was at a national conference, and the organizer of the conference asked me if I would sit down to a group that I assume was providers that wanted to come to Connecticut and provide some services. So they were asking me a question about how are things in the state, and I was answering questions, telling them all the things were going on, and then I did some research, and I found out they were a private equity group. This private equity group has, you know what the private equity groups do, right? They buy companies at pennies on the dollar, sell their stuff, and give low quality services. They're happening in neighboring states. So this is, a future possibility that if we continue to starve the providers, that you may be dealing with private equity groups. Again, I want to thank you so much. If the final budget can have the increased funding as requested, Horizons commits to using the 6% in FY26 and 8% in FY27 to increase our competitive hiring, improve our retention, and restart services. Finally, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Perfect timing, Mr. Ford, and thank you for staying here with us in the room. Along those lines, next is Dan Osborne and those who are coming up with him, who are here with us in the room. The stalwarts. Welcome, everyone. If you could just introduce yourself as you speak, that would be wonderful.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Fiorello, and I'm the CEO of Bridges Healthcare in Milford. Good evening, Representative Kennedy and members of the Appropriations Committee. We are a DEMIS-funded agency providing vital mental health, substance use, and recovery support services to adults with serious and persistent mental illness and co-occurring disorders in Milford, Orange, West Haven, and surrounding towns. We also provide mental health and support services to children and families, and annually we touch the lives of more than 3,000 individuals through our treatment and compassionate support. 70% of the people that we serve are enrolled in Husky Medicaid, which means they rely very heavily on the services we provide in the safety net. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6864, the governor's budget. I am here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs like these by $264 million in fiscal year 26, including a 6% increase, increasing Medicaid rates for behavioral health, and annualizing the full amount of fiscal year ARPA funding appropriated by the legislator. In addition, we ask that you provide an 8% increase in fiscal year 27. I appreciate the increases that we've received from the legislator in the last several years, but we have to tell you that it has just not been enough. In the last several years, since the beginning of COVID, we have been challenged by unprecedented turnover in clinical staff, mainly because of our inability to pay competitive wages. In this last fiscal year, our vacancy rate topped out at 27%, which is so high for us. Usually it runs about 5 to 10%. And we encountered periods when our clinical staff and adult services was down by 30%. The impact of having open clinical positions, at this level cannot be overstated. When we lose clinical staff, caseload numbers go up for other clinicians, which causes substantial burnout among those who already have to work more than one job in order to make ends meet. We end up with longer waiting lists for placement into treatment, even though we strive toward providing responsive and accessible care. Individuals in treatment rely on consistency in their care without disruption. We are failing those we serve by not addressing the issues that prevent us from providing the highest quality of care. And as you heard many times tonight, we're losing clinical staff to telehealth companies, school districts, hospitals, the state, private practice, all because what the state pays for services doesn't allow us to pay those staff competitively. Despite the many times that we've increased salaries at our organization, we still pay at least 15 to 20% less than settings for a starting clinician. We need increases in DEMIS funding and in Medicaid behavioral health rates to be able to afford clinical staff at market rates and to keep our programs open. Any funding cut in our world right now can result in making the difficult decision to reduce capacity in programs, close programs, reduce our workforce, and deny services to those who rely so heavily on community-based safety net support. We have managed to run very tight budgets for so long and have reached a breaking point of putting our communities at risk in the name of cost efficiency on the backs of well-intended nonprofit agencies like ours. I implore you to please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, like my colleagues, I'm here on behalf of nonprofits. My name is Carrie Dyer. I'm the CEO at Reliance Health. We are a mental health agency that we contract with DEMIS and DDS. I think that's very important. We hear a lot about DDS, and in the past we've done funding that's been split. I think it's very important that we don't do that this time. This is about nonprofits and human services. Our organization serves over 1,000 people. We have 250 employees. We have 18 physical sites. And the years of flat funding the impact is greater than just wages. It is more than just the inflation. It's the added stress and the added expectation. When we sign a contract with the state, we agree to do an activity. That activity exponentially gets more expensive over time. That's just reality. That's if you pay your utility bill, you have a cell phone. We all do that in our day-to-day lives. That's what happens in these businesses as well. The fact that we don't have the ability to adjust for that is a fatal flaw in our contracting system. Our system needs to build in indexing. That needs to be a concrete thing that is written in. It cannot be left for people to trust. Prior to 2007, something was in place. I don't know what it was. If it was just a person who remembered that we needed a cost of living increase, but it stopped. And then it continued to stop, and there was nothing in place that we could then turn to say we need a cost of living. And we continue to suffer, and we keep coming here and telling you that we're suffering. And I think people are getting used to hearing us say that, but we're at a breaking point. I'm talking to people who are talking about closing their organizations. We're not in that place, but we are suffering. We have staff who are being abused by people who are coming to our homes who potentially shouldn't be in those homes yet. The hospitals are telling us that they are making referrals to us because there are lawsuits to have people leave the hospital. Our houses are not a better place if they're not ready to be there. So I, again, like everyone else is saying, I implore you to please pay attention to this. Please, this number seems obscene. 200 and some odd $1 million is a lot of money. But if you look at it from our perspective, we've lost that. So we're operating at that deficit, and that's not acceptable. And this will take courage, but somebody needs to have the courage to address this deficit and to address indexing. It's long overdue. It needs to happen, and we need to have the courage to address it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Dan Osborne. I'm the CEO at Gilead Community Services. We provide high-quality mental health care and addiction services to thousands of individuals in Middlesex County and Hartford County. And I want to continue. I'm going to jump right. You've heard all of the asks already. I'm going to jump right to continue the theme of suffering and tell you a little bit about what we've lost over the past year. So just over this past year, Gilead was forced to close a women's IOP program in New Britain. We also closed an outpatient location. We've consolidated other programs, which reduced the number of people that we reach by over 200. In addition, we've lost the ability to compete for staff in key roles. You've heard a lot of that theme tonight. And as a result of all of this, we're maintaining waiting lists in all of our outpatient programs, and we're currently considering other reductions. More losses. That's a lot of loss in 1 year. The loss of services and programs is serious, but I want to talk about the real loss. What happens when hundreds of people that I just described who had been receiving care from high-quality licensed professionals are no longer receiving services from us? We hope they're receiving services from someone, but honestly, we don't know. These are the things that we just don't like to think about, because the reality is that many of these people are likely no longer receiving services at all. We're talking about people's lives. Finally, as mental health professionals, we know the high-risk potential outcomes of untreated depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, and other conditions. More loss. What is happening to those 200 plus people, and what can we do about it? When I look at the governor's budget for the 2.4% cut, this would have devastating impact on Gilead and would create more loss. Please, please support increased funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is John O'Rourke. I'm the Director of Communicare, a nonprofit based out of New Haven. Communicare is a community partner agency with BH Care and Bridges Healthcare. We currently hold 3 contracts with DEMAS, including mobile crisis services serving the greater New Haven area, the Better Choice program providing outpatient problem gambling services to the greater New Haven area and Middletown areas, and the Latino Behavioral Health Service, which ensures monolingual Spanish-speaking clinical services to adults in the New Haven area. Our contract with DEMAS is to serve over 300 people in these services, but as you'll hear, our reach and impact is much greater than the contracted amount. I'd like to start by thanking Representative Dillon for earlier her earlier positive reference to our mobile crisis services in her area of the state. We've been informed that our contract for mobile crisis services is scheduled to take a hit financially in the next 2 fiscal years. Over the past few years, the crisis service has been asked to expand its services by providing more staff and covering more time since 2020. We were tasked to expand services to cover overnights, increase staffing to include case managers as well as clinicians, and to have multiple teams available to be more responsive to the needs of the community. Thanks to ARPA funding, we were able to overhaul our existing operations to respond to these needs. In that same time, we've seen an increase in the need for mobile crisis response in our communities. In 2020, we averaged 126 calls per month for our after-hour services and a need for 12 mobile crisis visits per month. Fast forward to 2024, the average monthly calls didn't increase greatly at 133 calls per month, but our average amount of mobile crisis visits per month almost tripled to 30. This is indicative of a community experiencing more acute behavioral health issues in the wake of the pandemic, further compounded by our current unsettled political and economic climate nationally. The cost of delivering the service has increased in recent years. The explosive increase in need for services has led to a budget shortfall in this service line. In the current fiscal year, we're forecasted to be $75,000 over budget in crisis services. Without an increase in funding, we'll be forced to discontinue overnight coverage, leaving police and fire departments to pick up the slack and further burdening first responders, hospitals, and jails.
If you can summarize, that would be great.
Sure, absolutely. Funding for our mobile crisis service is slated to be cut by 26% in fiscal year 26, with further cuts in fiscal year 27 that will result in an overall 43% reduction in funding to mobile crisis services in the greater New Haven area. Without an increase to our budget, this is unfortunately things that we'll be seeing over the next 2 years, and I implore you to please restore the funding to community services. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging in here with us this evening. If I'm correct, next we have Shanna York. Welcome.
Hi, how are you? My name is Shauna York, and I have been in human services for over half my life. For almost 23 years, I worked unflinchingly loyal and fully dedicated for Oak Hill. Some people might say that I'm obsessed with Oak Hill. They call my love for it too much. I let them. Positive obsession is not a flaw. It's the edge that separates good from great. It cuts through excuses, distractions, and mediocrity. The world may label it as too much, but that's because they are uncomfortable with the level of focus and passion that they don't have to commit to something larger and greater than themselves. And maybe that's the problem here. Maybe it's the problem everywhere. I have testified before this committee numerous times in person, and I have spoken to you about the absolute importance of increased funding for private nonprofits. I have spoken to you about program closures and their devastating effects due to the lack of that funding. Apparently, that message fell on deaf ears. So now I'm telling you today about my program closure. On Monday, December 13th, 2021, the group home where I worked for 20 years was closed. Participants moved into that house back in 1987, knowing it as their home for 34 years. And I could sit here and tell you about all the wonderful things that occurred at this home, all of the wonderful things that this home was. But that is not the part of the story that you have any right to hear. What you deserve to hear is about the ending, which you helped in part to create. Why did my program close? Staffing. Why was staffing an issue? Because you do not fund for competitive wages that would allow these agencies to have any kind of ability to hire for talent, passion, or heart. There is no financial leverage to attract direct support professionals. At one time, it was difficult to gain employment at Oak Hill. But now, because of staffing shortages that you have contributed to with your lack of sustained funding, slow turnover rates have turned into revolving doors. Oak Hill's CEO stated on January 15th during the Alliance press conference that the state's wage reimbursement rate is $17.45. Apparently, the state of Connecticut must think that $17.45 is a reasonable wage for providing care to the most vulnerable population within its borders. At private providers, that is, because private provider wages are always lower than what the state keeps for their own. Yet at the same time, a person could almost $20 an hour to flip burgers and toss some fries into grease. Furthermore, staffing shortages aside, the cost of doing business for these nonprofits is increasing, and God only knows how much worse this will all get under this wildly corrupt and extremely dangerous Trump administration in Washington, D.C. Gas for vans, heating oil, electricity, phone, internet, all of the vital products and services for the successful operation of these agencies are all increasing. But the one thing that consistently remains the same is the state's lack of interest in providing sustained funding increases for these agencies to have the ability to cover their costs as they rise and to deliver the services that it contracts with them for. The state constantly expects these nonprofits to do more with less all the time. What happens when less turns into nothing and more turns into we cannot survive this any longer? Because the people who require these vital services from places like Oak Hill and the many others are not just going to vanish into thin air when these agencies are finally beaten beyond recovery. These agencies are hemorrhaging, and their blood is largely on your hands. Fix it before it's too late, and fund them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your passion and your persistence, and for hanging in here with us today. And next is Michaela Fissel. Forgive me if I got your last name wrong there.
You have my testimony online. It's nice testifying in front of you for 17 years since I first achieved recovery at the age of 21, and through the support provided by Demas Young Adult Services and Central Connecticut State University's Supported Education Program. Today, though, I serve in the role of Executive Director at Advocacy Unlimited.
Will you share your name?
Michaela Bissell. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for asking. I'm actually the Executive Director at Advocacy Unlimited now. I've served in the role for 6 years. AU is a peer-run organization, and what we offer is essential, evidence-based peer support services. Last year, we served over 10,500 residents of Connecticut statewide. And please know that the number I'm about to share is because we do this work because we know this work matters. And the cost of our service is about $200 per person. That's the cost of a ski lift ticket. Yet the gift of peer support lasts a lifetime. See, what we do as a professional peer workforce is not just saves lives. No, we guide people towards recovering their potential to create a life worth living. Less than 5% of the proposed budget for Demas is going to go towards peer recovery services. This inequity in investment has extended back to the Kennedy administration of 1963. Is that right? It is. With the Community Mental Health Act. Never has this state nor the federal government ever adequately invested in peer recovery services, yet it remains an evidence-based practice since 2007. So my ask is twofold. One, please safeguard the resources that are currently available, and please create a line item specific for peer recovery services. This way we don't have to jeopardize CCAR's funding. We don't have to jeopardize AU's funding. You can make a difference today and ensure that peer recovery services are adequately invested in. And I'm not just asking you to fund peer-run organizations. This is an investment that can be made across the state of Connecticut for all Demas-funded providers, because we are a professional peer workforce. Our services are vital to the state of Connecticut and are actually a defined component of the recovery-oriented system of care. Most people don't know this. I have 2 graduate degrees. I did not learn about this through either of the psychology programs that I went through. So I'm going to be ending a little bit early, and I just really want to thank you for your time. It means a lot. I was an elected official in Windsor at the Board of Education for 6 years. So I humbly, acknowledge the effort that you put into serving and being here tonight. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Board of Ed, the hardest office out there. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Madam Administrator, is there anyone else in the room who I see someone else who snuck in. Did Rick Sebastian testify earlier? So for those of you online, we are trying to help those who are here in the room. So next we have Rick Sebastian. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Rick Sebastian. I'm the president and CEO of the Kennedy Collective, formerly the Kennedy Center, headquartered in Trumbull. First of all, thank you for your service to the constituents of the state of Connecticut. Your service is meaningful and makes a difference in every life. I was born in 1960, and I'm sure as legislators you're wondering, well, Rick, you seem like a nice guy. What the heck does that have to do with your testimony on the governor's budget? 1960 was the 21st year since the Connecticut governors and combined legislature unfunded and underfunded the state employee pension plan. This year is our 19th year of being or underfunded in the human services sector, and by the end of the biennial budget, we will be in our 20th year. The legislature and the governors of the past and the present have created a 100-year plan of underfunding state employee pension. Unfortunately, the similarity to the human services underfunding, we don't have 100 years to wait. The people that we're supporting need services and support today. The Kennedy Collective has begun the arduous task, an unnecessary duty of terminating employees. Last Friday, we terminated 5 at the beginning of our need to consolidate to get us to a break-even point. We're operating in a deficit. We're in the process of eliminating services for people in group homes. We've closed 2 group homes in the last 2 years. By March, we've submitted a request to the Office of Mental Health, the Office of Public Health, to close an ICF that supports 4 people. We can't continue to fund these types of programs because we can't find employees that are willing to work for between $17 and $20 an hour to support the most vulnerable people. Secondarily, beginning in March, we're selling property that serves as program sites and administrative sites to consolidate. We can't continue the total cost of ownership. What's the total cost of ownership, or TCO? It wasn't the iceberg. It wasn't the tip of the iceberg that sank the Titanic. It was the iceberg that was underneath. The cost of doing business, our costs have gone up more than 36%. When we look at the cost of healthcare, there's a utility conversation that's taking place in this very building through the first several weeks of the legislative session. Our utilities are going up. They're skyrocketing going up. How do we continue to sustain serving people on behalf of the state of Connecticut without the appropriate funding? You've heard from hundreds of our colleagues today to ask to raise the funding to the tune of $501 million over the biennial budget. It's a lot of money, I recognize that. Make it an investment. If we're investing in the future, we can forego the 100 years of damage that was done that began in 1939. Once again, thank you very much. I appreciate your service to the state.
Thank you. We appreciate you. And thank you for staying here with us this evening. It's great to see you. I believe we are going to go next to Vicki Sigworth. Vicki is online. Wonderful. If you can unmute and proceed. Welcome.
Thank you all so much for staying on. I really appreciate you. My name is Vicki Sigworth from Hamden, Connecticut. I have been involved in advocating for better mental health care in Connecticut for the past 14 years. I've spoken to dozens of family members also struggling to find appropriate mental health care for their loved one. My motivation? My 42-year-old son, who's been hospitalized numerous times in the past 25 years. His last hospitalization lasted 7.5 years. This cost us taxpayers more than $5 million and traumatized our entire family. What a waste. In the process, though, we discovered 2 superior evidence-based treatments for people with serious mental illness like my son that are also much more cost-effective: the open dialogue approach to therapy and peer-run respite houses. Our family's experience shows how much of our current mental health care is misdirected and much more expensive than scientifically valid care available elsewhere. Of our son's 7.5 years in the hospital, the first 5 were wasted with typical treatments which only made his mental health stability much worse. He finally got stable through an innovative doctor who provided a combination of vitamins, appropriately dosed medications, and, critically, a type of open dialogue therapy at our encouragement. This only happened because we were able to advocate for these things, armed with strong proof of their efficacy. Open dialogue, which treats the patient in the context of their existing support system, including family, has been used in Europe for over 30 years, with an 80% full recovery rate for first episode psychoses within 5 years without hospitalization. Its use even increases staff satisfaction and retention. It is now used in hospitals and outpatient settings in Vermont, Georgia, Massachusetts, New York, and elsewhere in the world, but not in Connecticut. Why not? To make such effective treatment more available, funds will be needed to invest in retraining our current providers. As you've already heard, our current inpatient and nonprofit programs need more funds to even have sufficient and qualified staff, but they also need funds to be able to retrain the staff in more effective interventions like open dialogue. Please help these desperate helpers. As you've already heard, we also need $5 million for the creation of 7 additional peer-run respites, along with ongoing operational funding. I know personally of 4 friends who recently spent a week at our first Connecticut respite, Gloria House. If they had gone to a hospital that week, it would have cost the state about $40,000 per person. Gloria House costs around $3,000. What's so amazing and what I'm trying to help you guys understand is that providing effective care is much more cost effective. That's what people have been saying all evening. Gloria House has had more than 140 guests since they opened in July. The 15 other states who've opened peer-run respites are now working to open more, having been impressed by both the savings and effectiveness. I am convinced that if our son had been able to go to a peer-run respite 9 years ago, or even gotten more appropriate inpatient care, he would likely now have finished his schooling and be paying taxes. Instead, he's on disability. It breaks my heart.
Ms. Sigworth,
Yes.
if you could please conclude your time.
Yes.
Up, so please.
It breaks my heart to see half his life wasted unnecessarily. Please help others now avoid the same waste and update the funding guardrails to be able to fund peer-run respites and the various programs that you've heard from. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sticking with us. Next, we have Catherine Ohm. Welcome.
Good evening, respected members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Katharina Ohm. I'm the Executive Director of the Torrington Youth Service Bureau. I'm here today to advocate for HB 6864 for sustained prevention funding, because prevention is not just important, it is essential. Every day we work with young people who have been disciplined or even criminalized for their actions, but their behaviors are often more than just bad decisions. They are cries for help. Without intervention, these struggles can spiral into deeper crises, leading to devastating outcomes. Prevention allows us to hear their silent pleas, to step in before it's too late, and to offer the support they need to build brighter futures. At the Youth Service Bureau, we see firsthand what happens when young people don't get the support they need. Many of the youth who come to us have already been let down by schools, by families, by systems meant to protect them. They are often pushed aside, misunderstood, or left without a safety net. For many, we are the last hope. Without early intervention, they risk being defined by trauma, neglect, or loss. But with the right supports, they can break free from those cycles and thrive. Take Mark, our program director, who has spent years working in the Torrington community. Mark has been a lifeline for countless youth, providing not just services, but genuine human connection. When a young person with learning challenges faced school suspension, Mark stepped in, advocating for accommodations, securing necessary support, and ensuring the youth had access to mentorship and pro-social activities. Because of Mark's dedication, that young person is now working a full-time job that fits his needs, gaining valuable experience in building a future filled with opportunity. This is the power of prevention. It does not just change life, it transforms entire communities. Prevention is not a quick fix or a temporary solution. It is an ongoing commitment to being there for our youth, guiding them through their struggles and helping them find a path forward. This is why investing in continued and expanded funding for organizations like the Governor's Prevention Partnership is critical. GPP is a capacity builder and guide for prevention and mentoring programs across the state and is supported through their partnership and funding associated with the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. These programs are cost-effective, reducing the need for expensive interventions like rehabilitation or legal action. They provide safe spaces, mentorship, and support that empower youth to make positive choices. By addressing problems early, we build safer, stronger communities. Funding prevention services is not just an investment in individual young people. It is an investment in our collective future. On behalf of the Torrington Youth Service Bureau and the young lives we serve, I urge you to continue and expand this crucial support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your work and for staying with us. Next, we have Barbara Valenti.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Valenti, and I would like to thank the esteemed Appropriations Committee for providing me an opportunity to participate in this hearing. I'm a mother of an amazing, beautiful daughter who suffers from addiction. I truly understand that addiction costs. It costs the individual that suffers the addiction. It costs families of those that are addicted. It costs employers, it costs healthcare, it costs social programs, and in turn costs the states and the federal fundings of governments through their fundings. I have been trying to support my daughter to reach a state of permanent sobriety. I have tried to support her emotionally, financially, to recover for over 15 years. Over that period of time, I have been left with frustration, anger, and disappointment. The programs did not provide long-term care. Many of them did not provide safety and security and the basic needs. They did not prepare my daughter or the other clients for independent life, for an ability to return and live within their community and have a purpose. The 15 plus years consisted of sober periods and then desperate days, wondering why and what was the cause of a relapse. Now I can say she has found a resource that provides her networking, education, and the ability to grow and learn, and how, most importantly, to be self-supporting. She's developed confidence, and I think most of all, she is now happy and having relationships with people that truly care about her and her success. She is currently enrolled in a recovery coaching certification program sponsored through CCAR and looks forward to giving back to her community. And because of CCAR, she now feels empowered, appreciated, and celebrates her accomplishments with her new supportive family. She's determined to stay sober and is driven to serve her community. I know that this is due to this wonderful programs that are offered at CCAR, because she has tried numerous other avenues and venues. But what they offer through their peer counseling is unique and it works. I'm aware that there are so many in need, but as someone that has paid thousands of dollars privately and spent hours of worrying about my daughter, whether or not she would stay sober or even live one more day, I now feel that she has finally found a support system that I am praying will be there for her the long term and continues to provide programs that prepare her to succeed and have a purpose.
Miss
I
Valenti,
implore you,
if you
thank
can,
you. I implore you to support CCAR and assure that not only my daughter continues to benefit, but all whom they serve. And I want to thank all of you there. I appreciate everything that you are doing to allow us and give us this opportunity. And I pray that you can help us. Thank you.
thank you for being with us tonight. Next, we have David Gudritis. Please help me with your name. Welcome.
Hello, I'm David Contreras, registered voter from Waterbury, Connecticut. I support maximizing funding for DEMAS to fund nonprofits. I had mental health issues all my life and then turned to drug addiction. It made it worse. I'm here to talk about HB 6864. Well, marijuana is not safe. I don't know why do you guys say marijuana is not safe. I've been a member of DEMAS, an independent center, nonprofit agency. They helped me with my recovery. They gave me a place to go and connect and counseling and stop isolating. I go to groups, get meals from independent center. They help me be well and stay at the hospital. Independent center run by Mental Health Connecticut have helped me to improve by experiencing different ways of coping. I need help, and the agencies work as well as they can. DEMAS and independent center nonprofits need funding. Lack of funding gets cancels many good positive programs. They need open funding to keep them open. Mental health is at a crisis. We all need help. Funding for the independent center, nonprofits, and DEMAS help everyone. DEMAS funding, Warm Line, helps me at night. Please help these programs with support and funding so people can live a better life. All great all forms of mental health need more funding. Hopefully the governor's tax base can cover all our needs. Thank you for your interest. Have a good evening. Report DEMAS and mental health. Sincerely, David Contreras. Thank you.
Thank you very much for staying with us tonight and for your testimony. Next, we have Joanne Todd. Ms. Todd, are you able to join us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Please proceed.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm trying to turn on my.
We see a lovely picture. We can hear your voice.
Okay. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6864. My name is Joanne Todd. I'm from Scotland, Connecticut, and I'm president of Northeast Family Credit Union and a UConn MBA. I'm pointing that out because I'm a business person, and I'm here to talk about Horizons in South Windham, where I'm a volunteer board of director and treasurer. I joined Horizons Finance Committee in 2019 to support the impactful work with developmentally and intellectually disabled members of our communities. And I joined the board of directors last year because I saw how well they manage their finances and the outsized impact of that work. Horizons has amazingly resourceful management who are able to use the very limited resources from DDS to deliver supportive housing, employment programs, education support services, and recreation and respite programs. I've been fortunate to volunteer at intake for Horizon summer camp programs, and the clients and their families are just over the moon about the Horizons experience. And of course, they're very concerned that Horizons is able to continue to be there for them and their families. Turning back to the business part of it, Horizons is very efficient. In finance parlance, Horizons has a high return on investment relative to the funding that DDS provides. And this funding structure is not fair to the caring people who work there. Horizon's starting wage is $18.70 per hour, and then seasoned direct care staff are low paid. For example, Horizons has a 25-year employee who does incredible work and is paid $22 an hour. People just cannot live on these wages. And as a real example, at $18.70 an hour, a full-time take-home pay per month is about $2,500. A one-bedroom apartment locally is at least $1,500 per month. That means 60% of income pays rent and $1,000 is left to cover transportation, food, healthcare, utilities, insurance, clothes, savings, retirement, and other needs. That is the budget of working poor and is not sustainable. Not for individuals and not for the nonprofit system as a whole. Horizons and their team have struggled and stressed to overcome underfunding for years. And at the same time, Horizons is a responsible steward of the resources provided by Connecticut taxpayers. But they need more. They need to update the guardrails and the fiscal guardrails and fund nonprofits. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much for your work and for being here with us today. Next, we have Nicole Hampton. Welcome.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Nicole Hampton. I'm a woman in recovery, mother, local prevention council member, professional in the recovery field, and a registered voter from Norwalk, Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the budget proposal for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I deeply appreciate the Appropriation Committee, legislator, and the governor for their continued support of the regional behavioral health action organizations. However, I strongly oppose the proposed significant cuts to the DEMIS Prevention Division. Connecticut's prevention model is recognized nationally as a leader in the field. The 5 RBHAOs working in partnership with DEMIS prevention staff play a vital role in addressing community needs statewide. These organizations provide critical funding for programs that tackle gambling addiction, cannabis and vaping use, alcohol misuse, mental health and suicide prevention, and the ongoing opioid crisis. At a time when cannabis has been legalized, legal gambling is expanding, the opiate crisis persists, DUI and wrong way driving incidents are rising, youth vaping remains a growing concern, especially with no cap on the THC levels, and mental health and suicide prevention efforts are more urgent than ever. Now is not the time to cut funding, please.
Hello?
Connecticut must strengthen its prevention infrastructure as well as expand evidence-based peer support services that include increasing funding for programs such as peer-run respite programs, which currently offer only 4 beds for the entire state of Connecticut, far from adequate. Children's behavioral health urgent crisis centers, which are crucial in addressing the growing youth mental health crisis, and CCAR, Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, a program that has been instrumental to so many. The foundation of my very own recovery was built within the walls of CCAR Recovery Community Center, so I know firsthand how essential these services are. Mental health matters. Recovery is possible, but only with the right support services in place. Once again, I appreciate the continued support for RBHAOs and urge you to prioritize prevention by fully funding the DEMAS Prevention Division and expanding funding for treatment and recovery services. This must include the expansion of the evidence-based peer respite programs, Children's Behavioral Health Urgent Crisis Centers, and CCAR as a whole, and many other vital services. Thank you for your ongoing support and advocacy for appropriate funding for prevention, treatment, and recovery support services. Have a great night, or shall I say morning. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's right. Good morning.
Madam Chair, I also like to just thank Nicole for her testimony as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Next up, we have Brittany Sanchez.
Good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and esteemed members of the Health Subcommittee. My name is Brittany Sanchez, and I have the privilege to serve as the Senior Director of School-Based Health Centers and Outpatient Services at Child and Family Agency of Southeastern Connecticut and New London. I'm here today to emphasize the critical need for continued support of school-based health centers in Eastern Connecticut, particularly in addressing the pervasive issue of intimate partner violence and its profound impact on children. Intimate partner violence is a pervasive issue with far-reaching consequences. In Connecticut, nearly 5,000 children access DV services annually. Exposure to IPV significantly increases the risk of children developing psychological, social, emotional, and behavioral problems. The trauma experience can disrupt the developmental trajectory, leading to long-term difficulties in emotion regulation, interpersonal relationship, and overall mental health. In my 15 years in working in mental health, specializing in intimate partner violence, I've witnessed firsthand the profound impact school-based health centers have on our youth. One case stands out in particular where a family involved with DCF due to severe intimate partner violence, the child, traumatized and fearful, was reluctant to engage in any safety planning with me or seek external mental health services. However, the presence of a school-based health center within the school provided a unique opportunity. The accessibility and confidentiality of the school-based health center model allowed the child to receive therapy in a safe environment free from the threats at home. Through consistent support, the child developed coping skills, improved academically, and built a trusted support network within the school community. This story is not unique. For many children in unstable homes, schools, and by extension, school-based health centers serve as a sanctuary where they can access essential health services without fear or logistical barriers. School-based health centers are uniquely positioned to address the needs of children affected by IPV. By providing immediate access to mental health services within school settings, school-based health centers eliminate common barriers such as transportation issues and scheduling conflicts. The proximity ensures that children receive timely interventions, which are crucial to mitigating the adverse effects of trauma. Moreover, the confidential nature of school-based health centers offer a safe place for children to express their experience and begin the healing process without fear of exposure or retribution. Furthermore, school-based health centers play a pivotal role in reducing the vulnerability of children to the intertwined challenges of mental health issues, IPV, and substance abuse. By addressing mental health concerns early and within a trusted environment, school-based health centers can decrease the likelihood of children turning to substance use as coping mechanisms. This proactive approach not only supports the child's immediate well-being, but also fosters resilience against future adversities. CFA received one-time federal funding for establishing 9 new school-based health centers in Eastern Connecticut. While this funding has been instrumental, it is temporary. To sustain operations beyond fiscal year, we urgently need continued financial support. In fiscal year alone, CFA's school-based health centers served nearly 8,000 students across 9 schools in Groton, Stonington, and Ledyard. Services range from physical exams, immunizations, to mental health assessments and to therapy. The demand is evident and the benefits are profound. I urge the Appropriation Health Subcommittee to prioritize funding for school-based health centers in Eastern Connecticut. By doing so, you are investing in the health, well-being, and future success of our children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. What wonderful timing. Thank you for your work and for being here with us today. Next, we have Michael Menegas.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hold on one second. Let me just turn this on. Thank you. Good evening, senators and esteemed members. My name is Michael Menegas. I grew up in foster care, experienced traumas and abuse, and struggled with addiction myself, incarceration and homelessness. Today, I work for Gilead Community Services at a 24-bed, 28-day, approximately, men's rehabilitation for co-occurring disorders, Feral Treatment Center in New Britain. This is a 3.7 level of care. It's the highest level of care in Connecticut, assisting the most vulnerable among us with substance use and mental health disorders. I have achieved sustained long-term recovery thanks to the agency I now get to work for. I began as an RSS and became a case manager, helping clients to create individualized aftercare plans. These are men coming to us desperate and hopeless, trying to propel themselves towards a life of purpose and belonging. For them, it's a matter of life or death. Men coming from rock bottom situations, struggling with homelessness, grief and loss, divorces, loss of their children, criminal justice involvement, overdoses, and even suicidality. Many come with their entire lives in a garbage bag. That was once me. The lack of adequate funding is creating barriers where there should be guideposts. There are not nearly enough sober living facilities, DEMIS-funded basic needs sober house beds, or even open beds at longer-term treatment facilities. I routinely face wait lists that are 15 to 30 people long, while Husky Insurance is denying payments and pushing clients out the door, regardless of continuing services being established, thrusting these men back into the bottom rung of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, put back into survivor mode without the necessary support, falling into the gaps and disparities created by lack of services and funding. Staff burnout is also a real problem due to staff shortages. We need to increase funding for nonprofits like ours by 264 million in 26 and an 8% increase for fiscal year 27. Lives literally depend on it. Here's what we know. We are suffering with two epidemics. The first is active addiction itself and mental health disorders. The second is severely lacking funding to support these services and the people providing them who are underpaid and understaffed. Addiction is a family disease. It devastates the family unit over generations, and it's devastating our human family and society writ large. It devastated mine. It's insidious, and the collateral damage is profound. 80% of all incarcerated persons have a diagnosed substance use disorder or were under the influence when committing their crime. Combine that with the fact that fentanyl overdose is now leading cause of death for Americans aged 12 to 35. The COVID lockdown spikes in overdoses and suicides serve as a grim reminder of what could happen with severely scaled back or lacking services, such as an admissions freeze. When receiving the proper continuation of services, resources, and stable living environments, engaged in a recovery lifestyle, our clients lead lives that are full and that become the antithesis of addiction. They transform into the most productive, responsible, hardworking, passionate, caring, charitable, and community-minded citizens that excel in their careers and within their families. They become empowered to change their narrative of their lives, and they become the heroes of their own stories. But every hero's journey has the meet the mentor step, and those are my coworkers, salt of the earth people that I watch work tirelessly, devoting their lives to cover the gaps and pick up the slack of understaffed departments, all while leading with their hearts. Their work has the most profound impacts of any job anywhere. The cumulative impacts of the human and societal toll of their work alone is a 20-fold return on investment. Their work is invaluable. What's a human life worth to Connecticut? They deserve better. An addict in long-term recovery enhances as an individual within the family, their community, avoids crime in prison, and positively impacts society and the Connecticut economy. But due to a lack of funding, and I'm finishing right now, and trained services, an addict that is failed by the system's gaps and relapses results in increased crime, imprisonment, family degradation, sacrificed morals, dignity, death, having a negative impact on our communities and our Connecticut economy. Not adjusting the guardrails for nonprofits is akin to accepting the continued insanity of removing and eroding the life-saving guardrails that hold up the dignity and future of our citizens, families, communities, and society itself. Recovery awareness is our only effective weapon in the real war on drugs. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Wonderful. Have a wonderful night, and thank you for your work and for your testimony.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Next, we have Marion Least.
Good morning. I know we're all very tired right now, but I just want to say so are our staff. And right now, there are in the 900 group homes that there are across the state in the various sectors of support and state agencies, there are probably between 1,500 and 2,000 third shift staff that are working right now. And many of those staff have also worked all day and they have worked for days on end because they have to make ends meet for their family.
I'm going to ask you a favor. If you can introduce yourself before you go any further, please.
Oh, I apologize. I really had that beginning and I apologize. So I'm Marion Least. I am the Chief Operating Officer at HARC. We support people with intellectual disabilities and their families throughout the greater Hartford area. We support about 250 individuals in our day employment and community programs. And we serve individuals across the lifespan. So I mean, you've heard from many of my colleagues before about the desperation of where we are with staffing. We as an organization experienced, a 40% staffing vacancy over the last year. I mean, that's absurd. Where else could you possibly go? And like everyone said, we are competing with places like grocery stores and Amazon. And so I just want to ask you, do we value fulfilling an Amazon order more than providing human beings with a fulfilled life? That is really what the question is. And that is really what we're asking you to think about and to prioritize in our state. I mean, I heard Joe Drexler earlier talk about a value message, and what's the value message that we're sending people? I mean, we're sending people the message that human lives aren't worth as much as you getting your Amazon order in 12 hours or whatever. So I think we really need to prioritize the community nonprofits and the supports that we provide to our most vulnerable citizens. And so I just ask you to please show our community that you put value in them and that you prioritize their lives. And so I urge you to support the ask for $264 million increase to nonprofit programs like ours, which includes a 6% increase in FY24, full annualization of the FY25 ARPA funds, and an 8% increase in FY27. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we hope you and your staff team get some rest this weekend.
Thank you.
Rest of the morning. Next is Suzanne Gaskell. Welcome, please proceed.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, and members of the Appropriation Committee, and really thank you for the overtime you're putting in this evening to listen to everybody. I'm Suzanne Gaskell. I'm board chair at Gilead Community Services, and I also serve on the Oak Hill board. My son has a life-altering illness and currently resides in a Gilead group home. I've testified several times over the course of the last few years, and I share the frustration expressed tonight by previous speakers. Too little has happened in recent years to support nonprofit human services and, our healthcare workers. As a retired high school art teacher, I thought tonight I'd try to take a different tact and try to make the case for supporting HB 6864 visually. And I would just like to start by having you imagine next time you're in the state Senate chambers to look closely at the speaker's chair. Imbued with symbolism, it was carved from the charter oak. It was nearly 21 feet in circumference and thought to be about 1,000 years old before it was toppled by a storm in 1856. So to the Connecticut colonists, that tree was a symbol of independence, its strong roots, symbols of strength and resilience. Entwined branches that are carved on the legs, The arms and the spandrels of the chairs denote connection and togetherness, symbolizing community. And those acorn finials on the tops of the upright post, growth and prosperity. We find strength in community, and the community prospers when all its members are valued. The work our nonprofits provide ensures greater inclusivity and is foundational to building and supporting vibrant and prosperous communities across the state of Connecticut. As the demands for human health services have increased, and you've heard shared numerous times tonight, salaries have remained stagnant. Nonprofits are unable to compete with the salaries offered by the state, and in the current labor market, fast food restaurants and retailers are offering hourly rates that exceed our entry-level positions. As a board member at Gilead Community Services, I know of caregivers who are single moms who are working 2 full-time jobs to make ends meet. And I've also seen talented case managers who loved what they did leave the agency out of necessity in search of higher pay. The turnover, compounded by the present labor shortage, jeopardizes the continuity of care that Gilead clients, including my son, depend on. It also makes for a more stressful environment as caregivers are required to do more work and work longer hours to ensure programs have sufficient coverage. Every time someone leaves a career in human services because it's not financially viable, the community at large loses and access to care becomes more and more difficult. Qualified caregivers are hard to find, and now's the time to show that we value their work. They deserve a livable wage as they tirelessly endeavor to strengthen our communities and restore hope and dignity to our most vulnerable citizens. So as you contemplate the meaning of the carvings on the Senate Speaker's chair, remember, please, you were elected by the people for the people. You have the power to effect much needed positive change for countless individuals working for and receiving life-saving services from nonprofits such as Gilead Community Services. In closing tonight, I'd like to share a reproduction of a print created by Gilead clients that's expressive of different aspects of recovery. This one was titled Gilead Mental Health since 1968. It features upward turned hands supporting a Gilead home and the interconnectedness of the community. It also, in its leaves, contains symbols of community, kindness, and compassion. I'm asking you to please support HB 6864. And again, I thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you for your testimony and sharing your beautiful artwork with us. Next, we have Rebecca Sonoriad. I'm not sure if I got that right. Rebecca, are you here?
Yes, hi. Good morning, respected members of the Appropriations Committee, and thank you for your time. My name is Rebecca Smarajad, and I'm a Senior Program Director at CHR. I oversee programs that serve adults with severe mental illness. My programs serve around 300 clients monthly from 12 towns within the Hartford County. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs like these. I appreciate the increases the legislator's been able to provide over the last few years, but as you have heard many times tonight, we continue to face increases in our costs that far outpace the rate increases the legislator has provided. We need increases in DMIS funding and in Medicaid behavioral health rates to be able to afford clinical staff at market rates to keep our programs open. In the nearly 2 decades I have worked as a mental health professional in the state of Connecticut, I've seen the successes of programs and how lack of funding causes failures. Without appropriate funding, the vulnerable people we serve are at risk of homelessness, incarceration, and death. In recent years, we've had more clients facing eviction, sleeping on the streets, and unable to obtain basic food or medical needs. My division operates 4 24/7 residential programs, which house and treat clients with significant functional impairments due to their mental health issues. These programs have struggled with hiring and retaining staffing due to low wages created by the limited funding we receive. These programs are critical, especially now with the affordable housing crisis and shortage of acute and long-term inpatient beds. Without increased funding, we are not able to staff these programs. Staff will continue to be burned out, and we will continue to struggle to hire. the programs will be forced to close, causing individuals who have been deemed unable to care for themselves the monumental task of caring for themselves. Outreach programs are designed to serve the most vulnerable, and lack of funding has created gaping holes in the safety net they rely on. Lack of staffing has led to larger caseloads where clients are seen less frequent, problems grow larger, and staff have less resources. The needs of clients post-COVID has skyrocketed. What used to be taking a client to a yearly physical is now helping them manage 3 specialists as a cancer diagnosis went untreated. Lack of funding has created wait lists, census cuts, and less people being served. Just one of my programs in the last year has lost the ability to serve 40 clients. That is 40 more people with severe mental health who must manage on their own. Local communities are suffering with increase in untimely medical deaths, hospitalization, homelessness, suicide rates, and extreme levels of staffing turnover and vacancy. We are asking agencies to make decisions on who deserves help and turning away people because we just don't have the resources to provide it. We are asking staff to do life-saving work but make less money than working at a coffee shop. People are barely surviving and far from living. Cuts to funding would cause program closures, operating hours to be reduced, and further bottleneck our system. However, increased funding would allow additional programs to be open, staffing to be hired to operate those critical needs, and our communities to be able to provide recovery to those who ultimately give back to their community and become less dependent on the system. Thank you for your time and considerations in increasing funding to nonprofits.
Thank you. What wonderful timing. We appreciate you and your testimony and your work. Next, we have Fran Ludwig.
Good evening. My name is Fran Ludwig. I'm parent of a son with mental illness, and I also am a member of the board of directors for Gilead Community Services. Some of you may not be aware that the state has 2 ways that it provides community mental health care. Some of these services are provided by state employees. In addition, the state also contracts with nonprofit organizations to do exactly the same work. So we have 2 entities providing the same services. To do this work, state employees receive handsome salaries and benefits and generous cost of living adjustments every year. Nonprofits, on the other hand, receive no cost of living adjustments. This means that our employees doing identical jobs effectively take a cut in wages every year. The buying power of their salaries is 32% less than it was in 2007. Because of this, as you have heard others say, many of our employees have to work more than one job to make a living wage. This means that Connecticut, one of the wealthiest states in the nation, is creating a class of working poor through its own funding policies. This arrangement also means that the state is in direct competition with the nonprofits that it's funding or underfunding. Our employees leave Gilead to do the same job at the state for a substantially higher salary. Finally, I want to mention where we are putting many of our mental health dollars, and that is into incarceration. Roughly half of all those who are incarcerated have a history of mental illness. So in effect, we're using our prisons as insane asylums. And we're doing this at a cost of over $100,000 a year for each incarcerated person. We could treat that person in the community for a fraction of the cost, between $10,000 and $35,000 a year. Mahatma Gandhi said, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." I think it's time we take our measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your powerful words and for staying with us this evening and your service. Next, we have Jason Shirley. Mr. Shirley,
Good
welcome.
morning, distinguished members of the Health Subcommittee. Thanks for the opportunity to talk here today, and thank you for staying late and doing overtime. My name is Jason Shirley. I'm the Behavioral Health Program Manager for School-Based Health Centers at CFA, that's Child and Family Agency of Southeastern Connecticut. I'm also a lifelong resident of Connecticut. I'm submitting testimony on behalf of the continued urgent need for school-based health centers in Eastern Connecticut. Through 25 years in the field, including 17 deeply fulfilling years working at CFA's SBHCs, I've seen the needs of our population evolve. During COVID, we watched as families became disconnected from their schools. As we emerged from that horrible pandemic, children re-entered schools bearing the scars of trauma from a time of fear, isolation, and loss. We've seen the number of individuals in need of treatment drastically rise, as well as the severity of their mental health symptoms. We've seen a surge in absenteeism and non-engagement in education. As the needs of this population shift, so too must our approach to delivering care. School-based health centers are ideally suited to meet this challenge. By serving students directly in school buildings, traditional barriers to healthcare access, such as transportation, working parents, and costs, are eliminated one by one. We need to bring the services to our population rather than wait for them to come to us. Engaging a point of access care in SBHCs has been found to reduce absenteeism, missed class time, and increase educational outcomes. A student having an asthma attack can go to the school-based health center, have a nebulizer treatment, return to class, and avoid that expensive trip to the ER and an entire missed day of school. A kid overwhelmed by anxiety can see their school-based therapist. They can engage in re-regulation calming skills, make a plan, and return to class and complete their education that day. School-based health centers provide amazing supports, but we're also highly trained therapists. One of my greatest sources of pride has been the evolution of our CBITS team. CBITS is Cognitive Behavioral Interventions for Trauma in Schools. It's a group model specifically designed to meet the rising need of trauma by providing trauma treatment in schools. CFA is one of the longest running and largest practitioners of CBITS in Connecticut. In the last fiscal year, 84 children diagnosed with trauma participated in this model. At the end of treatment, younger children no longer met the criteria for trauma disorder, and older children who participated no longer met the criteria for clinical impairment. As we come to appreciate the full breadth of trauma epidemic our society is experiencing, we don't just need supportive services, we need approaches that work. The last CBITS group I facilitated included 4 girls from different walks of life, all nervous about engaging in this very difficult work. Through shared stories, peer support, tears, and laughs, those young women were able to heal, share their life story, and connect in a way they never had before. As they exited the group pledging to remain lifelong friends, they desperately pleaded for the group to continue or to be able to have another one next year. None of this is possible without increased and ongoing supports of school-based health centers. I've had the deep honor of working with dedicated SBHC professionals for nearly 2 decades. These highly trained individuals have dedicated their lives to the service of others, often at a less than ideal competitive wage. There is no more honorable calling than service of others, yet they can't continue this without your support. CFA received a one-time grant to open 9 school-based health centers in Eastern Connecticut. That is going to run out. Without your support at the end of 2026, those services will discontinue. We ask you to continue and increase your support of school-based health centers. Thank you for your time, your interest, and please be part of bringing these stories to life and let them continue.
Thank you so much for your time and your testimony. Next, we have Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, and thank you, honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is State Representative Joe Canino, and I'm writing today to express my strong support for increased funding for DMIS to provide support for more recovery community centers like the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, known as CCAR. CCAR provides non-clinical, community-based recovery support services in multiple communities across Connecticut, one of which is my city of Torrington. The closure of CCAR would be a devastating blow to our community, which is already grappling with a growing addiction crisis. CCAR has become an invaluable resource for individuals and families affected by substance use disorder in Torrington and the surrounding area. Without a sustainable funding mechanism, they may be forced to close their doors, leaving a critical gap in addiction recovery services. The opioid epidemic continues to devastate our communities in Torrington and beyond. According to recent data from the Connecticut Department of Public Health, Torrington has experienced a significant number of overdose deaths over the past few years. In fact, the city has witnessed a steady occurrence of overdose-related fatalities, with opioid overdoses accounting for a significant portion of those deaths. The loss of life is not just a statistic. Each death represents a family member, a friend, a loved one who was lost to addiction. This public health crisis demands an urgent and comprehensive response. CCAR has been on the front lines offering peer support, resources, and recovery coaching services, and more services to individuals who are fighting to break free from the grip of addiction. They have been a lifeline for people in recovery, providing them with the tools, support, and community connections they need to rebuild their lives. CCAR's success stories are a testament to the power of recovery, and the organization's impact on our community cannot be overstated. The staff and volunteers are incredibly dedicated advocates who fight for their clients' recovery both on and off the clock. However, this vital service is at risk if we do not take action to secure a consistent funding source for CCAR. Without reliable long-term state funding, CCAR will be forced to close its doors, leaving a void that will likely lead to an increase in addiction-related deaths and the destabilization of these families. The reality is that addiction recovery services are not just a safety net, they are a lifeline. If these services are shut off in my community, people will die. We cannot afford to let this critical resource in Torrington disappear. So I urge you to prioritize increased funding for DEMIS in this year's budget and ensure that the agency can fund additional recovery community centers like CCAR so that this invaluable organization can continue to serve those in need. Let us invest in the future of those battling addiction and in the future of our communities by ensuring that CCAR can remain operational and accessible for all who need it. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Have a great rest of your evening. or
You as
morning.
well.
Next, we have Fatima Mir.
Thank you, and good evening, respected members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Fatima Mir, and I'm a proud student of Maloney High School and a lifelong resident of Meriden. I'm also a youth peer advocate for the Meriden Healthy Youth Coalition, which is a Rushford prevention initiative, and a member of the Governor's Prevention Partnership Youth Advisory Board. I am here today to testify on behalf of House Bill 6864 and urge you to continue and expand prevention funding to the maximum amount possible. Growing up in Meriden, I've seen firsthand the impact of substance use on my peers and my community. I got involved with prevention work because I saw the need. I knew I wanted to be part of the solution, and through the Meriden Healthy Youth Coalition, I found my voice. Our bilingual public service announcement on opioids reached hundreds of thousands of people. We've hosted vaping education classes at both Platt and Maloney High School in Meriden and engaged with hundreds of students, creating a space for honest conversations and learning. But the need for prevention remains urgent. According to recent data, the average age of first use of marijuana in Meriden youth grades 6 to 12 is 13.6 years. With vaping even earlier at 13.3 years of age. These numbers are alarming. Without continued prevention efforts, these statistics will only grow. Beyond my local work, being a part of GPP has allowed me to connect with other youth across Connecticut. Hearing diverse perspectives and collaborating to support healthy choices has strengthened my commitment to this work and shown me that prevention is a statewide necessity. But despite these successes, I am deeply concerned about what will happen if prevention funding is cut. I am here today because prevention has elevated me. I am fearful that without this infrastructure, more of my classmates will fall through the cracks. GPP is funded by the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services and has made Connecticut stronger, safer, and healthier for all. But this work cannot continue without your support. I respectfully ask this committee to prioritize prevention as the first and most effective line of defense. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your commitment to protecting the health and well-being of Connecticut's young people. I truly believe that by continuing and expanding prevention funding, we are building a brighter and healthier future for all of us. Thank you.
Ms. Mir, thank you. And leaders like you give us much hope. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Next, we have Christina Valenti.
Good evening to the members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Christina Valenti, and I'm a woman in recovery. I'm here today to express my very strong support for increased funding for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I was taught to introduce myself as a woman in recovery by the New Haven Center of Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. I'm a volunteer at the New Haven Center. CCAR has taught me to regard myself with pride, confidence, and courage instead of saying, "Hi, I'm Christina and I'm a drug addict." One of CCAR's values is meeting people where they are, and they indeed met me where I was at. When I started coming to the center, I was new to New Haven. I moved to the city after getting out of prison and rehab, moving into a sober house. I have never missed a day at the center since my very first day visiting. CCAR and the programs it offers is an asset to our communities and our state as a whole. I believe there is a dire need for the Young People Family Services Program along with the extended hours. Without these programs, there would be a devastating effect on our state and the recovery community as a whole. I've been struggling with the disease of addiction for 16 years. Today, I have 165 days of continuous clean and sober time. I attribute those days to CCAR. CCAR provides free access to tools, resources, and education to aid in long-term recovery, which I take advantage of whenever possible. I wake up each and every morning feeling like I have a purpose today. I've never felt like that since before I began struggling with substance use disorder. Today, I have purpose in life and achievable goals because of my role as a volunteer at CCAR. The programs and trainings they offer give me hope that I have a promising future today. I urge this committee to allocate additional funding to the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, specifically to support recovery community centers. Recovery services diminishes the strain on Connecticut's emergency services, the criminal justice system, and law enforcement. In closing, I courteously ask this committee to prioritize funding for recovery community centers. By doing so, you will help countless individuals in recovery like myself and our families, as well as the innumerable amount of people in Connecticut who are out there who have yet to recover. Another one of CCAR's values is to err on the side of generosity. Respectfully, I'm asking the committee to err on the side of generosity by prioritizing funding for the recovery community centers. Thank you for your time and your commitment to this issue. We do recover.
Thank you so much for your time with us today and tonight.
Thank
Next,
you.
we have Jacqueline Santiago Nazario.
Good evening, co-chairs Ostin and Walker, ranking members Summers and Nuccio, representatives Gilchrist and Leeper, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Jacqueline Santiago Nazario, CEO of Compass Youth Collaborative, a nonprofit that interrupts violence in Hartford. Thank you, Governor Lamont and the committee for recognizing violence as a public health issue. Compass is a unique violence interruption agency. We take youth from trauma to trust to transformation. Our team of credible messengers, mental health professionals, and case managers provide education, job training, and critical support to youth at the highest risk. We embed cognitive behavioral skills in everything that we do to change behavior long-term. The Department of Public Health grant funds Compass's Hospital Violence Intervention Program, the HVIP. When a gunshot victim arrives at any of Hartford's 3 emergency rooms, Compass is there, at the bedside, offering trauma-informed, culturally sensitive care. After discharge, we ensure their safety, provide case management, and connect them to physical and emotional healing. For many youth, we are the only ones who have not given up on them. This work saves both lives and money. The average gunshot injury costs $37,000 in medical expenses, often covered by hospitals when victims are uninsured. Supporting a young person in Compass costs just $11,000. Our impact is clear. 97% of youth avoid hospital readmission, and 95% are not re-victimized. These are not just dollars saved, these are lives and futures changed. Behind these numbers are real people. When 21-year-old June was shot, we were at the bedside in the emergency room. Our team worked with him and we went through rehab, as he went through rehab. When he couldn't sleep, our licensed social workers provided him with coping skills and even bringing him clean clothes so he didn't have to wear his bloody ones home. When Malik's home was hit in a drive-by shooting, Compass repaired his bullet-riddled walls and windows so that he could feel safe again. When Kay was shot twice in 6 weeks, we met him bedside, enrolled him in our 4-year program, and today he's about to graduate high school and start our job training program. HVIP and community violence intervention programs really work. They are part of the reason why Hartford saw a 37% drop in homicides in 2024. But with ARPA funding ending and federal funding uncertain, these life skills and life-saving programs are truly at risk. I urge you to commit funding to these initiatives. Please maintain $3.9 million in the governor's budget to support DPH's violence prevention efforts. This is not just about dollars, it's about lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work and your time with us this evening.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Next, we have Suzanne Kuligowski. Excuse me.
Good morning, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Suzanne Klugowski, President and CEO of ARI of Connecticut, and I am losing my voice. I'm sorry, but I'm going to push through this. We provide day and residential services for adults with developmental disabilities, and we serve nearly 100 individuals in Stamford. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6864. I ditto everything that has been said by my colleagues. I've been working in human services for over 40 years. When the pandemic hit, I was sure it would be the worst period in the history of my career. Sadly, I was wrong. It is this post-pandemic period that is far worse than the horrific pandemic period was. For the first time in my career, I spent an extraordinary amount of time learning about services available in the local Fairfield County community, not for the individuals in my program, but for my staff. I go to bed at night worried as much about my staff as I do about the individuals we serve at ARI. I hear the same from my colleagues. We have staff who are homeless, sleeping in their cars, eating at soup kitchens, sleeping in one-room hotel rooms with their entire family, and staff who go home to be abused by their partners. They are struggling with mental health conditions and addictions. They are taking mental health days and long-term leaves of absence while they are recovering in long-term psych hospitals. I am incredibly thankful for my colleagues in these other fields who are providing essential services for the burnt out staff working in the IDD field. We have incredibly vulnerable people caring for some of the most vulnerable people in the state. Yesterday morning, Senator Marks asked Commissioner Sheff if the services we are providing are adequate. The answer is no, absolutely not. How could they possibly be? How could we provide the level of service that each individual needs with the 20% or more vacancy rates that we are working with? The staff filling all those vacant shifts are exhausted and burnt out. Community activities are significantly reduced as we don't have the number of staff necessary for those activities. I can tell you with full confidence that the services we were providing in the 80s and 90s, when funding was adequate and COLAs were giving annually, were far superior to the services we are providing today. The individuals we serve deserve so much better. Also, yesterday morning, Representative Dillon asked what the role of the legislature was in the staffing crisis. First, let me say that I no longer call it a staffing crisis. This is a staffing catastrophe. And while this catastrophe wasn't caused by anything that the legislature has done by itself, it is the legislature that can make a significant difference in turning this around and ensuring that nonprofits have the resources we need to provide high quality services and supports for the people we serve. I urge you to be the legislative body that goes down in history of the state of Connecticut as the group that positively changed the direction in services and supports for individuals with developmental disabilities and other nonprofit groups in the state that has made Connecticut such a great state to live in. Thank you for your time and interest in listening to all of us over the last several hours. Have a good night.
Thank you so much for being here with us today. Next, we have Jessica Chan.
Hello, good evening, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and members of the Health Subcommittee. My name is Jessica Chan. I am a pediatric nurse practitioner. I'm a program manager of medical services with Child and Family Agency of Southeastern Connecticut. I oversee medical programming in our 20 school-based health centers throughout New London County. I also serve on the board of directors for the Connecticut Association of School-Based Health Centers. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on the governor's budget and to share the need for continued funding for school-based health centers in Eastern Connecticut. As you've heard from my colleagues, CFA received one-time federal funding to establish 9 new school-based health centers, and that expanded our reach to over 12,000 students in New London County. But this was temporary funding. It only supports reduced services throughout fiscal year 2026, and there's a potential for full discontinuation after that. Current reimbursement rates we receive for the level of service that we're providing in this program are not sustainable, so continued investment is essential. We request an additional $200,000 for fiscal year 26 and $1,060,000 for fiscal year 27. Without this support, over 4,000 children will lose access to on-site medical and behavioral health care in their schools. You've heard many times, and those representing our districts are aware that Eastern Connecticut is a recognized healthcare desert. Our families are struggling. They face significant barriers to care, such as inadequate transportation, financial constraints, provider shortages, and scheduling challenges. Our school-based program is able to help them overcome these obstacles and offer them accessible, cost-effective, and really high-quality healthcare. This past fiscal year, in our school-based program, 90% of students receiving medical visits and 99.7% attending behavioral health sessions returned to class immediately after their appointments, minimizing disruptions in their learning. Of these 21,253 visits, those are 21,253 opportunities that could have resulted in either a partial or fully missed school day, untreated conditions if the families sought out no care for their child, or may have led to costly and often inappropriate emergency room visits. I want to share a brief and really common example of the extraordinary care being provided in our school-based health centers. At one of our elementary school sites, a student was seen by a mobile dental provider with an untreated tooth infection that was flagged as a quite urgent issue. Our school-based nurse practitioner was able to assess the student, prescribe antibiotics, found a local dentist that accepts Husky, which is a feat in and of itself, and coordinated transportation for this family all in one afternoon. And this timely intervention prevented further health complications for this kid and addressed this family's particular challenges and barriers to care. I ask the Appropriations Health Subcommittee to please sustain school-based funding in Eastern Connecticut and protect the health and academic success of our students. And thank you for your time and your attention tonight.
Thank you so much, and for all the work that you do. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Giovanna Ramirez, and then we'll turn it over to Representative Gilchrist.
Good morning, distinguished members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Giovanna Ramirez, and I am a proud resident of New Haven and an even prouder member of the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. I am here today as a person in early recovery to express my strong support for increased funding for DMAS. I come before you as a 26-year-old person in recovery and caregiver to my maternal grandmother. I have always struggled with my mental health as a kid. My parents had a very hard time coming to terms with this and didn't know how to handle this, which meant I wasn't taught how to deal with my thoughts, worries, and emotions. My mother was young and turned to alcohol for a number of years and to cope with her issues, and I internalized that, or maybe I was always meant to find my way to the bottle. As a teen, I struggled with depression mixed with unsupervised internet access. I got the horrible idea to self-harm, which led me to the hospital, and that landed me in an outpatient program at 17, which helped me tremendously. Fast forward to 2020, the pandemic happens right after I turned 21, introducing me to the most accepted, celebrated, but one of the deadliest addictions, alcoholism. I started caring for my grandmother after she suffered complications after a surgery for her brain aneurysm, had a stroke, had another surgery for her brain aneurysm, and that in turn started her early dementia. As she got worse, I got worse in my addiction, which in turn made her struggle more to see me that way. I want to be able to be a good caregiver, and CCAR is helping me achieve that by giving me a community that understands, uplifts, and supports. The funding that has been provided keeps places like CCAR running, and without it, CCAR, I'd have a hard time finding such an amazing community in recovery. This building and these people give me hope, and without it, I'm afraid of where I'd be and where I might end up. This investment is crucial for my recovery and the recovery of many others. I respectfully ask this committee to prioritize funding for recovery community centers. Thank you for your time and attention and commitment to this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we'll hear from number 205, Bruce Stovall. Hi, Bruce.
Hello, Senator. Good morning to all our senators and representatives on the committee. My name is Bruce Stovall. I represent Oak Hill. We are the largest private provider of disability services in Connecticut. Established in 1893, we're about to celebrate our 143rd birthday. I'm going to rip up the speech. You've heard it all tonight, and it's getting late. The issue with Oak Hill, like many of the providers here, is staffing, staffing, staffing. The solution is COLA, COLA, COLA. So, folks, we are hanging by a thread, literally. This is my 37th year. I have never seen it as dire right now. I'm just going to implore you to do the right thing. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Thanks for staying up to testify
Thank you.
and all you do. Next, number 210. Am I right on that? Tanya Pegnataro.
There we go. Good evening. My name is Tanya Pegnataro, and I am one of the program managers for the school-based health centers at Child and Family Agency of Southeastern Connecticut. I currently oversee the behavioral health services at our new expansion school-based health centers in Stonington, Groton, and Ledyard school districts. I come before you today to testify about the desperate continuing need for school-based health centers in Southeastern Connecticut. I would like to share a story about the youth and families we serve that highlight the incredible importance of school-based health centers in our communities and school districts. Take the case of an elementary-age student who had recently experienced significant layers of trauma. This young boy witnessed severe domestic violence, was removed from his mother's care, and then placed with his biological father, whom he had never known prior. He exhibited explosive episodes in school, cried constantly at home, and suffered from nightmares that kept him from sleeping. While he began receiving his mental health services at our outpatient clinic, his father's work schedule and lack of reliable transportation made it impossible for him to attend sessions consistently. This father and his son were struggling terribly to understand one another and to move forward in their relationship. The solution was to transfer the child to receive his mental health services at the school-based health center within his own school. This arrangement allowed him to participate in his weekly sessions regularly, and his father could join family and parent sessions via telehealth. Through the support, the child learned that what he experienced was not his fault, that his feelings were normal, and he made tremendous progress by participating in a school-based trauma intervention group called Bounce Back. Additionally, his father, initially uncertain about how to be the parent that his son needed, gained valuable parenting skills and a new perspective on supporting his son's mental health needs. Without the school-based health center in his school, this child would not have been able to address his trauma reactivity, and his father would not have gained these necessary tools to support him. School-based health centers provide accessible and comprehensive support for families who might otherwise struggle to engage due to life's demands. This story exemplifies the profound impact that school-based health centers have on the well-being of our youth and families, ensuring that they receive the care and support that they desperately need. In my many years of working with school-based health centers, I have been witness to so many stories similar to this. Life for families can have many struggles and barriers, as we all know. Parents always want to do right by their children, but often due to financial obligations, work schedules, and having to tend to the basic needs of the household, these can unfortunately take precedence over their social and emotional needs. School-based health centers eliminate any possible barriers to obtaining mental health and medical services that their child needs by offering it right there in the school building where children spend the majority of their waking hours. The one-time funding that we received to open the new expansion sites will be running out very soon, and these services will become unavailable to these children and families. So I urge you to please continue the vital school-based health center funding of Southeastern Connecticut, which will support the health and futures of the children in our state. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Tanya, for your testimony and your time tonight or this morning. Next, we'll hear from 216, Sarah Fox.
Good evening, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Sarah Fox, and I am CEO of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I have a testimony. It's drafted. You have it. But I want to speak to you today about someone just one block away. We have a woman who's staying outside of my office building. She's been outside for quite some time. Just the other day, I met her and CRT's Heart Team, and the staff, dressed all and wrapped up as warm as they could possibly be, were trying to take care of her and bring her inside. This story is representative of the staff doing the work all across the state. We have people walking out in cold, cold days. In Fulton County alone, we know that 22% of our staff are housing insecure, and 7% experience homelessness themselves. Just yesterday, we learned that many of our staff are receiving flexible assistance just so that they can be prevented from becoming homeless themselves. This is a really challenging time for the homeless response system. We must ensure that we have the resources necessary to prevent homelessness before it begins for all people across the state, that our crisis response can respond to homelessness when it occurs for families, individuals, and youth, and that it is well resourced, and that we can house people and keep them stable with the case management supports that they need to thrive. The federal funding is looming, and the challenges that we face could become grave. Right now, we have $94.7 million from the from HUD at the federal level that is at risk, that has not come into the state. We are very concerned about these dollars and the impact that they could have on our ability to provide services. We rely on strong funding from the federal level as well as the commitment from the state to do our job to save lives. And with this funding at stake, it could mean devastation for many people. For the balance of state alone, which is one of our continuum of cares, it could mean 3,175 households who are reliant on rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing could be at risk of losing their homes. And it would also jeopardize 300 frontline staff positions that are essential to our system. This is a time to lean forward, to prioritize our neighbors, to ensure everyone has a home. We appreciate the strong prioritization within the governor's budget. We need ongoing annualized sustained funding, and we need the $33.5 million to respond to the crisis at hand. So thank you so much for hearing my testimony. Thanks for staying up. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Sarah, for your testimony and all you do.
Thank you.
Get some nice rest. Next up is Carrie Jaffe, followed by Tyler Kimball.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay. My name is Carrie Jaffe. I'm the clinical manager for ARI of Connecticut, which is a nonprofit provider in Stamford, Connecticut, providing residential, vocational, and recreational services to adults with developmental disabilities. I am also an approved provider of positive behavior supports. I have been in the field for over 45 years as both a direct care worker and in managerial positions. The nonprofit serving the developmentally disabled is in crisis. Agencies like ARI of Connecticut have serious staff shortages, which you have heard over and over again. For the first time in 33 years at my agency, I and many other supervisory staff have been asked to cover direct care shifts because of acute staff shortages. Please hear what we do. We service many individuals with severe medical, ambulation, emotional, and behavior challenges. Yet we must accept anyone willing to take a position. Many of the people we serve are dual diagnosed and take multiple psychotropic medications. One-on-one service provisions are not rare. Dementia, serious self-abuse, serious aggression, psychotic episodes, and multiple physical handicaps are but some of the challenges that nonprofit agencies like mine serve. These are tough challenges that would challenge seasoned clinicians. Instead, we have staff often with no prior specified competencies to deal with these challenges. Some meet the challenge, but many do not. The result, constant staff turnover, constant basic orientation training, problems that keep repeating themselves, redundant meetings, overtime costs for the staff that do remain, and write-ups and reviews that keep saying the same thing year after year. People, legislators, this is not cost-effective. There are two answers that I would like to propose. One, we need to significantly raise salaries so we can attract qualified staff rather than anyone who applies. We also need to develop standards that provide competency-based training for staff either before hiring or completed within a 6-month transition period. In special education classes, many schools now require paraprofessionals to pass a behavior technician test and an observation by a board-certified behavior analyst after 40 hours of online training. Something similar that professionalizes the field is an urgent necessity. I honestly believe that if we could do this, it would be cost-effective in the long run, not to mention we would be providing a much more professional and service to the people we serve. We are not meeting the needs before us. Believe me, I'm an old man. I got gray hair, and it's only getting worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here tonight and for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Tyler Kimball, followed by Pat Ladner.
Good morning, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Tyler Kimball, and I'm from New Britain. I'm a mental health associate at Connecticut Valley Hospital, where I've worked for the last 6 years. I'm here tonight to urge you to not cut any funding for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, and in fact, consider increasing funding to our department. I work with some of the most dedicated, compassionate, and hardworking individuals you'll ever meet. The people who give their lives to care for those at CVH want to provide the best care possible. However, we struggle because we are so short-staffed. We're in the business of providing compassion, and just like a mechanic who needs the right tools, we need the right support. To provide quality care for our patients, we need more staff, and it's as simple as that. We recently returned to our old unit, a unit we moved out of in June 2023, so renovations could be done. Do you want to know what was done? Nothing. The unit is actually in worse condition than it was before. The whole point of us moving from the building is so necessary updates could be done. We moved back in and the unit is just as it was before, and we're told there's nothing that can be done because there's no money. Our nurses' station is unsafe and falling apart. We have only one washer and dryer in our building, and it's not on our floor. These conditions do not cover the needs of patients who are incontinent, since we're required to do multiple changes and loads of laundry a day. The unit's condition is depressing for the staff who work in it and does not provide a healing environment for our patients. On our shift, when permitted to work, there's only one housekeeper to all the units in our building, all of which have incontinent patients. I work the second shift and often arrive to find my coworkers appearing overwhelmed, frustrated, tired, and discouraged. Despite all of that, we show up every single day ready to do our best because we truly care about the individuals that we work with. In the TBI unit, we have patients with varying needs, including many fall risks. One patient who is blind and in a wheelchair often requires special care and attention. Another suffered a traumatic brain injury and he can get overstimulated easily, so we often monitor his situations and the environment around him. A third is a sweet woman. She could be my grandmother or yours. However, she's very confused. She enters the men's hallway and often is disrobing. I rush over to her quickly to try to help her get her clothing back on. Once she's calmed down, she loves to talk about her own childhood and listen to music. And yet another is asking me just to sit down and color with him, but I must tell him that I don't have the time because I'm always running from patient to patient. Our patients need this critical engagement with us, a chance to connect, communicate, and feel noticed. Sadly, without additional staff, they will never get this need fulfilled. As I end my shift, I leave feeling the same way the shift before me did, drained, exhausted, and frustrated that I could not do everything the patients asked of us. It's a cycle that repeats day after day. It's finally time for you to help us end this cycle and make sure that DEMIS gets all the funding that is needed and that our facilities, including CVH, are fully staffed. Budget cuts and staffing shortages will continue to compromise the care and the health of everyone involved. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for your testimony and for the work you do.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Pat Ladner.
Good morning, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for hanging in there with us tonight. As you can see, we're a very dedicated and determined group. My name is Pat Ladner, and I'm the CFO for CUNE Employment Opportunities. I work and reside in Meriden. Our agency serves approximately 500 individuals with disabilities each year, providing supports that enable them to be successfully employed in the community. Our primary funding sources are DDS and DEMIS, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify in support of increasing the governor's budget, HB 6864, by 6% and annualizing the full amount of fiscal year 25's ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature last year. Thank you for that. Our insurance premiums are up over 9% each year over the last 3 years. Medical premiums up an average of 10% each year over the last 3 years, with plans discontinued each year by the carrier for plans requiring more co-insurance by our employees. Energy costs up an average of 18% over the last 3 years. The list goes on. These increases do not surprise anyone because we're all personally experiencing these higher costs, along with other increases caused by inflation. We sincerely appreciate the 17% increase to the starting wage the legislature had supported over the past few years. However, the state's minimum wage has gone up approximately 62% during the same period of time. Our starting wages and benefits still cannot compete with positions offered by the state and other for-profit businesses. Many of our staff work multiple jobs to make ends meet because a single adult with no children needs to make $23.95 an hour for a living wage in our community, according to the MIT Living Wage Calculator. A single mom needs to make $47.54 an hour. You've heard from so many workers tonight how impossible it is to survive on just the wages they receive from working full-time in nonprofit direct support positions. You've also heard them called heroes tonight. Their dedication and commitment to our participants is truly amazing to see each day. Recruiting direct support staff has been challenging for us for some time, even with our starting wage above the legislated starting wage. However, retaining trained staff with experience is just as challenging when we cannot afford to offer what is needed to live in this state working just one job. An increase in the governor's budget would allow us to get our staff closer to the living wage they need and deserve. Without annualizing it, funding on the biennium budget, it's essentially a cut in our funding, and this could result in cuts to our services and a higher shortage of staff to handle the waiting list of individuals. I appreciate how difficult these decisions can be. We too are faced with the same ones. What to cut, trim, how do we become more efficient, and how do we find more revenue to balance our budgets with rising costs, all knowing how critical our services are for the vulnerable population we serve. Without adequate funding to keep up with this inflation, it may become impossible to continue providing the services at the same level. Our guiding VIP philosophy is that all participants are valued by the community, independent by earning a wage, and proud of the work they do. We also need to demonstrate that these principles are just as important for our employees by showing them we value the significance of what they are doing to support our individuals, and by paying them wages commensurate with that importance so they too can be proud of to work in this industry. Please consider our request to increase funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. And thank you again for hanging in there with us tonight and listening to our pleas.
Thank you, Pat. Thanks for your testimony and for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from number 229, Heidi Chelednik, followed by 233, Melissa Davidson Wood.
Thank you so much, Representative Gilchrist, and all of the members of the Appropriations Committee. We really appreciate your time this evening, hanging in there and listening to all of us late into the night. As Bruce said earlier, you've heard the kind of the speech that everybody is giving. I've been at Ability Beyond for over 35 years. I absolutely love my job. I've been a director for a long time at Ability Beyond, and I can tell you that for myself, for my managers, and for all of the staff, and for the individuals that we serve, the staffing is the biggest challenge. It's constantly a revolving door, no matter what we do. People want to stay, they want to continue to work with the folks that we support, but they just can't afford it. Ability Beyond provides residential services, day and work services, supported living services, both for DDS and DEMIS. We're the second largest nonprofit for DDS services in the state of Connecticut. Our ability to staff the programs is definitely our most significant challenge. Our current starting pay rate is $18 an hour. 62% of our programs have a vacancy rate in excess of 10%. 1/3 of those programs have more than 30% vacancy. Our employment services positions have had vacancies between 50 to 75% turnover each year for the past 3 years. The jobs are not easy jobs, and staff have the option to work in retail for approximately the same amount as they do working with the individuals that we serve. Because of the high turnover, we're not able to serve folks with significant behavior challenges or intense medical needs. If we're unable to hire staff and can't provide those services, it's going to cost the state a lot more to provide those services. You've heard about all the other increases in costs as well, and we have the same issue, providing food, gas, vehicles, insurance, that all is increasing as well. So we're asking you to fund the nonprofit programs by $264 million in FY26, including the 6% increase in annualizing the full amount of the FY25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature. In addition, we ask that you provide an 8% increase in FY27. We've really tried everything we can in terms of recruiting and retaining staff. We have hired additional recruiting staff compared to years ago. We've hired temp staff, and we struggle to keep our recruitment staff as well, because that is also difficult with the rate that we're able to pay. We've purchased new hiring software. We've created a shift app in order to fill our shifts. All of this, we just keep recreating the wheel, trying different programs to make it a career for our staff. But the higher rate would definitely help retain staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heidi. Thanks for being here tonight and for your testimony. Next, we'll go to Melissa Davidson Wood and then back to Colleen. I'm going to butcher it. Bastilis.
Good morning, Representative Gilchrist and Appropriation Committee members. My name is Melissa Davison Wood. I'm the president and CEO for Mark Community Resources. It's a nonprofit organization in Middlesex County. We provide services to over 200 individuals that have been diagnosed with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I'll keep it short because all of my colleagues have said everything I've wanted to say tonight. As you've heard among many of the other individuals, caregivers, you understand how valuable our services are. We've received monies over the past several years, and we are very grateful for that. However, we remain far from being reimbursed what these actual costs, what it actually costs for these services that we provide. I've been in the field for over 20 years. I've worked at every single level. I've never seen it like this. It's beyond anything we've ever experienced, a staffing shortage. Our field is no longer a career path. We struggle to hold on to staff for even a few months, and the inconsistent caregivers for our individuals that already have processing delays is hard to reconcile. It saddens me and scares me to think of where we'll be in a couple years. The individuals that we work with deserve well-trained, educated, and consistent services and caregivers. This cannot be accomplished without supporting nonprofits the way they should be, with sustainable indexed rates to inflation. Please prove that we're a society that takes care of all of its members. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight.
Thank you, Melissa. We appreciate you too. Colleen Basilis, followed by Jeff Crandall.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, great. It's Vitulis. Good evening, committee members. Thank you. My name is Colleen Vitulis. I'm the Chief of Staff at Journey Found. We are an IDD agency based in Manchester. I would like to speak tonight from a business perspective. I've worked in the for-profit sector for the first 20 years of my career, right here in Hartford, with big profitable companies that I'm sure you're probably familiar with. And then 7 years ago, I joined Journey Found and experienced the nonprofit world for the first time. In these 7 years, I have been deeply moved by the dedication and compassion, not only of our direct care staff, but by every single other person in our organization, from the clinicians to the maintenance team to the nurses, my fellow executives, especially my amazing HR team. We are all individuals supporting each other. But frankly, it often feels like we're just surviving. And this is the hardest I have ever worked in my life. It's relentless and it's exhausting for all of us. Our group homes are safe, supportive environments where adults with disabilities thrive, but it's not free and it's not discounted. We're businesses that provide services to the state of Connecticut, and we need to be paid like it. And today I'm here to insist on increased funding to support our group home services, which are indispensable to those we serve. The money needed to fulfill these obligations to our fellow citizens is non-negotiable. We are not asking you to fund niceties. We are asking you to pay the bills. Increased funding is crucial so the state of Connecticut can afford us. We are not a charity and we're not looking to be treated like one. In addition to qualified, well-trained, and caring direct support staff, we also employ licensed professionals, highly educated, experienced organizational leaders, and subject matter experts. All of these roles are necessary to operate these agencies like the lean, efficient businesses that they need to be. Appropriate funding is not just about fair compensation or providing people with services they deserve. It's about making smart investments across the entire sector on behalf of all Connecticut taxpayers. When you make a proper investment in the sector, you strengthen it. The jobs become more attractive because people see they can make a good living. The quality of the candidates increases because competition for good paying jobs with great benefits increases. Turnover decreases because people value employment that values them, and then they stay. Better retention means lower vacancy rates, and that means people like me can use their time and energy on running a business that performs like the best of those in the for-profit sector. Properly funded, well-run nonprofit agencies with the bandwidth to focus on innovation instead of stagnation. And that's good for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Thank you for your testimony and for being here. Jeff, before we get to you, my apologies. I skipped someone here in the room. We're going to go to Kevin Zingler, and then we'll go over to you.
Good morning, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kevin Zingler, and I am the president and CEO of Mark Inc. of Manchester, a nonprofit organization that supports people with intellectual and developmental disabilities in the greater Hartford area. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs like Mark by $264 million in fiscal year 26 and a 6% increase in annualized full funding of the fiscal year 25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature. In addition, we ask you to provide an 8% increase in fiscal year 27. Without these necessary adjustments, the future of nonprofit services that thousands of individuals with IDD and their families rely on will be at risk. What are our critical concerns? We have workforce shortages. As you heard tonight, there are staffing crises across the state. We are competing with other nonprofit entities, state of Connecticut, and other for-profit sector jobs that are paying higher wages. The rate of inflation has just really, and minimum wage increases has really hindered us in terms of hiring and retaining and maintaining our workforce. Without this dedicated workforce, we face burnt out and stagnant wages, and it creates us with people leaving our sector for other high-paying jobs, leaving individuals with IDD without the support they need. We also have rising costs. As you heard tonight, we have insurance costs that have risen by 10%, double-digit increases year after year. Those things are just keep on creeping up on us as a nonprofit. The proposed 3% cost of living adjustment is the right direction, but it does not keep up with the rate of inflation. So we ask you to take a look at that as you guys negotiate through the budget process. Without sustainable funding, the reduction of services and vital wait lists are inevitable, leaving vulnerable individuals and their families without the necessary supports. This will also impact our families. Families cannot access appropriate services for their loved ones, and burden often falls entirely on them. This can lead to severe financial, emotional, and physical stress as they attempt to provide around-the-clock care. We've seen it happen too many times. What do we need? We need the additional funding. We need you to analyze the $50 million in ARPA funding to increase the rates for us as the DDS provider. And we also need you to take a look at the 3% beyond the COLA. So we need to have those adjustments. Otherwise, we will be in a very bad situation. I ask you to please modify the state guardrails to allow flexibility for this legislature to do that. We understand that there is a positive conversation around this, and we think that that's the right move to go, and we encourage that conversation. Anything we can do to help provide information or support, we'd be happy to do so. Nonprofit providers are doing everything we can to continue offering high quality care, but we can't do it alone. The individuals we serve, the staff who support them, deserve a budget that reflects the value in our communities, a strong investment in nonprofit services, and investment in dignity, independence, and well-being of thousands of Connecticut residents. Thank you for your time. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Safe travels home. Next, we'll hear from Jeff Crandall, followed by Karen Unger.
Good morning to the distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeff Crandall. I'm the Director of Programs for CUNE Employment Opportunities. CUNE provides employment and day program support to about 500 individuals annually in programs funded by the Department of Developmental Services and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I'm here to add my voice to the many others who have asked for an increase in funding of $264 million in FY26. Without this sufficient funding, we really do struggle to retain staff, as many others have said today. We have a team of employment specialists assisting individuals to return to competitive jobs in the community, who have assisted over 100 people to return to work in the past year. Often, though, they find jobs for people that pay a higher wage than they themselves are receiving. When faced with that reality, they struggle to decide if they should, continue in this job that they really enjoy, doing work that they feel is important, or if they should move on to something else that may not be as much of a match for what they're really looking to do with their life, but adds money in their pocket and helps them to maybe, get rid of working a second job, pay off some debt, be able to just afford basic necessities for their families. In addition to these factors that affect our retention, we've also struggled to recruit new staff, as many others have. Our vacancy rate has been around 20% throughout the year, and that puts a lot of stress on the staff that we have also. In our DEMIS programs, all of our staff, including the managers, have had to carry extra cases above what really would be recommended by best practices to ensure that we can continue to provide services to the people in our programs. And this does decrease the amount of time available for each individual and risk burning out the remaining staff that we do have. In our DDS funded programs, program managers, program specialists, other staff are regularly being pulled from their normal job duties to provide direct care support to deal with staffing shortages. And even with these measures in place, it's still sometimes necessary to cancel services for some individuals to ensure that we are able to maintain required staffing ratios. So like many others, I'm asking for your support, to maintain, our programs, our staffing, and really to continue to provide quality support to the individuals we serve. So please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. And thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for your testimony. I see that number 240 has joined us. Mark Perkins. Oh, I'm sorry. First is 239, Russell Coleman. Hi, Russell. Good to see you. And then we'll go.
Hi, good to see you too. Sorry, Representative Gilchrist and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Russell Coleman, and I'm the president and CEO of HARC, a nonprofit right here in Hartford that serves people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. You have my written testimony, but I want to share the real impact of underfunding. You've heard all the numbers. I'm not going to go over numbers. You know, nonprofits are struggling because funding hasn't kept up with cost. But behind those numbers are people who dedicated their lives and dedicate their lives to caring for others, often at a great personal sacrifice. One of them is a young mother who works in our day program. She arrives to work after getting her 2 kids off to school. She spends the day at work assisting individuals with personal care, medication, behavior support, then goes home. But not to rest. She makes dinner, she helps with homework, then she leaves for her second job, 4 nights a week at a group home. And then on the weekends, she picks up per diem shifts just to get by. She's not the exception. She's the reality of a direct support professional. Dedicated, skilled, and overworked. And they're not leaving because they want to. They're leaving because they can't afford to stay. They love their jobs. And when they leave, the individuals they support lose the people they trust. Families scramble for help that isn't there. Programs close. Funding also matters for the individuals that we support. People eager to work but struggling to find opportunities. One man that we supported for over 3 decades had a job for 20 years. He showed up every day with pride, worked hard, was well respected, but his position was eliminated within the last year. He found himself stuck, applying, training, trying, yet always overlooked. He doesn't want a handout. He wants a chance. He wants a job. But without funding, more people like him will be left without opportunities that they deserve and jobs that they deserve. Connecticut's nonprofits are at a breaking point. If funding continues to lag, individuals with disabilities will lose services and families will be left without supports. Nonprofits like HARC provide quality services at the fraction of the cost of state-run programs, but we can't do it alone. We need action. A 6% increase in FY26, an 8% increase in FY27, and full restoration of the $50 million ARPA funding. The individuals we support and those who care for them deserve better. We need to act now. Thank you, and thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Russell. Thanks for all you do too. Have a good night.
You too.
Next is Mark Perkins, followed by Karen Unger.
Hello, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mark Perkins, and I'm the CEO of Journey Found, Inc. We are a nonprofit organization supporting adults with intellectual disabilities throughout Connecticut. Our primary services are residential, and we support 74 individuals across 27 locations and employ close to 300 people. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 6864, the governor's budget. I'm here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs like ours by $264 million and FY26, including a 6% increase and annualizing the full amount of the FY25 ARPA funding appropriated by the legislature. Additionally, I'm asking for an 8% increase in FY27. Without this critical funding, we risk further reductions in services, which will have a devastating impact on the individuals we support and the families as well. I'm also asking that you update the guardrails to fund nonprofits. I'd like to talk about a young man named Jared who lives in a Journey Found home. Jared is in his late 40s and has been in our care for over 25 years. Jared's nonverbal and he's diagnosed with an intellectual disability and autism. I first met Jared in 2003 when he and I both were in our 20s as I started my career as a direct support staff. Jared struggled significantly with aggressive and self-injurious behavior with his staff and his mom. At times, Jared could not leave home or visit his mom due to the volatility of his behavior. Over the last 25 years, I've seen Jared thrive under our care. I have personally accompanied Jared on vacations, to family weddings, and out to travel to Sunday to bowl in his bowling league. Jared no longer has the challenges that he did before due to the support we provide him. He has a job coach named Corey, who's worked with him for over 10 years. He has successfully maintained a job delivering newspapers for over 2 decades. He's thriving due to the work done by the amazing direct support staff that we employ, and he and his mother have an amazing relationship. Now I'd like to tell you a slightly different story. I recently met a young man who was around the same age as Jared when we first met. He is also nonverbal and deals with the identical challenges Jared had at his early age. He is currently in a locked facility in need of residential support. Like Jared, this man needs enhanced staffing to live safely on his own. Due to the current staffing crisis, I am forced to decline this young man's services because I cannot provide the staffing. This young man could have a chance to experience the life Jared does, but we may never know due to the financial restraints that organizations like Journey Found find ourselves in. I ask that you consider this in deciding how to allocate funding for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks for being here and for the work you do. Next, we'll hear, nope, from Karen Unger, no? It's here, but then it says previously testified, but that's, because I don't think she did. Okay, Karen, go right ahead.
Thanks. By my count, I'm the 28th person here this morning and last evening to talk about CCAR, the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery. And I'm the second person to speak out for Fellowship Place. So hi, Mark, if you're still there. I think we're all here to ask for more money for Demas. Everyone said it so much better than I, so I will jump straight to my action statement. I urge you to commit to funding social services for Connecticut residents. They're not handouts. They're help and hope for people in need, people like me. And with that, I will pass.
Well, thank you. That was a beautiful action statement. We appreciate it. Have a good night or morning. Next is Valerie Rayer, followed by Courtney Sheehan.
Good morning, Representative Gilchrist and members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm Valerie Ryer. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Kennedy Collective. We're a nonprofit partner serving over 1,300 individuals across 103 communities, funded by DDS, DEMAS, BRS, BESB, DOT, DSS, ABI waiver, and autism waiver. Over my 30 years, I've seen a massive decline in the number of people we are able to serve, going from 2,400 to now only 1,300. We had 36 day program locations and 18 group homes, and are now down to 16 day programs and 14 group homes. We had 850 employees and are now at 433 employees. We are struggling to bring people back because we cannot keep our employees base at level to meet the needs for expansion. We can't hire employees to perform this level of work for the level of pay and benefits when they can do better at Starbucks. We currently have 36 individuals waiting for services that we cannot proceed with because we don't have the staff to meet the service expectations. Our turnover rate is at 45% and rising. The reimbursement for services is too low, and when we try and pay higher, we put ourselves in a deficit that we can't cover. Salaries are not the only expense. Group home repairs, property repairs, leases, vehicle replacement, vehicle insurance and maintenance, health insurance, workers' compensation, electricity, cable, technology, and cybersecurity. There's an array of behind the scenes costs to providing these services to individuals that nobody sees. Real costs with real bills that we have to pay, and figuring out has become increasingly harder. We also face greater risk and exposure as we take on more complex individuals. We have made some tough decisions over the years around consolidation and better utilization of resources. We too have looked at inefficiencies to be leaner, and we cannot do without any more. What has been proposed in the budget is insufficient. We are in a workforce crisis. You have heard many testify tonight and this morning of the critical stage we are in to provide safe and consistent care along with access to services. We can't do that if we don't have the funding to put the proper workforce and proper structure in place. Please support increased funding by $264 million to community nonprofits, and let us show you what impact we can really make. Thank you for your time and your consideration and the work that you do for the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie, and thank you for the work you do. Have a great night.
Good night.
Next, we'll hear from Courtney Sheehan, followed by Lisa Otto. Courtney, you're muted. You just have to unmute.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Courtney Sheehan. I'm a Senior Program Director at CHR. CHR is a community-based agency providing 24/7 crisis response teams, mental health and substance use treatment, supported housing and employment, foster care, and other safety net services to 27,000 residents of Connecticut and their families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6864. I'm here to request an increase in funding for nonprofit programs by $264 million in fiscal year 26, to increase Medicaid rates for behavioral health, and to advocate for the future fiscal sustainability of community-based services. This is important because in my 30 years experience as a healthcare professional, I'm seeing the highest levels of reported distress I've ever seen in the span of my career. Connecticut residents are reporting mental health concerns matching national trends of increased depression, anxiety, fear, suicidality, isolation, and an overall decline in well-being. These factors underscore the need for critical community-based services. The good news is we have effective services and programs to offer to help in these areas. However, the devastating news is that due to inadequate funding, including underfunded Medicaid rates, we simply cannot meet our costs to fully provide them. We do not have adequate funds to hire and retain enough staff. This backlogs access to care, creating a cycle of long wait times, increased strain on crisis systems, poor outcomes, and an inability to keep critical programs open. Recently, we made the very difficult decision to close an excellent on-site program, which provided specialized healthcare expertise to individuals with complex medical and behavioral health conditions. Without sustainable funding of services like these, the overall health of Connecticut residents will undoubtedly suffer. This puts people at higher risk of early death, unemployment, dropping out of school, negatively impacting family life, increasing burden on law enforcement, judicial, and hospital systems, and driving up overall costs to our state. In closing, high-quality behavioral health services are essential to a strong statewide healthcare system. Fully funding these services is an imperative, wise investment to ensure Connecticut residents have access to the best resources and services to manage their health. This allows people to attend school, work, volunteer, actively participate in family life, to fully contribute to their communities and to our state. Mental health is essential to all. Fully funded community mental health services are not only beneficial to people receiving our care, but are beneficial to the overall health of Connecticut. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Courtney. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Lisa Otto, followed by Philip Harrio.
Good morning, Representative Gilchrist and members of the Appropriation Committee.
Thank you so much for hanging in with us through this long, long night. My name is Lisa Otto, and I'm the CEO of Child and Family Agency of Southeastern Connecticut. I live in Ledyard, and I come before you today as a CEO, a clinician, and a mother to speak about the urgent need for continued funding for school-based health centers in Eastern Connecticut. SBHCs are essential in addressing the growing challenges faced by our youth. These centers offer on-site access to medical and mental health services within schools, removing barriers that often prevent children from getting the care they need. Research consistently shows that SBHCs improve healthcare access, increase school attendance, reduce suspensions, support academic achievement, and, most importantly, help identify at-risk youth, including those struggling with suicidal thoughts. As a CEO, I see the severity of this crisis firsthand. The CDC's most recent report reveals that 40% of U.S. high school students experience persistent sadness or hopelessness, 20% have seriously considered suicide, and 22% have consumed alcohol in the past month. These statistics are a stark reminder of the critical need for mental health, substance abuse, and medical services for our youth. Closer to home, the need for CFA's SBHC services continuously grows. In our 22 SBHCs, our mental health clinicians were at capacity by November, and we currently have waiting lists at almost every school. As a clinician, I hear the pain and desperation of families. Every day, I receive calls from friends and acquaintances seeking help for children in crisis. Many are struggling to find a therapist who can see their child quickly. These calls are heartbreaking and all too common. They're a daily reality in the mental health field. As a mother, I see this crisis up close. One of my son's friends, an 18-year-old honors student who helps her peers with their schoolwork, is using marijuana daily to cope with childhood trauma. Another 17-year-old student athlete who wants to play baseball cannot get the required physical exam because his mother struggles with alcoholism and cannot make the appointment. A 16-year-old battling severe anxiety misses school regularly due to digestive issues. Another 17-year-old, devastated by the suicide of his father, is struggling to stay on track to graduate. My own son struggles with depression. Despite their challenges, these young people inspire hope. They care deeply for one another, talk openly about their struggles, and want help. But they're vulnerable and need resources like SBHCs to help them succeed. In 2023, CFA received one-time federal funding to establish 9 new SBHCs across Eastern Connecticut, extending our reach to over 12,000 preschool and school-aged children. This funding has had a significant impact, providing crucial services in Groton, Ledyard, and Stonington. However, this funding will only support services through the end of FY26. Without continued support, these critical programs will close, depriving over 4,000 students of affordable, high-quality medical and mental health care. To prevent this from happening, we are requesting continued funding, $200,000 for FY26 and $1,660,000 for FY27. This funding will ensure that these SBHCs remain open and continue to support the health and well-being of students in our communities. Without it, thousands of students will lose access to the care they need at a time they need it most. We urge the Appropriations Health Subcommittee to approve continued funding for SBHCs in Eastern Connecticut. By doing so, you will ensure that our students receive the care and support they need to achieve better health and academic outcomes. The future of these children and of our state depends on your decisions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Lisa. Thanks for your testimony. Have a great evening.
Too.
Next, we'll hear from Philip Harrow, sorry about your last name, followed by Rebecca Atkins.
That was a fine way of saying my name. Thank you.
Hey, thanks.
Representative Walker, honorable committee members, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Phil Harrio. I live in Trumbull. I'm a registered voter. I'm also a board member at CIB Oak Hill. But I'm not going to talk tonight about the numbers or what Oak Hill is doing. Others from the organization have spoken already. I'm going to come to you tonight on the basis of being a sibling of a person who was under Oak Hill's care for 42 years. And I'm talking about my sister, Linda. She passed away last summer in July of 2024 after living 42 years in a Granby group home where she was lovingly cared for during the entire time of her adult life. Linda was born in 1964. Here's a picture of her. at the group home in Granby a couple of years ago. In the early 60s, many don't know about this, but there was a rubella outbreak and it caused a lot of birth defects, including my sister, who was profoundly autistic, nonverbal, and blind at birth. She began going to Oak Hill School at the age of 4 through about the age of 8, and then transferred to the Waterbury Regional Center. The Waterbury Regional Center was a state-run facility, and it provided basic care for my sister, but she came home a lot because she wasn't getting much in the way of enrichment. In 1982, she aged out and was moved into a group home run by Oak Hill. The Granby home was one of the first that was opened by Oak Hill. This produced an amazing benefit for the clients who live there, and it produced a benefit to the state by saving a lot of money. The home in Granby was custom built for Linda's disabilities and the other clients in the home. Wide hallways, skylights, a caring and dedicated staff, a home-like atmosphere. It was her home. And after both my parents passed away, we knew that Linda would be cared for well in that home. It was her home. Over the years, in addition to Linda's basic care and health, she attended day programs, field trips, and even workshops where she earned a little bit of pocket change. She had a job at Caldor, busting open bags to get the clothing out and hang it up on hangers. That was her great work experience. I think she earned about 30 cents an hour. These programs and outings and ability to get out of the home enrich Linda's life, as well as the lives of countless others in Oak Hill programs. Chronic underfunding, though, of nonprofits like Oak Hill has been a problem as long as I can remember, but in recent years, it's become extremely serious. Day programs have been closed, including hers. Staff shortages meant more contract employees in her home who are not trained to take on clients to outings. They're not licensed to remove them from the house. So all that stopped. Right now, there are 400 direct care positions that are available now at Oak Hill due to the high turnover. And I want to close now and ask that you move to release the guardrails on the budget and make a meaningful increase to funding requested by the nonprofit providers. And thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your sister with us, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Rebecca Atkins, followed by Gretchen Raffa.
Good morning, members of the Appropriations Committee. I'm sorry I couldn't stay in the room with you. I stayed as long as I could, but I just had to come home. You have a lot of stamina and I appreciate it. My name is Becca Atkins. I live in Norwich. I'm the executive director of Artreach, which is the home of the Second Step Players Theater Troupe. We perform original comedy about mental health issues. We work with our clients with music, with visual arts classes, and a number of other types of supportive activities. Our DEMAS-funded Arts for Mental Health program engages adults with mental health issues and arts and wellness activities that support their recovery. I thank you for the opportunity today to testify on HB 6864, the governor's budget. And I join my colleagues in requesting that the governor's budget include an increase for our vital nonprofit providers by $264 million. I won't say the rest of the numbers, you've heard them repeatedly tonight. You know that when adequately funded, we nonprofit mental health providers help people maintain recovery. It prevents costly ER visits and hospitalizations. An investment in the nonprofit mental health providers, it saves the state money. You could think of prevention and maintenance as a different kind of guardrail. Despite the recent increases, we're way behind financially. We need to catch up and then keep up by indexing to inflation. Increasing the DEMAS funding in the governor's budget will allow them to fund us to do the work that's needed. Now, I haven't heard anybody talk about this, but we're experiencing this at Artreach. And so I'm going to give the example for just our agency. We're a small agency with a really big footprint because we affect not only the DEMAS clients that we serve, but also every audience member that we touch. And we get hired, we do public performances locally, statewide. We also perform at conferences whenever people will hire us. And we share the message that recovery happens and creativity heals. We reduce the stigma that still exists, believe it or not, about mental health issues. And it seems to be getting much worse right now, which makes me heartsick after 31 years of doing this work. I see the perceptions going in the wrong direction again. So I feel like we're more needed than ever. But we've hit the ARPA cliff. And that's the thing I'm not hearing people talk about. We did great during the pandemic. We're small. So these infusions of ARPA cash were like gold to us. And for once, we got an amazing amount of money from the Connecticut Office of the Arts that balanced our DEMIS funding. So we were equal parts arts and mental health, which is exactly what we are. We were funded appropriately. But the Connecticut Office of the Arts funding, it was a one-shot infusion. And it did help us over those 2.5 years, but it's gone. And all of the other ARPA funding, of course, it was one-shot money. We did great things with that to shore up our infrastructure. We managed it really well, but we're in trouble. And the reality right now is that we are at a crisis point, and we're okay until June of 2025. But for the second 2 fiscal years, the 26 and 27 of our DEMIS contract, we don't have enough. And we're looking at the real possibility of having to stop after 40 years of doing this work and having great success, not just with our clients, but changing perceptions in the community. We really feel like it'll be a big loss, not just to our people and our employees, but to our state. It's a unique program. And the yes, I sure can. I just want to say thank you for all you're doing. We know that you fight for us, and it's really important. We hope we've helped you fight for us. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, and thanks for hanging in there, and I'm glad you made it home safe.
Thanks.
Gretchen, hold on 1 minute. Sorry about that. Linnea Moore has joined us, so we'll go to Linnea Moore and then Gretchen.
Good morning, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Linnea Moore, and I am from Torrington, and I'm a residential program worker for Oak Hill. We are a group home setting, and we help care for the residents with a variety of disabilities. I'm here today to tell you how important it is for you to support fully funding community programs like Oak Hill in our state. I've been working in the group home setting for over 35 years now, and I love this job. I began this line of work while also raising my young family. At first, I assisted in transportation at a home, then began filling in, providing direct care when needed, and eventually joined the direct care staff full-time. Our residents are loving, friendly, and fun to work with. We get the chance to see them grow, prosper, and enjoy life. However, we also face challenges on the job. We struggle to provide the wraparound care our individuals deserve. This is a difficult population to care for, and consistency is key. Unfortunately, our employer has started bringing in more and more temporary staff to provide direct care. These temporary staff do not know our individuals or how to care for them. They have not built relationships with the individuals, making the administration of care more difficult and less effective. Additionally, many of the temps are not trained or able to do a number of the tasks, from documentation to medication dispersion or driving the residents. It leaves employees like me to pick up the extra work, but with no extra compensation. Instead of hiring temporary staff, our group homes need to hire more permanent staff and pay those staff a living wage. Many of my coworkers work 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. They spend nearly every waking hour working so that they can support their families and give their children a chance at a better life than they had. Sadly, our group home settings have become a business, more than someone's home. Our individuals are treated like a paycheck, and our caregivers are treated as expendable equipment to be overused and run down. It is crucial that you fully fund our community programs like Oak Hill in your upcoming budget. These services are so vital for so many vulnerable individuals in our state, and the programs can only run properly when fully staffed by trained personnel. And I will just end this with, as a resident of the state of Connecticut for my entire life, 61 years, I think we can do better when it comes to the vulnerable people in our state, whether it be someone with disabilities, whether it be a person, an elderly person, whether it be a person dealing with addiction. We have the money, and I think we should use it wisely. It only enriches our community, and I would like to thank you for giving me this time, and for everyone who stayed up because this is a very worthy cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for your testimony.
Okay, take care.
You too.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Next, we'll hear from Gretchen Raffa, followed by Karen Esty.
Good morning, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and honorable members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Gretchen Raffa, Chief Policy and Advocacy Officer with Planned Parenthood of Southern New England, testifying regarding the Department of Public Health budget of House Bill 6864. As the state's largest provider of sexual and reproductive health care to almost 50,000 patients last year at 14 health centers across the state, we believe all people should have access to quality, affordable health care as a basic human right, regardless of who you are, where you live, your income, if you have health insurance, or your immigration status. The family planning funding allocated in the Community Health Services line of the DPH budget has been essential to help cover the cost of preventive health care for people who are uninsured. We support the present allocation as the state funding, along with the federal Title X family planning funding we receive, help support the cost of care for our self-pay patients on a sliding fee scale based on their income and family size. This ensures individuals who lack access to private or public insurance can access the preventive care they need. Planned Parenthood plays an indispensable role in the providing family planning care in Connecticut. At least 1 in 3 women will visit a Planned Parenthood health center for care in her lifetime. We are focused on health equity, serving all who need our services, regardless of their insurance type and regardless of their ability to pay. The majority of Planned Parenthood of Southern New England patients identify as people of color. 46% have Husky Health as their insurance, and 26% are self-pay patients. We are a safety net provider that reduces burden to the healthcare system, but without the buffers that other safety care providers have. Planned Parenthood is facing the most uncertain 4 years of our history, specifically being targeted for defunding efforts on the national level. And the reality of those efforts means blocking patients who depend on public health care programs and funds from getting their care at Planned Parenthood health centers. This includes threats to Title X, Title 20, the Medicaid programs, and the 340B drug pricing. During the first Trump administration, Planned Parenthood was forced out of the Title X program due to the gag rule, which abruptly stripped away $2.1 million in funding for PPS&E, and the looming threat of removal from the program again would be a loss of $1.89 million. An attack on programs like Title X and Medicaid is an attack on patients who need affordable preventive care. We're deeply concerned about the continued inequity in access to healthcare and barriers to healthcare coverage for residents of our state. The Title X program and state funding from DPH has addressed health inequity by serving populations that have historically faced significant barriers to care, including people of color, people of low income, LGBTQ+ people, immigrants, and people living in rural areas. Reproductive health care providers like PPS&E are often the primary care providers for those communities and women of reproductive age. We will continue our advocacy to ensure our patients and our communities have what they need to live healthy and self-determined lives. We thank the department and this committee for prioritizing funding for preventative family planning services, and we're committed to continuing to work with the Lamont administration and the General Assembly to protect access to essential sexual and reproductive health care. We support the continuation of family planning funding in HB 6864, as this funding will ensure patients who are uninsured or face financial barriers can access the quality, affordable, preventative health care they need. Thank you for your time and consideration, and have a good morning.
Thank you, Gretchen. Thank you for your continued advocacy. Have a good night. Next, we'll hear from Karen Esty, followed by Lynn Arazzini.
Thank you. Good morning, representatives, senators, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Corinne Jenny Esty, and I'm the event coordinator for Artreach Inc. in Norwich, Connecticut, as well as contracted teaching artist for Mark's Adult Day program in Middletown through the Oddfellows Playhouse. I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to testify today and for your willingness to stay so late and to hear so many voices. I did the math. If I'm speaking, that means we're 95% of the way through, so almost there. Thank you. I'm here to request that you increase funding for vital nonprofit programs by $264 million in fiscal year 26. In the last few years, I've witnessed a disturbing trend of high staff turnaround and extreme understaffing at both DDS and DEMIS-funded nonprofits across the state. This is a direct result of inadequate funding. Our program members have shared the negative impacts with me. Long wait lists for providers, delayed basic needs, being shuffled between service coordinators and therapists and programs. Consistency is one of the best tools for people with behavioral health needs. Quality mental health care and developing life skills takes time and requires a trusting relationship to be built between consumers and providers. Continuous staff turnaround stalls recovery. To be clear, the staff at these agencies are working as hard as they can. You have heard repeatedly tonight that the ratio of clients to staff is unsustainable and morale is low. It is known that if a person works in direct client services, it is nearly impossible to gain a significant pay raise without leaving one agency and finding a job at another, or leaving the nonprofit sector altogether. At a candidate hearing at Reliance Health in Norwich this past fall, a former elected official praised nonprofits for the millions of dollars that they save the state each year. Imagine how much more could be saved if staff retention was less of an issue. When there are staffing gaps, when people do not receive services, they are more susceptible to regression or relapse or having a mental health crisis. This requires more extreme interventions and hospitalizations, and the state ends up with the bill. If nonprofits are saving millions while struggling, can you imagine how much the state of Connecticut would save if nonprofits were allowed to thrive? So I implore you to consider an increase as an investment in your state and in your communities. We're currently in a dire situation. It's been this way for years. However, if the final budget provides increased funding, we would be able to start addressing some of these concerns. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you for your passion and your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Lynn Arazzini, followed by Dawn DiMatteo.
Good morning, Appropriations Committee. All you tired, dedicated people, thank you for being here. Today, I'm asking for an increase in the budget to support people like Carl, my son, who has autism. He lives in an apartment with DDS and DSS supports in New Haven. He has full funding with the nonprofit agencies of Marrakesh and Chapel Haven, but many hours go unfilled due to the unprecedented labor shortage. With a state budget surplus for 8 straight years, it is unconscionable that millions of dollars would be cut yet again from the DDS budget and the nonprofit agencies. Carl is a complex individual who is a cellist, singer, artist, and a national Special Olympics swimmer. Along with these amazing talents, he has very challenging self-injurious behaviors when he experiences sudden and abrupt changes. Routine and schedules are his lifeline. When staff do not show up, Carl's world becomes unstable. Carl's self-injurious behaviors from such incidents have resulted in some trips to the emergency room. And this is why there should be no cuts for behavioral health conditions, especially for people who are eligible for both Medicaid and Medicare, like Carl. When I read that due to the ARPA funding issues, there would be a $19 million reduction for private providers in the budget, I was dumbfounded. The need could not be greater for nonprofits at this time. Carl's very safety depends on it. Nonprofits can't help people like Carl live quality lives without well-trained staff that have a career path with benefits. I was happy to see budget increases in the rental assisted program for disabled adults. These are vital programs for people like Carl. And speaking of Carl, he could not stay up this late, but here he is. This is who you're supporting.
4 years old. I live at 37 Party Place in my own apartment. I work at the Chapel Haven Cafe and feed animals at Kelly's Farm. I make beautiful artwork at the art studio, Kane Chairs and E Street Arts. I am a good bowler and a great swimmer with Special Olympics. I play cello very well and sing the bass part with the Professor Lutheran Choir. I have many staff, teachers, and family to help me in my own apartment, and as a community member, sometimes are hard for me. I don't like a lot of instructions at once. I don't like when kids cry or when people are angry. I like my schedule to stay the same. I am learning ways to stay calm and be flexible. I can use these headphones when it is too when it is loud or confusing. I also chew gum and listen to my sound machine or iPod to keep calm. My wish for an independent life came true in New Haven because when you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Anything your heart desires will come to you. My name is Carl.
Thank you very much. Be Carl Starr and keep supporting him and others like him with a budget that we can live with. And thank you. Thank you very much.
For sharing Carl with us tonight.
Thank you. Good night.
Next, we'll hear from Don DiMatteo, followed by David Porches.
Hi. Good morning, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Dawn DiMatteo. I reside in Wallingford, Connecticut. I've been listening since 4 o'clock this afternoon, actually yesterday, and 4 items keep popping out that are coming through with everyone's testimony. The financial guardrails. We're really talking about human guardrails, not financial guardrails. We're talking about nonprofits needing appropriate funding. We're talking about a living wage for our direct care workers. And more times, I've been hearing the word crisis. We are in a crisis. I've been advocating for over a decade for the IDD population. I serve on a board of directors of a nonprofit. And most importantly, I'm a mother of a severely disabled 33-year-old son requiring 24/7 care. He receives care in a group home as well as a day program. Additionally, I work as the senior account executive at NFP, providing employee benefits to nonprofits who serve our population. Every aspect of my life is centered around the nonprofits, the population they serve, and their needs. I'm extremely grateful for the current DDS funding supports that my son receives. Anthony was one of the thousands that was on the DDS waiting list for 15 years. Anthony's needs and placement did not come easily, requiring advocating for over a decade, which is continuing here today. But it's not just about Anthony. It's about all the Anthonys out there and those direct care workers who care for these individuals. It's extremely, extremely disheartening that nonprofits that service this community, as well as employ thousands of individuals in Connecticut who care for our family members, have to plead every year for funding. They're the first on the chopping board. It's well known to the legislator that budget cuts dramatically hurt the nonprofits, as you've heard tonight, and those that they serve, resulting in reduction of vital services. You know, these are programs that are lifelines for these individuals. They continue to hurt. It continues to hurt those employed by the nonprofits as they do not receive an adequate income and are forced to work multiple jobs. It's a domino effect and again, a clear crisis. From a parent's perspective, my greatest fear is the nonprofits will no longer be able to provide the required supports due to lack of funding and programs will close. As I mentioned earlier in my testimony, my career as a senior account executive allows me to work alongside nonprofits as their benefit advisor for employee benefits, and we continue to experience and deliver to them double-digit increases for their medical coverage. You would ask, how does a nonprofit sustain these increases, along with keeping increasing dollars needed to keep programs alive, group home running, transportation, all while trying to provide an adequate salary to attract, recruit, and retain employees? It's impossible. With this year, we hear about the fiscal guardrails. We need to focus on the fact that we are speaking about human guardrails and that these budget cuts affect so many individuals in the state of Connecticut. In conclusion, like everyone else has mentioned all through last night and today, we urge the Appropriations Committee to prioritize funding to the nonprofits and legislators to continue to recognize the ongoing need for these programs and the people they serve and individuals that the nonprofits employ. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dawn. Thanks for your testimony tonight. Next, we'll hear from David Porteous, followed by John Schwartz.
Thank you and good morning. My name is David Porteous. I'm the parent of a 40-year-old autistic man who receives services from a DDS-supported nonprofit group. I also serve on the board of directors of two groups that provide services funded by DDS, DEMIS, and DCF. And I have 5 decades of experience paying taxes in Connecticut, often on time. As all of you have heard tonight and this morning and last night, the sense of crisis in the nonprofit social services world is more acute than I have ever seen it. The governor's proposed budget, if adopted, would make it worse, and the threatened federal cuts will further exacerbate the problems that we're all having. I think it's important to remember that the nonprofit groups that we're dealing with are not simply charities. They're contractors that are hired by the state to do work on behalf of the state. The wages we're able to pay, the bills we're able to pay, the services we can provide are all determined by the budget that is set by this group and the way that it's administered by the various agencies of the state. And as we've mentioned before, and several people have brought up, not only are the agencies that funding us, they're also competing with us for staff. In the last 16 years, the cost of living has increased 45%. Nonprofit funding has increased by 15%. There's a serious lag there, which affects, of course, things like paying for electricity and cars, but our biggest expense is clearly staffing. As a result, many of our employees live on the margin, as you've heard tonight. We have people who work 2 jobs. We have people who are relying on state assistance to support their families, despite a very dedicated work ethic and lots of time that they put in. They're great people doing good work and they deserve more. Staffing remains the biggest problem for the nonprofit groups that I work with. 35% of our, 35% of our positions are vacant, and that results in several hundred people. We can't staff with that level. We can't provide the services that we want to. We can't answer the calls from the state to open new group homes. We're actually closing group homes. We're closing programs in mental health. On one agency, we're closing DDS funded programs in the other. It's just a mismatch of things that we can't support. We can't pay for it. As a board member and a citizen, I'm very happy that the nonprofit groups focus on improving the life of the people that they serve. But I also know that with the background in finance that I have, working in international finance for years, that we simply cannot run a sustainable operation when we have things that cost us $100 to provide and we get paid $90 or $95. We can't fill that hole with bake sales. This doesn't work that way. We've been closing programs for a while. We will continue to do that. Last year, the ARPA funding took care of some of that problem. That's going away. So we're actually going to see a decrease next year. We've had talks about all the numbers. $264 million has been thrown out there with some specifics. You know what the situation is. It's really critical from my perspective, having worked both as a parent and as a board member with these populations. We realize that our most valuable, the most vulnerable members of our society are the ones that we're supporting, and your funding decisions will determine what their lives are like and their families' lives as well. We've talked about the guardrails. I think it's important to remember. I understand. It's important to remember that the guardrails were put there to avoid doing something stupid, not to back us into a corner to make a bad decision. So keep that in mind. They can be changed and modified. Thank you all very much for your time. I would offer to take you all out for a drink at this point in the evening, but I think all the bars have already closed. So with that, I'll let you get on to the last few people and enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from John Schwartz, followed by Aaron Gasparini.
Good evening, morning, whatever, what have you. Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Summers, Representative Nuccio, members of the committee, and I am not the guy you'd want to take out for a drink. My name is John Schwartz. I'm a man in long-term recovery. I also am fortunate enough to be the manager of the Wyndham Recovery Community Center for the Connecticut Community for Addiction Recovery, also known as CCAR. To me, being long-term recovery means I haven't put any of that stuff in my body since Pearl Harbor Day 2009. So I have a little bit of experience in doing this thing. And you've heard a lot about CCAR, so I'm not going to beat that any further. But I just want to underscore the importance of recovery community centers as hubs for recovery in the communities. I mean, just some of the things I can say this, they're an incredibly effective and impactful element in an individual's desire for positive change. Daily, I have the privilege of interacting with some of the most courageous people I've ever encountered as they explore the value of vulnerability, take charge of their own lives, and often surpass their own goals. Let me tell you about my friend Mike. Mike is a guy who I've known for years. When I first came to Willimantic, I've been working in Willimantic since 2016. Mike had been sort of in recovery, using dope. He had a long criminal history. It was very difficult for him to get a job. He was, working with kind of therapy and stuff like that. And Mike met this wonderful woman, and they wound up like living together, and they had this absolutely miraculously beautiful child. And as these things sometimes go, she wound up relapsing. He returned to use. He overdosed twice on the same day, same doctors in Wyndham Hospital, shaming the life out of this poor guy, loses the child to DCF. At this point, he knows, because he knows us, he knows the center, he knows me, he will not be judged. He comes in, we help him get into treatment. He connects with one of the providers in town when he gets out of treatment. He works his ass off with DCF to get his son back. His girlfriend goes through treatment, and they're reunited, and they have this beautiful family. This boy is about to turn 7. With any luck, he'll never see his father high. He'll never see his father commit a crime. He'll have 2 beautiful parents who love him to death for the rest of his life. And it's all because of recovery. And I get to sit there and witness this every day. And I need to tell you, it's the most privileged position in the world. These centers are life-giving. These centers are vibrant. We currently have 7 vibrant, lovely communities of people who are willing to go to the absolute final mile to help each other out. It's such an incredible return on investment, a recovery community center. We're hubs for all the resources in town. I'm co-chair of the opioid task force. I'm involved in everything I could possibly be involved in Willimantic to serve my people. I'm there for them. I just want to express my gratitude to this committee and to Demas for your ongoing support for the work that I do, because you allow me to do what I do, and it's so important to me that it helps so many people. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Well, thank you for doing all that you do and for being here. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Next, we'll hear from Aaron Gasparini, followed by Mary Apuzzo.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Erin Gasparini, and I'm the Chief Program Officer for CUNE Employment Opportunities. We are an agency who receives funding from the Department of Developmental Services and the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. We serve approximately 500 people every year. Our mission is to support individuals by providing day and employment services to those with mental illness and intellectual disabilities. CUNE staff dedicate their lives to caring for individuals with disabilities. They do it because they're passionate to help participants to increase their abilities, develop their social skills, find employment, and become members of their community. Staff at CUNE provide essential services that empower individuals to become valued, independent, and proud. However, despite the life-changing work that we do, nonprofits such as CUNE are struggling to retain the skilled professionals necessary to provide high-quality support, primarily due to low wages. Staff are expected to provide hands-on care, administer medications, prepare food to meet the correct dining guidelines, provide behavioral and emotional support, and ensure that participants are well cared for and safe each day. Their work is not just physically and emotionally demanding, it requires extensive training, deep compassion, and immense patience. And yet, these professionals are often barely paid above minimum wage, with many forced to leave the field for jobs that offer better financial stability. We should strive to create an inclusive society where people with disabilities can thrive and be given opportunity to do but we must invest in the workforce and agencies that support them. We must provide fair wages for skilled professionals, leading to lower turnover and improved outcomes for participants receiving care. Many of our underpaid staff are forced to work 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet. This leads to high burnout, mistakes in judgment, and general exhaustion that could lead to a dangerous outcome for our most vulnerable. While the governor's budget process proposes a small increase in the second year, it will cut our funding at the beginning of the next biennium. We cannot sustain even a small funding cut. As an agency, this cut would require that we look to cut programs, resources, benefits, and limit intake of individuals requiring the greatest of care. With increased funding, CUNE could offer competitive wages for our skilled staff. This would attract and retain additional compassionate staff into this field. We would be able to expand programs, increase numbers of people served, provide improved training for the staff to ensure they have the skills needed to support individuals' complex needs. Investing in these services benefits individuals, families, and society as a whole. Please support increasing funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Have a great night.
Thank you so much, Erin. Thank you for your testimony and for being here.
Thank you.
Next is Mary.
Good evening. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good evening, esteemed members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Mary Apuzzo, and I am a Senior Employment Specialist with CUNE Employment Opportunities. I'm also certified as a Recovery Support Specialist and a Recovery Coach Professional through CCAR. My work allows me to support individuals facing significant barriers, including mental health challenges, disabilities, substance use disorders, and criminal histories, on their journey towards meaningful employment and stability. CUNE, in partnership with DEMIS, provides essential vocational services that empower people to regain their independence. Our offices are embedded at Hartford Healthcare, Rushford, and Meriden, as well as our office in Middletown, serving individuals in Meriden and Wallingford to help achieve self-sufficiency. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in HB 6864, the governor's budget. I'm here to urge you to increase funding for nonprofits like ours, which provide life-changing services to Connecticut's most vulnerable residents. As both the professional in the field and someone with lived experience, I have seen firsthand the magic and beauty of these programs from both sides. I'm also a single mother of 3 who is deeply passionate about my work. But the reality is, like many of my colleagues, struggle financially because nonprofit wages are not sustainable. Despite my dedication, I am not paid a livable wage, making it difficult to support myself and my children. We recognize that Connecticut must balance saving for the future, paying down debt, and funding essential services. However, without many increased funding, our availability to provide individual comprehensive support is at risk. Many of our clients face multiple barriers to employment, Yet we work tirelessly to connect them with training programs such as MASC and NEMA nursing assistant programs, as well as other educational opportunities that will lead to sustainable employment. For example, one of my clients came to our program homeless, struggling with mental health challenges. Through CUNE Employment Services, we not only helped her secure full-time employment, but also connected her with essential resources, food pantries, case management, mental health support, and stable housing. Today, she is thriving. These are the kinds of success stories that happen every day, but only if funding keeps pace with the need. Workforce shortages in mental health and employment support services continue to grow as private and public sector employees offer higher wages than nonprofits can afford. If we cannot retain skilled staff, our programs will suffer, wait lists will grow, and fewer people receive the support they need to secure employment and rebuild their lives. If the legislator increases funds for nonprofit, CUNE Employment Opportunities will be able to recruit and retain qualified employment specialists and recovery support staff, reduce wait lists, and provide immediate support to individuals seeking employment, expand partnerships and training programs, ensuring more people have access to skilled jobs despite the past barriers. Our mission is clear: to help individuals with significant barriers find and maintain meaningful employment. But without adequate funding, our ability to carry out this mission is at risk. I urge you to support increasing funding for community nonprofits by $264 million. Thank you for the individuals who testified before me and my CEO, Beth Fisher, who works tirelessly to advocate for our program. Thank you for taking your time and staying up this late, and for your commitment to strengthening these programs that uplift Connecticut's most vulnerable residents.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you for finishing us out tonight. Thanks for testifying. That concludes our speakers for this evening. Thank you so much, and everyone have a wonderful weekend. That concludes